(1,900 meters of punishing, thin, narrow, unyielding serpentine tarmac goes from sea level right to the top of the punishing Simola Hill in the Western Cape, overlooking the spectacular vistas of Knysna. This test requires the perfect marriage between man and machine, between grunt and finesse, and the power to tame the beast. More than 150 drivers who come to lay claim to 2 titles, seen by tens of millions the world over. This is Saturday's Supercar Shootout. The modified saloons, sports cars and single-seaters all stake their claim for the king of the hill.
Hello everyone and welcome. I'm Arnold Gertz, your host for the last 2 days. We've already had one, as you heard, and that was Classic Car Friday yesterday. And today, of course, the start of the King of the Hill, which culminates in a shootout with the last 10 drivers and their vehicles tomorrow afternoon. That is what our event schedule looks like for today. Practice 1 has just started, and then in an hour's time, Prac 2 and 3, 4 o'clock, full practice is at 12 o'clock. We have our lunch break at about 1 o'clock. The cars and the drivers all regroup, and then qualifying round 1 starts at 2 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, qualifying round 2, and then at 4 o'clock, it's round 3, and then the die will be cast for the final day tomorrow. It is stunning. And I can tell you that the weather here today, again, just like yesterday, absolutely perfect. Temperatures now edging up to the high teens. It started off at about 9 degrees this morning. Ideal conditions to prepare the cars, and as the day hots up, so will the action, no doubt about that. You can hear in the background here our broadcast van, and our little studio is right next to the start line. So today you will hear some absolutely ear-shattering action, and we've got the windows closed, but that doesn't make much of a difference. Our container studio here is bursting with sound all the time. Let's look at some of the highlights from yesterday, and it is from yesterday, of course, the opening day of the 2021 Simola Hillclimb, the 11th edition of this incredible motorsport gathering. And yesterday it was indeed the Classic Car Friday, and there was some really good action. Unfortunately, that's not quite ready for you yet. I do know, though, that we have a man down there in the pits who would dearly love to speak with you. And I think if Colin Hasty is ready, then we could probably chat to Colin down there. This is the best part of the day, when Colin starts talking in the pits. Colin.
Arnie, you are so kind. Thank you very much, and welcome to my happy place. My place where I get goosebumps, the little hairs start creeping up on the neck. This is absolutely awesome. It is power, it is carbon fiber, and it is race cars. Let's start. We're going to take a quick walk down the pit lane while the cars are going, and all of these cars are fast. They run in various classes. We've got Claire Vale just lining up now in a Subaru. It's a 2-wheel drive car. It's got lots of power. It's got turbocharging on it as well. You'll see there are lots of wings. One of the secrets to this hill is aerodynamic grip and making sure that the cars can launch off the line, and then you've got a couple of fast sweeps, got to get the aero grip going absolutely fantastically. Let's go down the pit lane. Come with me. Starting right here, Advocate Poseidon Gould. This is a dedicated hill climb car. It is super light. It has got a V8 3.5-litre McLaren engine based off of Cosworth. That car is the reigning king of the hill with Andre Poseidon behind the wheel. Robbie Walk in the A1 car doing a little bit of fettling. They had a little bit of an issue with some play on the steering wheel, but they've got that all sorted out with a rebuild of the rack overnight by the guys from WCT Engineering. The wrapping on the tires is just to keep them, they are so super sticky, just keep them going. Those are probably going to be the fastest cars up the hill, but we'll only know that when these practice runs are done. For Volkswagen fans, check it this. Does this not remind you of an Audi Quattro rally car with the HB writing on it? It just brings back memories. Man, I got goosies again. So we then move into the next class down from the really fast single-seaters are the 2-litre single-seaters. And here we've got Formula GTIs, an old one at the back, the current ones at the front, and we've also got some Formula Fords. Now, the smallest car on the track today. Problem. Have a go. Right, back from the pit lane. One of the other, Mitsubishi. Remember Jeff Mortimer winning King of the Hill? Yesterday's steering wheel came off. That is also a 4-wheel drive Mitsubishi. Lots and lots of power. Gear Vesta in the AMG. He's done a bucket load of work on this thing. The reason he's got all the window tinting on here is that he's taken out a whole lot of weight, added lightness. Lightness is a big thing. 4-wheel drive, mega boost. He uses this thing in drags, and he can actually drive the thing. Now we start getting to exciting stuff with carbon fiber. This is Charles Ranges in the Lamborghini. Check all the carbon fiber. It is just so lovely. Normally races this thing with Arnie Neveling in the SA Endurance Series. It's a GT3 spec car. But knowing these guys, they have wound it up a little bit because there's no rules here. Another Lamborghini, because we've got a whole herd of them here. Do we call them a herd or do we call them a... Now we know why we love being in the pit lane, to hear these cars blast off. Ricky Giannacaro, G&H Transport, normally runs... Listen, there's V10 in here, there's aero in it. It is mag-frickin-nificent. Watch the wheel spin. Rangi's blast off the line on the limiter. One of the things these guys are going to do today is try and... They've got to dial themselves in for qualifying, because qualifying is about getting into the top 10 shootout for tomorrow. Silvio Scrivanti, another GT3 spec car. Watch all of these Lambos. It's a mega bullfight. A proper bullfight. And now, Cole Pearson comes from America. He's brought his Yokohama Citroen Zara. When last did you see a Citroen Zara? It's got a V6 Ford engine in it. Built by Cosworth, actually. Cast by Cosworth, one of the few times. It's rear-wheel drive. It was a rallycross car. Lived in Sweden for a while, but it's come back. Stian Kriel, backdraft. Normally runs this thing in the SA Endurance Series. And Reggie Roots is here as well. Now, we've actually got... I mean, I'm like a kid in a toy shop. I said this yesterday. just being able to be here, smell the petrol, smell the rubber, it's mega excitement. We've got some other pictures and stuff to come from you. I mean, this is the Simola Hillclimb. It is absolutely magnificent. It's petrol, Peter Z. He's developed this car completely by himself, his own team. It's got massive power. He's also got, in a cunning trick, he's put little canards on the front over here with a splitter, all downforce. It's rear-wheel drive. He's got lots of power. He had a drive issue at Swartkorps recently. Look at the splitter, the diffuser on the back of that thing, absolutely awesome. And in a first for the Simola Hillclimb, inside here is the boss of Simola Hillclimb. That is Ian Shrosby. This is his baby, R32 Skyline. Who does not love a Skyline? Yeah, get it going, Ian. He hasn't driven for a long, long time, but he's loving it. And that car, that is what started this whole, continued this whole thing about Skylines. You'll see him roll back a little bit there, but we're going to talk about Mr. Handbrake a little bit later. Adrian Dalton, BMW, huge pump. Fast Freddy from Fast Developments does that thing. It makes massive power, and it handles very, very well. Expect in that class Adrian to do very, very well. And we have a lull while the next class comes up. So let's see what else we've got down here. We were talking about Megan Verlappe in this little speed cross. What we like about the speed cross is that it is completely different. It's tiny, it's light, it's got a 600cc Suzuki engine in it, and you've got to go with the GSX-RR because in motorcycle nomenclature these days, and I'm not a linguist, but in a cunning trick, what they've done there is made all the R for racing and all that kind of stuff. Moeti, check this Lotus. Now, that's called a Lotari. And the reason it's a Lotari, in the back, it has a 488 Ferrari GT3 engine in it. There's a long story about it, and this story will develop as we go along. Craig Zank. We know Craig Zank from previous attempts at the hill. And I don't know what this one is. We'll call it a Lotus GTR. Because in the back of it, he's got a Nissan GTR motor. He says when it's wound up, he'll have about 1,500 horsepower. Another Lotus, put her in that one. It is Noble. I was wrong. So this thing was actually the chassis made in PE. We'll check him. Noble M400, Ford engine in it. Probably the best bang for buck supercar that you could get at the time. There's a huge contingent of BMWs here as well. And also a huge contingent of Nissans. So we go back to another R32. This is run by Club 23, Johannes Janssen von Rensburg. So excited to come here. It's normally a drift car, and you'll see he's got a massive handbrake up there, but he's come to have some fun. He's come to show off what the Club 23 guys do, Nissan dealership in Pretoria. So BMW M2 diesel, a diesel up there. We know it's a diesel because it pumps out huge quantities of. Me, I'm not a fan of diesel, but hey, apparently they work. Another Lotus. This one is actually hell of a interesting. Charles Joubert is in this car. This one has actually got a Honda engine in it. It's lovely. It's grey, the undercoaty grey. Again, aero for days, get the downforce going on. What we need to do, while these cars are going up, let's do something and go to the track and watch Charles go up the hill. So, Arnie, can you go back and start talking about Johannes in his GTR, not a GTR, Skyline R32. So, Arnie, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Colin. He really is like a kid in a candy store. He loves doing that stuff. and he gets as petrol heady as what it gets. So Johannes Janssen van Rensburg there lining up that Nissan Skyline of his. It's the 2.5 litre 6-cylinder car, and he's just about to hit the road as well. And there we go. He's off and running. That is a very nice start, very solid start. Not too tight into the right-hander. And there's, of course, 8 corners up this hill. 158 meters of climbing when all is said and done after the 1,900 meters. This is a nice, gentle little run. I don't think he's going all that hard. He's trying to just figure out lines early on. This is the first of the practice sessions, Q1. And he's tiptoeing up there, having a nice, good look at what the right lines are. Some of these drivers may not have driven this hill before. Oh, there's trouble. He's locked that up. He's locked that up in a big way, you could tell. Is he okay? He's locked that up, and I think that's an off there. Didn't see that car, didn't see any debris or a bang of any sort, but let's see. Right, red flags are out. So immediately it was Charles Hubert who slowed down. So he'll come down the hill and have another go. So trouble for the Nissan Skyline. Safety car is on the way. Just tell when you saw that he'd locked up the brakes like that, that there was drama. Medical vehicle also on the way. Some medical personnel there. Let's see what we can see from the sky, perhaps. There goes our tow truck. The flatbed is off and running too. These marshals do an incredible job. I bet you their ears are never the same for 2 or 3 weeks after this whole lot. Well, while we've got an opportunity, possibly, now that there's a break in action out on the track, maybe we can pop back down again to Colin Hastie. Colin, are you ready to chat with us again, my friend?
...422 kilometers yesterday. In the road class, we even have a special class for hairdressers, and it is represented today by the Audi TT. We know this because it says right at the front, TTRS, 4-wheel drive, horsepowers for days, and they run on standard road tires. When they say the cars are standard, the way I think is that I never ever believe all these drags guys and racing guys when they say it's standard, because they fiddle until it goes fast. Talking about F for fast, the Van Zimmerens are spectacular. They are favorites of ours. I get confused about who is who between all of them, but Dad Van Zimmeren he wasn't able to make it. So the kids have swapped cars around. I'm still trying to work out who is in which car. But aero, check at this. Huge amounts of aero grip. The other thing that this car has got, wastegate out the top of it. It's got the straight 6 motor in it, which is magnificent. Yes, they'll tell you that it's a 2.5 litre, but that's only for nominal purposes. This thing over here, the exhaust pipe. Last time we were here, I sat opposite this thing. It blew me from my seated position onto my back. My glasses and cap went flying. The violence, the sheer power, the way this thing on launch, you'll hear it just now. It pops, it bangs, and it sticks the wheels into the tar and bolts it down this line. So this car on launch is absolutely phenomenal. Its spine really gets things going. Round the back over here, we start seeing some interesting cars. So Chris Hollis out of PE, look at all the aero to this car. It's got, and we'll just have a quick look through it here. You got the splitter on the front, and the idea with the splitter is the air goes in here And then it goes between the underneath of here, it's got a wing surface, and it goes faster as the air goes through a narrower gap. Mr. Bernoulli, look him up, Google, he's my absolute friend. And then it starts sucking, it makes a lower pressure area here, and the higher pressure here pushes the car down. This little thing, look at the Formula One cars this afternoon in qualifying after you've watched the rest of the stream. This over here is trying to get a vortex going on, and they use air that's spinning around very fast to try and seal it so that you can maintain the lower pressure. Lots of ducting and carbon fiber for days. Do we not love carbon fiber? And Moeti, come and look inside here. You can start seeing some of the parts and the beautiful welding, and man, it is just stunning. The vents on the top over here. When the wheels turn, you get a lot of air around them, and it develops a high pressure area under the tire. High pressure is not good. Low pressure is what we want. So you want to get the air out. So you've got these little vents. Moeti, come around the side here, because this is a drain pipe, and the smell, there's rocket fuel in there. There's some of the stuff makes your eyes water. It's not safe for humans, but it's safe for animals and for GTR Skyline. So there are lots and lots of aero trying to move the air up, trying to seal the air. There's a little skirt over here. If I put my finger underneath there, you can see that it's a skirt, and the idea with that is try and seal the thing off. There are so many cunning tricks. I'm not a linguist, and I run out of words because it's beautiful. So then we come to the back, quick lift jack, get the thing up in the air quickly, and then the obligatory gooseneck. They call it a gooseneck because it's not just from PE that there's gooses. There's in aerodynamics, it looks like a goose's neck. So that when they start ringing it, it'll really get going. Carbon fiber wing end plate. Wait, show the people this thing at the back here. This is the biggest diffuser that we've seen today. And the idea again, get the air out of here, speed it up, and get the car pushed down onto the ground. And in the background here, one of our favorite friends, Wicked Willie Bard, out of Pretoria, works for Knysna, well-renowned test driver. This thing is going to be quick. Less aero on here, and we'll spend some time with Willie as we go on. But talking about aero, there are some very interesting bits and pieces. We get to probably the most wicked-looking bit of racing kit in the world. There is no car with more carbon fiber, more downforce, and more wickedness than this thing. This, they call the Sheriff, we call the Kraken. All we know is this is a very fast beast. So what are they trying to do here? Four-wheel drive, space frame chassis, 10,500 horsepower under Franco Scrivanti's right foot. They boosted to 19.2 bars. Well, I might exaggerate a bit, but anyway, it's got lots of power, lots of boost, and the team here have been working days and nights and through the nights and mornings and put blood, sweat and tears into it to retain the King of the Hill crown for the Kraken. So while things are waiting, I mean, if you look at Franco's eyes, check out these eyes. They are absolutely, there's focus, look, just on his eyes. It's unbelievable the focus he's got here. Now, they've also got to get the grip going. So you warm the tires up, and these are super sticky tires from Michelin. But if they're not hot enough, they're not going to claw their way into the road surface. We spoke about wings over there. Look at this wing. Again, the goose's neck is here, but it's got multiple planes. And one might look at this wing and say, hold on a minute, this is pointed down. But the important part of these wings is the underneath. And the distance from here to here is longer than the distance from there to there. So this is like an aeroplane coming into land on full flaps. Maximum downforce. It develops thousands of kilograms of downforce. Really, I'm not exaggerating. Totally true. Eddie and the team do some brilliant work on this thing. I love that kind of stuff. So we go, cars, it's a live pit lane. It's a live pit lane. So we've got to move out of here. Can you feel the excitement? Can you feel the passion? Can you feel the stuff at Simola Hillclimb? Mweti, come forward. There's a car. Let's get out of the way here. Morning. Let's get out of the way here. Gerald Wright looks after many, many cars. Gerald, you were here yesterday. You're here again today. What excites you most about this place?
We actually walked the hill on Thursday evening, and this place is steep. There's a lot of place to run out of talent. Yeah, just time, getting faster and faster and faster with each run. The Oaks are getting happier. A bit of changes on the cars, and the Oaks are happy with the car. We actually had a very good day. We managed to make the top 10 yesterday, which I'm very chuffed with, and I'm hoping to do the same this week, today and tomorrow.
Now you're running James Forbes in his Suzuki-powered flat car. Tell us what it is and what makes it special.
So this is an ADR from England. It's quite lightweight, makes a fair amount of power. Probably about 200 kilowatts on the wheels. It's quite light and it's nimble.
When you say quite, what is quite light?
So it's about just under 700 kgs.
That's quite a good power to weight ratio, because if you look at some of the Foster four-wheel drive cars here, they probably double the weight and
Triple the horsepower.
But weight is not only just an acceleration.
Stopping it and turning it. Exactly that.
And Colin Chapman was right when he said add lightness, it goes faster.
Exactly that. That's what we're aiming for.
Our apologies. Unfortunately, our link there with Colin was a little affected. Hopefully we can get it back. Fascinating listening to the different ways that the different pits and the crews and the mechanics put it all together, and what the thought processes are from the engineers and how they decide to put it all together as well. And I want to tell you, it is a buzz down there in pit lane. Apologies again about unfortunately not being able to listen to the rest of that interview. We'll try and restore our communication with Colin very, very soon, as quickly as we possibly can. Can also tell you that we were up there with car number 28, so Charles Hubert would have come down already to have another run when he can. Janus Janse van Rensburg was the man who ran himself into a little bit of trouble and locked up the wheels, and I think he just had a little spill which they're still cleaning up. But still to come, of course, Andre Besaidnout and the record holder in that Gould McLaren of his, and a time of just over 35 seconds for the run. There we go. Let's have a look at what happened here. Here is the drama from just a little earlier. Janse van Rensburg locks up the wheels there, went in there a little tight, and then just managed to collect himself. That Marshall was quick to react, and then also realized if he's going to run across, there may just be another car, because there's about a 30-second gap as the guys go away from the line, so there's not a lot of time, and there's where that lockup happens. Unfortunately, the road just not wide enough to accommodate that lockup, and off goes the Skyline. So we still have another 26 odd cars to go before we get to the top of the list. And number one, Andre Besaidnout in that Gould McLaren. Let's show you some of the highlights from yesterday, and what a day it was.
I need more horsepower.
We told you it was exciting yesterday. That Lotus, it looked far worse than what it was in the end. and the driver did walk away completely and utterly unscathed. But we had 3 big ones yesterday, early on, funny enough, and again here in qualifying 1 for the King of the Hill, already a spill or 2. I'm trusting that maybe if we're lucky, that Colin Hastie is back out there again. Let's hear if we can restore our communication with Colin. Colin, take it away there in the pits, please. Okay. Not yet, unfortunately, but there is lots of action. Unfortunately, there we go. Colin is in conversation with someone in the background there. Hopefully they can get that sorted out. So I see that Charles Hubert and the Lotus is already back. And they'll start lining them up again now, because Hubert is next. Then it's Wade van Zimmeren in Dad Martin's car, the Nissan RB26, the R34 GTR. And then it is Jody van Zimmeren. He will be in the R32 GTR, followed by Brendan Robson-Parsons in that lovely Audi that we saw. Now, there is obviously still quite a bit of cleaning up to be done, with that off from the Skyline earlier, with Johannes Janssen van Rensburg at the wheel. I can tell you that the 11th running of the Simola Hillclimb so far has been, despite the very strict COVID regulations, a great success yesterday, and the Classic Car Friday was stunning to see and to watch. And of course, eventually at the top 10 as things ended up. A big win for the man who over the last 2 years here has really dominated. Franco Scribanti.
Confirmed, standing by, ready to go.
So I believe Colin is ready to chat with us now. Colin, if you can hear me, we're all ears.
Arnie, thank you. I'm all excited. I just want to give you a bit of an update. The pit lane has been cleared over here, because you'll see just coming up past my shoulder is the ambulance, and they're taking Johannes to hospital. I'm told that he's conscious and he's in a relatively good condition, but they want to take him to hospital for some checkups. More than that, I don't know, so I don't want to speculate. And our thoughts go to Johannes and hope that he's strong and fit, because he is a true petrol head, and you saw the car just before he went. Motorsport is cruel, motorsport is hard, motorsport is tough, and the show must go on. So let's go down the pit lane, and here we have Charles Joubert in the Lotus again. Lovely color and all the rest of it. They fiddling in there to get some with the Motec and get the computer sorted out. Important in these runs is to dial the car in for the launch. And once they've got the car dialed in for the launch, is not to get lost as the temperature and the track changes. Because in the launch area, and this is the burnout zone here, so what they're trying to do is put rubber down here, because rubber of the tires grips more on the rubber than it does on the bare tar. So they're trying to lay that down off the launch line, but then they've got to adjust the launch control of the car. They've got to change the way that it goes from the revs and standing still, gets the car rolling before it puts down maximum boost. And the turbo and superchargers in these cars and the boost strategy is absolutely unbelievable. So this is Wade, because they chopped and they changed. This is the tamer of the Nissans. This is the two-wheel drive used for drift. It's got turning angle for days. It's got power with a capital P. While we come down here, I want to talk to, and let's see if Robbie is there. No, he's not. So we'll come down here and we'll have a look at the Shelbys. Now, part of the Shelbys, we can see Mark Verrier. Let's see if we get lucky and we have a chat to Mark. Mark, it's never nice waiting in the car while things happen. How do you control your mind?
Oh, it is a bit nerve-wracking, especially because the last time this happened in 2016, I went out and there was an oil slick and I went upside down. So I'd rather not have that. So I'm just going to take it really slow and really easy. I'm quite comfortable. That's fine. I think people have learned their lessons over the years. And when someone's been off, you just don't try and be a hero. You take that first session slowly and you just accept the bad time. It's fine. It's just a sighter lap.
But you've got enough time and enough runs to A, blow the cobwebs out, and B, start getting a feel of what the track is doing before you start pushing hard today.
100%. It looks like a gorgeous day weather-wise. And we're just going to go up on wet weather tyres now just to go and check it out and bed in some brakes and just go slowly, and then later on we'll start putting the other tyres on and going quicker and quicker. That's the plan.
So after a 2 and a bit year break, how cool is it to be back at these 1,900 and whatever meters they are?
That's fantastic. I mean, I've been in the car, I've raced on track, but this is my favourite event of the year by Country Mile. Not only because it's my hometown, which plays a big role, but also I know the organisers, they're friends of mine, so it's a community thing. But also just the event itself is unique. There's nothing else like this in the country. So it's my favourite event of the entire year.
It's a big deal for the town of Knysna, isn't it?
It's a huge deal, and income-wise, you know, the tourism is the main source of income in Knysna. So this event typically brings in thousands and thousands of people. So this year it's going to be hurt by that. But it's the same as the rest of the country, and we'll just battle through it, and I'm sure next year will be better again.
It certainly will. We hope. Mike, we'll talk to you through the day. Hometown boy goes up the hill. Good luck.
Thank you. Is that other driver okay?
Yes, he is. He is on his way for precautionary checks at the hospital.
Okay, but nothing major.
I don't know.
All right.
But he's okay, apparently. Right, so black. Black is beautiful because it's fast. Black and red is even fasterer. We're talking about black and red. We saw this little thing here. Waity, get this shot in here. There, you can just check out this welding and how that in there is absolute art. Can you open it for us? Oh, how cool is that? I mean, there's so much love and friendship for speed and power and carbon and stuff at this place that is totally magnificent. I'll get it out because carbon is strong when it's all latched and down. Behold the guts of the beast. The blue lines, when you weld, it gets all the colors in it. Look at this welding here. TIG welding, absolutely magnificent. Very, very difficult to bend, impossible to bend titanium like this. So you put the welds in. Okay, let's have a look at what's happening down here. Exhausts are down there with the turbochargers on them. And they suck the air in, and then they huff and they puff, and the air comes out, the compressed air, hot air, comes out of the turbocharger and into the intercooler. So running inside these lines is the hot air that's going to go into the engine. The cold air goes through the fins, cools the air down, and it comes out of here and eventually finds its way into the throttle body. So the throttle over here, being a GTR, it's got drive-by-wire, and the computer goes what, and makes massive amounts of power. While we're here, adjustable dampers, so you can go soft and hard on the bump and the rebound just to control the way the car moves. And thank you very much, guys. Unbelievable. Love your work. Absolutely stunning. They say that a degree of Celsius drop is worth about a horsepower, about a kilowatt. Bottom line, drop that thing, the air temperature, it stops detonation, which is uncontrolled explosions inside the engine, makes more power, goes faster, because that is what life is about. Wicked Willie is inside, he's not inside the car. We'll see. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Look, we'll come, tell us the real story, but you need a mask. We're looking for Wilhelm Bart, but he's nowhere to be seen. He normally tries to calm his mind and focus before getting going. We started to talk to Rui Campos from Mozambique. Let's go back and see if we can continue. Rui, we had an issue when we were talking a little bit earlier. So let's pick up and talk about your Shelby. You love that car.
Yeah, well, I've been racing it for about 15 years, but the car belongs to the family, so I'm never going to get rid of it. And the car is correct now. we're hoping that, you know, with the V8 and we got the paddle shift gearbox. So we're just hoping that the races we've changed to will be just correct to pull off the line. The last time we did was the Emerald Casino's run, you know. And obviously we couldn't get off the line, and we didn't lose by much. We were 7th overall. And everything about in front of me was 4-wheel drive, launch controls, you know, all these Datsuns, you know, with these
PlayStation cars, some
PlayStation cars, you know what I mean? So we were the only open-seater car there. So we can be competitive. I'm not sure we're going to catch the McLaren of Andre Bezuidenhout, but I'm happy to be in the last 10. Just had to be a prize number 1.
The thing about you, Rui, in all the racing that you've done, you bring an incredible amount of enthusiasm and positiveness and energy to races. You're living the life. This is what you live for.
That's what it's for. You know, I normally do it with the kids. You know, my 2 boys, you know, they're racing polos. They wanted to be here, but we've been racing so much in the last month because of the lockdown we had in July. You know, so they got girlfriends and wives and kids already. So Jason's battling and not traveling with, you know, with a wife and a child. So I just tried. Normally I would have had my entourage here, and especially we got my mate Brian Elgar's house here on Teeson Island. You know, it would have been perfect to have a little family holiday. We just, unfortunately, COVID.
That balance between, I mean, racing drivers essentially are loners, but as we get more grey hair, that family relationship is more and more important, and spending time around a racetrack together is great. But finding that balance, it's damn difficult, isn't it?
Look, obviously racing is quite expensive, and it's not for the faint-hearted. Sometimes we forgive something else to go racing, but you know, the only way I'm going to get my 2 sons to spend weekends with me is to come racing. You know, they got their lives now, and it happens. You know, I did it to my parents, and they're doing it to me now. They got such an active life, and their wives and their girlfriends and their kids, and they got their families. You know, their side of the family. So that once a month you belong to me, and we fly to Cape Town, East London, PE, wherever we're going to go racing. So it's fantastic to have my kids for 5-6 days. You know?
Absolutely magnificent, Rui. I think we're about to get going. Good luck and have fun.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you.
We were warming up here, but let's talk to Mr. Forbes. James Forbes, I was going to say that you're the world's fastest midget, but you're not that short, but you're still nice and light, which helps the lightness going up the hill.
We need every advantage we can possibly get. So, yes, I hope to remain light for the rest of the weekend.
And you brought your Suzuki ADR out to play.
It's been a while since it's run, and so we don't have many miles to really assess it. But, yeah, out for a fun weekend. It's my first time back in 10 years. I've forgotten all the detail of the hill, so it's going to be quite an adventure.
And you remember where the road goes?
No, yes.
Well, good luck, James, and we'll talk to you through the rest of the week.
Many thanks. Good to see you.
Cheers. James Forbes. And you can hear the noise, the action, the fun. Cars are on track, and that means up in the booth, that green box, is Arnie Geertz. So, Arnie, take it away, my boy. Talk the cars through the track.
Thanks, Colin. Colin does have a really good time when he's out there, and grateful thanks to the drivers and the mechanics. How lovely to, as Colin said, look at the guts of the beast. That was really special. I don't think that happens too often in too many pit lanes, where you walk up and ask the mechanics to please lift the lid and they show you exactly what's going on in there. So this is Charles Hubert in that lovely Lotus with a Honda engine, and he's having quite a nice little go up the hill. Comes across the line, and there you go. So very early days, qualifying 1, where it's quite a little scenario of where you're looking to just find your lines, make sure that you know precisely what you're doing, and you take it from there. Race car number 23 belongs to Darren Goodman's the Nissan. Launches it off the line, just a little right hand as you go up, and then that left hander, and you go into the right hand. This is quite a tough little turn. This is the first time when you really start working it through and working with the weight of the car. Let's take a look now. That's a bumpy part of the track. Hard in, far right, and hard in and through the apex. So you'll see what we call the swimming pool policemen. Those demarcate the area that you don't want to hit. Yesterday, it cost someone the title when they hit those right at the worst possible times. And across the line. It's a good line, so there we go. The Van Zimmerens are out there. This is scary. I believe that's Wade Van Zimmeren, and he's off and running. This thing is absolutely scary. Makes the most incredible noise when it launches off the line. Oh, lost the shape there a little. He's already pushing hard. This is not just a qualifying run. He's giving it everything here that he can. Let's watch him here through the S's. In and beautifully done. Worked that absolutely superbly. And across the line he goes too. That is a quick run. That's probably the quickest run we've seen so far today. Oh, now here is Franco Scribanti. This is the car that won it 2 years ago when it was last held. It's the Nissan 3.86 litre R35 GTR. And off and running. Don't know if he quite got that launched the way that he was looking to. Beautiful to have our aerial pictures from the drone. Lined up as well. Alwyn Steenkamp in his Nissan 3.8. This is a GTR as well. Here comes what Colin likes to call the Kraken. For me, it looks like a hammerhead shark. No other way to call it for me. I think this is a rather gentle look-see for the defending champion. And across the line. Yeah, I think that was a nice little gentle run to just have a look at exactly what he needs to do in the Nissan R35. Scribanti, of course, winning 2 years ago at 39.342 seconds. This is Aldo, the elder, and Aldo finds himself in the Audi 3-litre S4. So there are the times. Van Zimmeren, as I said to you, going quick at 45.100. And in car number 31, it is Davy Hubert who is second quickest at this stage. 45.332. And followed by Ian Shrewsbury. There you go, the man himself, Shroz, the organizer, the head organizer of the whole of the Simola Hillclimb. And he is up there in third place at the moment. He lied because yesterday he said he was going to go nice and easy. Look at him, 45.443. That's a good run. That is a really good run by Shroz. Followed by Jean-Pierre van der Walt in his Porsche. And then Scribanti at 47.451. So that's 8 seconds slower than what he won with 2 years ago. It's just clouded over a little now, and that will of course affect the tar and the temperature that the cars can generate. Beautiful pictures from the sky. And again here in qualifying one, that's the bumpiest part of the track. This is Rui Campos. Good lines. Not overly aggressive in the first of qualifying. He'll be a lot more aggressive in what we see him now. Good run. Very solid run early on. This is the Radical Hayabusa with Devin Robertson at the wheel. Gone away with purpose, he has. There is the little Suzuki. This is Megan Verlaque in that speed car extreme of hers. And off she goes. Let's take a look at how Megan tackles the first right-hander, the first big question on the route. 8 more of them. This is a long, sweeping right-hander. She handled that nicely. And this is Terry Smith, also in a speed car extreme with that Suzuki 600 cc engine. Naturally aspirated speed car. And they don't call it a speed car for nothing. It goes quickly. That's a very solid run. Megan and Terry both putting together a good run there. Lining up next, it's Louis van der Merwe. Van der Merwe is off and charging. Bottom of your screen. And there's a problem. There we see. Okay, so that run has had to be aborted because of the fact that Terry Smith has had a problem. Yeah, trouble out there on the route. Marshals were informed, but unfortunately our starter there didn't get the message. So don't think Byron Mitchell was supposed to have gone in his Reynard. So those times scrolling through from practice 1. Again, lovely pictures from the sky here. So pleased that we're able to get the drone up and show you how gorgeous it looks from the sky. So those two little speed cars that you saw, two really intriguing newcomers to the class, and they are produced in Industrias Lajos in Spain and prepared in Cape Town by rally driver Ashley Haig-Smith. Right, we're off and running again now. Track has been cleared. So that's Andrew Schofield. And Andrew, of course, yesterday producing the fastest run of the day in the classic cars, but unfortunately hit one of those policemen en route, and the rules are clear. If you hit them, that means that you've had a tyre or a bit of tyre off the tarmac, and that means that the run is off the score sheets. This is exactly where it happened. He hit those ones there. This time a nice clean run, and Schofield across the line. Here's Andrew Ian Schofield in his Ford Duratec. Going nicely in that Ford Duratec. It's a 2-litre 4-cylinder naturally aspirated vehicle. He's got that on a string today as well. He raced so well yesterday, and unfortunately that last clip making such a difference. Here's one of the very interesting ones, the A1 GP car, the Ferrari, and that's Robert Volk. Walk on the way. Let's see what he can produce as Andrew Ian Schofield comes across the line. There is Robbie. It's been traditionally been very quick. This car just sounds so magnificent. Stickers still on the wheels, on the tires, so those tires wouldn't have had a great chance to warm up yet. He's going to ride those off as he goes along in the first qualifier. The tricky complex, right and left, and right again, and across the line. That looked like it was a really quick run, and now everyone will be watching Andre Besaidnout in the Gould McLaren. 3.8 litres, 8 cylinders, and he's rocking and rolling. Let's see what he can produce here on Q1. Look at the downforces pushing that car right onto the tarmac of the Simola Hillclimb. Keeping it virtually just on the left-hand side of the white line and making use of all the road when he comes up to that turn. Here we go. Tricky move. Done that very nicely too, and across that looked like it was really fast as well. Well. It looked like the Besaidnout was letting it all hang out there. So Q1 done and dusted. And they'll virtually start straight away with the first of the practice, second practice rather, I beg your pardon. They may just be holding it a little. So first practice has come and gone, and look at the amount of rubber they've already laid down there to make sure that the tires are nice and warm and grippy as they launch it off the line. Knysna is certainly one of the finest spots in the country, if not in the world. And the name Knysna is probably derived from the Khoisan word meaning place of wood, or roughly fern leaves. It's a town of just less than 100,000 inhabitants, and here on the Garden Route it stands out as one of the places to visit. outdoor experiences, affordable luxury, exclusive activities, as well as sandy beaches and forest trails. It all awaits you if you come to beautiful Knysna. So, Andre Besaidnout, I thought that was a quick run, and it was 38.396. Wow, that is a whole almost 7 seconds faster than the second fastest clocking in P1. So practice one has been completed. And that lovely shot from the top of the Simola Hill. Just can't quite see the heads in that shot, with that beautiful estuary on which the whole of Knysna was built. In fact, the town is primarily built on the northern shore of that large warm water estuary. It's known as the Knysna Lagoon, which is fed by the Knysna River, and then the estuary opens to the ocean after passing between the two large headlands, or the heads, popularly known as that, and they become famous due to the loss of boats and fishermen passing through their treacherous and rather unpredictable waters. You saw some of those pictures from days gone by. The Paquita, which was a German vessel, sank to the eastern side of the Knysna Heads in 1903. Near them are geological formations also known as the map stones. So it's rich in history, and the town started way back in the area in 1760 when the farm Malco Krol was originally established. So there's a rich history, not just, of course, as far as Knysna is concerned, but here in motorsport, because the Simola Hillclimb is certainly one of the most iconic, if not the most iconic, of the motorsport events in South Africa. Probably closely followed and will be debated as the 9R at Kyalami also starts taking its rightful place on the calendar again. That also happens soon, and this is one of the events, though, that virtually everyone, if you're not a driver, you certainly want to come and watch it as well. Unfortunately, it's run under very strict COVID rules, and what has transpired is that no spectators, of course, are allowed right now. You'll well know that events like this cannot happen without very loyal and good sponsors. So let's listen to what one of them, who's done an incredible job here, Suzuki, has had to say.
I can remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched Vitara.
Anything Vitara, and it was like it was a different person.
It was still our little Danielle, just better.
Nothing like ice cream on a cold day.
Those are all low, and there's speed bumps on the other side over there. We've got Devin Robinson. How was that run?
Well, it was actually nice. We just took it easy the first one, we've gone fuel injection from carbs now, the last one we were here. So just to make sure fueling and all that was good. It all seemed pretty decent. Yes, we fifth quickest, so that's pretty decent for the first run, so we're happy.
And so now you'll start dialing in, sorting out the launch control and dialing in the brain.
Yeah, for sure. First run just easy, make sure that we bring it back in one piece and go from there, so we're happy. Yeah?
Awesome stuff. Thanks for chatting. Good luck. Right. So a couple of other Suzuki's here. Megan Valak is sitting in a speed cross. Let's see if we can. Megan, that looked like a lot of fun. Your first time up.
Now they come into the back, another tooth, and
Our apologies about losing Colin and our communication there with him every now and then, because there's just so much activity on the go here that radio link is a little sketchy at times. We are working on that, and our apologies again. So the drivers have brought the lower cars. So there's a speed bump right at the top just after the finish line in that service road, which most of the other cars can negotiate and then make their way down the service road and come back down to the entrance of the pits. But the lower cars, all those who are really low to the ground, what I like to call the low slung cars, those are all, they make their U-turn at the top there and then they come back down the hill once all the runs have been completed, so that they get themselves back into the pit area. So a really quick first P1 for Andre Besaidnout in the record-holding car, the Gould McLaren 3.8. And that record from 2019, I beg your pardon, 2018 rather. And 35.5, which he set in the Gould GR55 V8. Beautiful vehicle that it is. So a little lull in the action here. There were 2 or 3 little spills, and of course that spill by Johannes Janse van Rensburg cost a little more time than what was expected, but it is Besaidnout who goes top of the class in 38.396 seconds. And then it's car number 26, that's Wade van Zimeren in his dad Martin's car. Martin could in the end not be here, so they swapped cars. And then car number 31, and that was under the very capable hands of Davy Hubert, that Lotus Ferreira coming through. And that's a 2001 model to take the 3rd place. Ian Shrosby, the crafty old fox that he is, 45.443, right up there in 4th place. I think he'll be quietly overjoyed with that. And like I said, he lied. He lied like a dentist, because he told us he's just going to go up the hill and have a little bit of fun. Now look at it. In the 5th place, car number 12, that's Devin Robertson. We thought that that Radical Hayabusa was going very quickly when it went up the hill. And then Robbie Volk in the A1 GP Ferrari. He is in 5th place, but he can go much faster than that. That was no doubt a look-see ride for him. And then in 7th place, Byron Mitchell. And Reynard did look quick when that went up the hill too. So good stuff from the racers in the top 10 there. But very, very clear and loads of daylight between Andre Besaidnout and the rest of them after P1. I wonder if Colin is ready to chat with us again. It certainly looks like it. No, not yet. He looked like he had the microphone in hand there, ready to go. We'll try and establish those comms with him as soon as we possibly can. If you've perhaps just joined us, wherever you are in the world, welcome. We had viewers from just about the whole of the globe yesterday throughout day 1 of the 2021 Simola Hillclimb. And Australia, Indonesia, we had some viewers from the USA and Australia. So wherever you are, thank you for joining us. It really is our pleasure to host you. I'm Arnold Gertz, and we'll have some guest commentators in a little later on as well. If you've just joined us just at the beginning of what is going to be practice number 2, slip that number 1 car of Andre Besaidnout's in there. saying it, already clocking in the mid 38 seconds for the 1,938 meters of hill, which reaches up 158 meters from basic sea level. Safety car has had to be deployed twice already today. Early on, what was we couldn't quite see what had happened to the car because it was just outside of our camera shot. But Johannes Janse van Rensburg looked like he locked up the brakes and wasn't able to do much after that. He's been taken to hospital for observation. Nothing serious at this stage, we're told, and we'll try and update you as we go along today.
Andre Bezuidenhout, that was a little bit of blow the cobwebs out with this car after your RSR Porsche yesterday.
Yeah, very much so. Look, 2 years is a long time for not being on the hill. You know, you build up every year, and what COVID did to the world of motorsport and to all of us, you know, is just horrific. So it was the first run. It was quite different than the Porsche yesterday. That's now forgotten. Far away in the cupboard, so it was a good first run. There's a bit of water running across the track that I'm not sure coming from the side of the mountain or from the tar, but that was a little bit upsetting. But apart from that, it was the perfect first run.
Looks like you got the launch dialed in from word go. The way that thing just rocketed off the line was fantastic.
We did a little bit of practice at Killarney. You know, they allow us every year to use half of the track. So the last month or so, we've been quietly testing and trying to get back to the grip of the car. But the launch, I think, was a fair one for the first time.
Are you happy so far?
Yeah, it's the first run. I was a little bit upset to see that there were two medical cars that went up in the beginning. You know, but people just take it slow in the beginning. We build up. We've got 2 days to get there to the end. That little sticker on my steering wheel. Be there at the end. Don't be there in the beginning.
It's quite an interesting progression through Saturday and Sunday, and assuming one gets through to the top 10, you start the top 10 with 0, and then these 2 days build up to the most exciting less than 40 seconds of your life.
Well, you see, that's hill climbs. I mean, you can't bank anything. The champion is crowned from the last run. If you don't get it right in that last run, look what happened to me yesterday. I had a good chance of being on the podium, and in the last run the car broke down. So that's what hill climbs are about. You need to build slowly up, and then in that last run, that's the one that counts, and nothing before that.
I was watching, you've got a clear visor on your helmet, and just watching the level of concentration from the time they dropped the car onto the ground going through there. Proper razor-sharp focus on the first series of falls.
You know, people ask me, why do I still do it at my age? I watched Verstappen and the guys last week where you saw now they're gonna race. And there's something probably with all sports, but with motorsport so much more because it's so dangerous. You know that when you go up this hill, you're putting your life, you know, on the line, and there's no place for thinking about other things, and the focus is a relentless focus to be there at the end.
But that spectre of death that hangs over every racing driver, and I mean this with true respect, is part of what helps us stay alive.
Yeah, that's very true. That's why I said, you know, people say, why do you do it at our age? Are you a little bit mad? You're a grandfather. You should be enjoying the sun and sitting at the beach. Not for us. This is life. It's amazing. It keeps us alive. It gives me excitement. And it's just a privilege to be back here after 2 years and seeing all the guys and the girls and the weekend ahead. So I hope it's a safe weekend for everybody, and let the best guy win.
Oh, good luck and have fun.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Andre. That part that he said, the focus, you can see there's a switch in these guys' minds. It goes ding, and then it's proper race face. We wanted to try and find Robbie, but let's try and talk to Stuart. Stuart, how did the car go?
A good start, Colin. Everything's working. We had quite a fraught build-up with getting all the systems to work, and everything's working. So we're approaching today just as a, you know, to slowly lead into it, and lots of work to do, but it's a good start.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting. Good luck. Right, so we've got the second round of practice, and these truly are practice runs. The idea, as Andre was saying now, is to dial yourself, your mind in, as well as feel the road, develop the grip, and start making some changes on the cars. Cool cars for those of you who love power and V8s. Shelby Mustangs from Lindenberg Racing. And then a proper truck. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Arnie in the booth to talk Paige Lindenberg up in the most vicious truck in the world. It even says Piranha. So Arnie, talk us through it.
Thank you, Colin. Here she is, young Paige Lindenberg. And she is developed into one mean driver herself, following in Daddy's footsteps. Peter Lindenberg, of course, an absolute legend. Peter just had his run in his Shelby Ford. Here she is now in the 5-litre Ranger RTR Savage 660, and it is a Savage. She's not exactly the biggest out there, tiny little lady, but she makes this beast listen to her properly. Let's watch this run. She got it away nicely. Yep, it's bounce over that very bumpy patch. Tells you just how bumpy that is. Work the weights of the vehicle beautifully to that left-hander and the right-hander. This is probably the trickiest part of the whole lot. You've got to work your way here through those S's, and last of the right-handers, and across the line she goes. That's a good run from Paige Lindenberg. Paul Munro. He lines that up. You could see, had it lined up and thought, no, slightly better. Let's give it a few more centimeters towards the right as I go into it, and then come out the other side, making sure that he knows exactly where to go. This is second practice, so still a look, see and feel run. And now some more sunlight as well to do it in. A little bit of cloud cover that we had earlier on now has left us again. It's probably going to be that kind of a day where the clouds will come in every now and then. .55 comes off the line. Farhad Ibrahim in his BMW. That's a 3.2 litre engine, 6-cylinder vehicle. Dates all the way back to 2001. Still a beautiful looking car. Just dabs on the dust there on the right hand side of the car. Hard into that left-hander. Beautifully balanced vehicle, this. You just see that he's got it on a string there, has Farhad. Through the S's, and there he goes. Nicely done. That looked like it was a fairly quick run. Classic colours of Johan de Bruyn's BMW. Those BMW Motorsport colours. Our drone is up. Let's look at the pictures as it escorts Johan and his Beamer up the hill. Lovely use of the weight of the vehicle and the interlinking between the steering, the gearing and the braking to make sure that he uses all of the road. In full swing here in practice 2. Just about halfway through with the field now. Of course, as we listened to Andre Besaidnout in conversation with Colin earlier, Besaidnout did power to his third consecutive King of the Hill title in 2019 with the same car, that Gould of his, having taken the 2017 win in the 1989 Dallara F189 Formula 1 car. And that win produced a 37.807 clocking. A more comfortable winning margin of more than 2 seconds in 2009, with that time of his of 36.764 seconds. And just trying to set the record, but never really got close because the cooler conditions compared to the previous year did make it a lot more difficult in 2019. Relatively cool conditions that time, as well as wet at times, and you heard him talk about the wet. He wasn't quite happy with there being some water on the route. Classic shape of the Golf. Very much locked up in that Sirocco design. Beer Bester in the Merc. Oh my word, that sounds incredible. That's the 2-litre A45. Bester is up and running. It's a real pocket rocket, this thing. Here is one more of those beautiful cars that is going to keep people absolutely spellbound. That's Silvio Scribanti in the Lamborghini. 5.2-litre, 10-cylinder, the Huracan GT3 EVO. Scribanti, let's watch him as he comes through here. So 3 Scribantis racing here. Family with a rich racing history, and Silvio comes across the line looking very much in control. Waiting to see what organizer of the Simola Hillclimb, Ian Shrewsbury's next run will be like.
Good and you, always good.
He goes in the Knysna Skyline GTS. Got himself right up there in the top 5 in practice 1. Really has been fascinating to see him and the way that he's gone about it. And this is a man who said that he was just going to have a nice little jog up the hill. Well, not quite, was it? Well, Colin has decided that he's going to take a break from all his work in the pits, and he's opted to have a nice comfortable seat here where they serve champagne and caviar and all the rest of it in the in our commentary booth.
Ollie, thank you very much. The part I really like are the waitresses we've got here.
Yes. Yeah, me too. No, me too.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, right.
Pieces of stuff. That was Cole Pelson. That's Citron Zara. Unbelievable. That's Steon Creel. So I've just run up the stairs and
you're getting. Are you a bit winded?
I had a hill climb.
Oh, you had a hill climb. Not as fast as these lads, I assume, Colin.
Barney, it's a little bit different sitting here than running up and down the pit lane.
No, I hear you completely. Although I must tell you, the excitement is amazing, and it's almost tangible when you're busy doing your thing down there. It's really enjoyable to watch it. So thank you for the hard work. Atmosphere down there?
Ups and downs. I think a lot of the guys they're just taking it easy. They're trying to dial the car in. There's Ian Schroz in the Skyline. I think it's an R32. I always get confused with these things. I mean, they really are special cars. Love them to bits. But I think the mood down there is guys dialing in, working out the launch, levels of grip, and trying to follow the evolution of the track. The launch on this thing is absolutely vital, particularly when you've got bucket loads of power.
That can go sideways if you don't harness it properly. So here is Shrewsbury, as we were saying too. We're waiting to see what he can produce this time. And as I said earlier, he absolutely lied to us, because he said he's just going to have a little trundle up the hill. It's going to be nothing fast and nothing spectacular. Well, look at him. He is flying. He was up there in 5th place, if I'm not mistaken, overall earlier after P1. This is P2 though, and he's going quite nicely. Again.
You know, they all say that they're going to take it easy, but when race drivers get in, they decide to actually pin it. Or Adrian Dalton he's brought this car out to play. Frost Freddy does a prep on it, and absolutely brilliant. I'm trying to get hold of the live timing that
to see if we can get things a little bit updated. Took a mechanic on us in that AMG thing. He's very proud of how polished it is, and it's completely buffed.
This thing looks like it actually goes to the gym by itself and does a workout. Look at it. That's the Mercedes-Benz AMG 5.5 8 liters, 2004 model, but like you say, it is buff like there is no tomorrow.
So just looking at the times, Arnie, I'm seeing that 45, Anton Cronier in the Subaru. I was a little bit surprised at that, but fast cars are coming. Franco Di Matteo in the Jag. That thing, just watch it. It's going to be brilliant. He's done a lot of work on that thing. Got some very, very impressive people working on him.
The Mechanicos still going nicely. And more of the BMWs also in action. That is Craig Zank in the Lotus Nissan. That's 3.8 liters worth of untamed horsepower.
That thing is going to be very interesting because we know that Zank builds drag engines properly. He's been at the hill before. He's been in the top 10 shootout. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how that goes. Now, this hill is a lot steeper than it actually looks on the screen.
Yeah, much. In fact, if you work it out, it is almost 10 meters for every 100 meters. So you climb 10 meters for every 100 meters, and it's hard work. And on top of it all, there's just no place to blink. You cannot for a second take your eye off everything that you're trying to achieve. Line, you've got to marry that together with exactly the right amount of weight distribution, and then on top of it all, trying to harness it all going in the right direction.
All the while staying away from those orange poles. They call them policemen because they're designed to stop the drivers cutting corners, and that cutting corners or changing lines. You know, they talk about track limits in all sorts of other bits of racing. These things, if you touch them, you lose your time, and we saw that yesterday in the classic car shootout.
Indeed.
Andre Bazana just touched two pylons. Cones, whatever you want to call them, pole thingies.
Pole thingies.
Yeah.
Policemen. Let's call him policemen. Okay, there we go. Number 24 is en route. Brendan Robin Parsons. That's the Audi 2.5. Brand new model. 2021, that is. Virtually out the box, and off she goes. Now, I did see when you were talking to them in the pits, you were saying this is what they call standard. But boy, it sure as heck doesn't look like it's standard, does it? And it flies.
Oh, he's running in the four-wheel drive class, so, you know, sometimes my brain doesn't work with my mouth, and I say things before even thinking about it, but it's, yeah, it's been breathed on a lot.
Yeah, it's been breathed on a lot. I guess that's a nice way to put it, Cole. This is a tight part of the circuit. You really have to maintain the line through the apex of each one of those corners and make sure that you get it absolutely spot on right, which I think he did in the end. Davy Hubert in the Lotus Ferrari. Oh my word. Yeah, Colin is sitting next to me here now. We're right on top of the start line, and you can feel that in the seams of your underwear.
And other places as well. It's absolutely brilliant. So he's got a GT3 Ferrari
little
engine
twitch.
in it. This track is bumpy.
Yeah.
And a lot of what you see on the screen, it doesn't really report to real life. He's pressing on a bit there.
He is, definitely. That, funny enough, is the bumpiest part of the track. Right there where we saw the twitch. Here we go. Oh, boy.
I was talking to the guys on the Scribanti team. They're working on the launch. They're very happy about getting the front wheels spinning as early as they are, and they're going to start cranking and cranking and cranking, getting boost out of this.
Just take us back to, you called it, there's that bumpy part, and you need to keep your eye on that, folks, throughout the day, because that may get slightly more bumpy as well as we get along. But you called it the Kraken 2 years ago. Just refresh our memories. Why did you call it that again, Cole?
Well, I took one look at this thing, and I realized it was a proper beast, an animal. And, you know, we know the cars are alive, and the Kraken apparently is some mythical Scandinavian, Norwegian sea creature that eats and devours things. And I think that this thing does.
Yeah. Well, this thing devours hills.
Yeah, absolutely.
Badly.
And
it mauls it.
It's got huge amounts of aero grip on it as well.
Yeah, the downforce that thing generates, I think by the time that it gets up to 190 k's an hour and probably very close to 200 odd k's an hour at times, because they go up the hill in 38 odd seconds, so they're averaging 186 k's an hour when they go from go to whoa. It's incredible how fast they actually go.
Yeah, I'm lost for words. Arnie, it is properly quick, and the skill that these guys have are absolutely magnificent. See, Wade van Zimmeren has done the quickest on a 41.8, which is quite respectable. Davy Jabber, 42.9. They'll get under 40s on these things once they get them dialed in.
There we go. So the lineup as it looks then, as we are, there's about 8 or 9 more cars to go in P2. So it is Wade van Zimmeren, 41.954. Here's the American car.
No, that's Chris Hollis.
I beg your pardon.
That PE, but
Yep. Yeah. For a second, I thought that was our American visitor.
They've done a lot of graft on the aero on that car, and spent a lot of time thinking about it. Not sure how. Nice tight apex there. There's no pole there.
There's no cones there, but
it's free zone.
Gave it quite a bit of farming there.
So, whether the aero works or not is an interesting thing. And then from a driver to trust that the aero grip is there. Another 6-cylinder turbo has just left the line. I love the sounds here. Arnie, you're so lucky to sit here.
I know. It's like I say, and the foot massage while you're doing the commentary is also lovely. It's really nice.
It's the canapes that do it for me.
Well, it's number 45 car, or vehicle 45, Anton Cronje, who is in the 3rd place there. There we go. Now we'll see.
Rui Campos.
Yep. Here we go.
Just listening to the sound of that thing. It's a Shelby with a V8, and they've done a lot of work on particularly on the launch of this car. I was down. Yeah, he's trying.
Yeah, he's going.
It was down on the start line watching his first run, and the launch on this thing was very, very, very impressive.
Yeah, when you spoke to him, though, he said it was fair. He was so fair means there's quite a bit left there still to work on.
Yeah, so run 1, we've got 2 days to go, and this whole thing is going to culminate tomorrow afternoon in the top 10 cars starting with 0 time on the board, and they now have the most exciting and important 40 seconds of their life to date. And if you can either do it or screw it, and most of them will do it. James Forbes in that thing, cool little car there.
Devin Robertson has just left the line in his Radical Hayabusa, and that thing too absolutely flies. Here's those little Suzukis again.
Okay, so Megan, they've just put the slicks on this thing. The launch of that car is unbelievable, and her commitment into turn 1 and 2 is just phenomenal.
So powered by Suzuki 600cc motorcycle engines, light and agile they are, and built in Industrias Lagos and then prepared in Cape Town. Doing a good job.
James has got a problem.
Here's trouble. Yeah, so they're going to call the next few runs. Luckily, he's over the line, so he may just not be in the way of anyone else. No, I think they're going to let everyone continue racing. Oh, and over the line.
Yeah, I'd call for a rerun if I was in.
Yep.
If for nothing else, the time is not that critical in the rerun, but you call for a rerun because you want a free run.
More time. More time on route. Absolutely.
Yeah. So now the serious flat cars come out, single-seaters. These things are light. They've got reasonable power, good slicks. Are they going to let them?
I think they may just be holding a little back here now.
There's a red light just behind that banner to tell whether the track is open or closed. So they'll try and clear James and make sure that the track is absolutely clear before they release the other cars.
Here's a replay. So there was an incident of some sort here. Let's have a look. Because this is exactly where we had the earlier off, where It was Janse van Rensburg. Now this...
Yeah, something came off the car there.
Something's come off the car. In fact, it's running completely lopsided here. Look at that.
You know, if we
He
had
smacked something.
If we had some oak in the pit lane, you could go down there and ask the
Funny
team.
you should say that. Funny that you should say that. I
Check
mean,
that
we did
team.
have someone who was doing quite a good job, actually.
What we'll do is we'll get that guy to go down to the pit lane just now and find out all the stuff that happened.
By the way, you haven't had an update on Janse van Rensburg at this stage, Colin?
No, I haven't. So this is Byron Mitchell in his Reynard. VW 2-litre engine. Kind of quick. So the Schofields are very interesting. You've got Andrew Ian, who's Ian the dad from yesterday.
Yep.
And then Andrew, who's not Ian the dad from yesterday, but Andrew the son.
Hang on, no, run that by me again.
But wait, hold on, you've got to try all the Van Zimmerens.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. And not to mention the Scribantes.
Yeah.
There's like 12 of those as well, I think.
Well, El Familia with the cousins.
See.
Senor. So Wade van Zimmeren's still quickest. That's like kind of interesting. This is an old Formula GTI. Swift. I thought it was a Matador earlier, but I was wrong.
Louis van der Merwe. No van joke this one as he goes away with that VW of his. Formula GTI car. And this was spectacular racing at one stage. We were all nailed to our seats to watch these guys tie one on with each other in the GTI series.
Yeah, single-seater racing in South Africa has been hell of interesting, where we have sort of comes and goes in popularity or not. So, okay, now, Oni, this one is Andrew.
Yep, this is the son. So off he goes. So Andrew Schofield, of course, as I was saying to you earlier, the old man had his run and set up the fastest time in the classic cars yesterday, but unfortunately hit those policemen, and that was the end of that, because the moment that you touch one of them, the run is negated. It goes off the score sheet, and that in the end cost him the title yesterday.
I was going to say policeman the pole, but he's actually the policeman of South Africa.
Well, could be a Russian policeman too. If there's a pole, maybe.
You're supposed to behave yourself. Because the dad, Schofield, has got a blue, mainly blue and white helmet, or A1GP.
Oh man, that is just the most incredible sound. Our whole booth now shook as Robbie Volk got underway on the A1GP Ferrari. 4.5 litres of engine, 8 cylinders. It is an absolute beast to watch. Here he goes.
Sticker still on it. Biggest hassle with these, with the short runs, is trying to get grip into the tyres and keep them nice and hot. But there's a process. They're going to go through 8 odd runs into the top 10 shootout, and it's working the suspension, making sure you get the grip, working the driver, working the setup, and developing time.
That looked like a fast run, Colin. That looked like a really fast run from Robbie. And here is the man who 3 years in a row did the business here at the Simola Hillclimb, Andre Besaidnout.
There was a 40.9 from Robert. I think that car's a 37.5 car. What a launch.
It looked like he caught that absolutely spot on right. Let's watch him here at the end of practice number 2. He's also going fast. Bumpiest part of the track, nicely negotiated, a little bit all over the show there. Wasn't quite sure of which line to take, so he didn't take any.
The bumps move the car around a hell of a lot. And, you know, while he's under control, I mean a huge amount, and while he's under control, the car does move. It's pretty routine.
That was a quick run.
37.9.
There you go.
4, quite quick.
There you go.
Last year he did a 37.6, which, sorry, a 36.7. And his record up this hill is a 35.528, which is absolutely I mean, that's proper quick.
Yeah. No, that is as fast as you could possibly want to go, because that was to his third consecutive King of the Hill title, and that 37.807, and then of course in 2019 36.764. 35.5 of his stands from 2018 in that Gould GR55. So Colin is on the way. He's going to go and do some harassing in the pit lane. And beside note, it is at 37.934, and then Robbie Volk 40.974, and Wade van Zimmerman in that third place in Practice 2, just a nudge over 41 seconds. Let's take you back again now to yesterday and the beautiful classic cars, some of them hailing to pre-Second World War, believe it or not.
You know, you don't want to win that way, but a win is a win, and we'll take it home again.
I can remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched Vitara.
Anything Vitara. And it was like it was a different person.
It was still our little Daniil, just better.
Yeah.
So what happens now as the cars, the lower cars that cannot get over that big speed bump at the top, all snake their way down the hill again, and they will prepare for practice number 3. And there's a little bit of a lull in action now. We'll make our way down to Colin in the next few seconds as well, as he catches up with some of the stars of that particular run.
Welcome back to pit lane. It's quiet now. The cars are going to come down here. We got a little bit delayed because I was talking to, finding out the condition of Giannis. He's conscious. He's in hospital. Nothing's broken. He's there for observation. So quite a relief, I think we'll all get to know. So the guys coming down from their run. It's starting to get kind of interesting now. Lots of Lamborghinis. We call them a herd, the Noble. South African built chassis from PE, and of course you've got to have a token diesel, appropriately from BMW Boxberg, Craig Zank in Knysna, and just listen to the turbos as they go. And the sticker on the back of that thing is like it says it's a Lotari, which is a cross between Lotus and a Ferrari. This thing here, it is such a beautiful, beautiful car. We're going to go and talk to the guys just now. That is Edwin, and that's the car that Reggie Roots actually drove up the Emerald Speed Fest when he was last there. Right, let us see when we go down here. We're going to talk to some of the guys who've got back a little bit earlier. Franco, just wait, there's lots of time coming. It's coming in this thing. So we want to get down here and talk to busy pit lane, and it's quite far. And if we start breaking up, let us know. Let us have a look at one of the Van Zummeren motors. So we saw lots of turbos earlier. You just checking and fettling and making sure nothing's wrong?
Yep. Just having a quick squiz there. It was missing a little bit, so we're just having a squiz if we can see a vacuum pipe or something off.
But the launch seemed pretty good, and
he's just cutting out on 6,000 RPM, so we're just trying to have a look why that is. But other than that, it's going all right.
Awesome. Good luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
Love all the bits and the views of the innards that we can actually get. And let's see if we can find Charles. This is Charles' car here. Or the one you're looking at is Franco going in. Come and have a look on the inside here and just get an idea of the suspension, some of the braking components, vented brakes. So the air comes in the inside here and goes through. Because of a disc brake cast iron, it's a heat sink, and the air comes out of here. It takes the heat out of the pads that from the AP Racing, the calipers, and you can see there's a piston over here and another piston over there that push on both sides, that give they're called clamping force or whatever onto the bell. And let's see if you turn this wheel. Oh, we better not. All these wires that are coming here, speed sensors for the AVS, and this one over there, he's running AST dampers, so it's got a remote reservoir, and then the line will go to the reservoir. These things, aluminium honeycomb chassis, light, and light is fast. Lightness makes speed, and he is not around, so we'll go back up this way and talk to some of the faster cars as they've started to come in. And let's go and have a quick word with Quivers. Franco will get out of the car, stick a mask on, and then we can talk to him. Not allowed to talk to people without masks because COVID, stay safe, distance, what. And there's Elwin. They get out of the car. Yes, there's lots of data. Marco downloads all the data, and then but drivers are very important with the actual word feedback. Here's Wilhelm. He hasn't been up yet. Wilhelm, what's the story? You parked in the pits there.
Yeah, we're waiting for, well, it's here, they're fitting it, so problem yesterday when they checked the car and fuel pump's not working as advertised, so yeah, we're fitting it together, so small things, it's the way it goes. Would have loved to have run up and just get myself going and find my lines and blah, 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 but it's the way it goes, it's the go.
You find your lines and blah, blah, blah. Decipher the blah, blah, blah part for us. What else is involved in going up here?
Yeah, well, early morning, walk up 2 or 3 times. Me and Rekard did that this morning, just talking where the best lines are, possibly. And invariably, you go the first time and you go up and you get to the top and you think, what has just happened? You understand? Because it goes so quick and everything needs to be analysed in your mind, and you come down and you think what you're going to tell the guys and how to set the car up, etc., etc. So it takes about, I would say, 2-3 runs just to calm everything down and for you to get into that slow-mo motion, even though everything goes past very quickly, but to break it down in milliseconds to find the best run up there.
Because you build that picture, that movie stays in your head.
Of course.
And then you play back that movie, and you can, the cool thing about the brain is you can fast forward and go backwards and sort of scrub through. And each time you go through it, another little bit of information becomes conscious. A leaf, a tree, a bump, a rock.
Yeah. So we've marked our markers today, this morning. That tree, this little branches, whatever, you know the story.
But you never use a shadow, hey?
No. Of course you cannot use it. But then so the first run, as I say, will probably go through the blur and probably not register any of that. And then the second run, maybe we will try to find those, and then from there you adjust going forward, hopefully, and not backwards. Because if you go too quick in the beginning, it's a little bit of a problem. But it's not too difficult here, to be honest. The two critical runs, or the two critical corners, 1 and 2. If you mess them up, you've got a long radius to just adjust the line. You'll be terrible going out, but it's not too dangerous or whatever, you understand. So it's not crazy stuff. Yeah. So I think it's okay.
And how bumpy is it? I've been watching some of the pictures just now, and the cars are. You can see the bumps, and they move around from inside the car. It's a lot bumpier than it looks on the outside.
Yeah, and I think that's also, it depends where to brake, eh? You can't brake when the car is on rebound and losing traction and things like that. So all of these things, it's stuff that we need to learn now with the suspension as it's set now, and tyres. We've got new tyres, new side, what do you call it?
Profile.
Profile, thank you very much. Yeah, so new, all of that's new, so giving us different ratios than what we had last time. Yeah, let's see. All of that, it's all these things that you compute and find the right thing. And then tonight we sleep and we don't sleep. We sleep, and then you have 1,000,001 permutations going through your mind, and yeah. It's just the way it is,
and you love it.
Yeah, of course I love it.
I can see that glint in your eye now. There's a lot that goes on in that head of yours.
Yeah, and it's, I've said this morning, it's like a champagne cork that's gone out. We've all been in our cages for too long, eh? And it's good to be here. It's good to see the people, and it's a pity that there is no spectators here. But yeah, it's all good to be back. I mean, love it. Yeah.
Well, Alan Bart, thanks a lot for chatting. Good luck. Get that movie built.
Thank you. Will do.
He's the executive producer, the director, and the focus puller of his own movie in his head. We wanted to talk to Owen Steenkamp because he's got a beast of a GTR. You've had 2 runs up the hill. What's it feel like?
Yeah, so obviously this is really the first time I'm here. In the first run, as you could see, it was very slow. I was just trying to see what it feels like. Second run, I gave it a little bit more and started to push a bit. My motto is go fast slowly, so I'm going to just try and push it up the hill every time, just go a bit faster. So, yeah, got big competition in the GTRs, so yeah, we'll see. I am the newbie here, though.
In your track racing, you've always done that, is built up to the critical moment, which is the race. And in this setting, that's tomorrow afternoon, the final run.
100%. That comes from racing bikes. You don't jump on a 1000cc bike and go helter-skelter. You're going to hurt yourself. So you tend to slow it down and get confidence in the grip, get confidence in the track, and I do the same in the car. It's probably going to cost me this weekend, in terms of getting up to speed as quick as some of the other guys here, especially the guys who've been up the hill 100 times. But hey, I'm here to have fun. I'm here to put the car back on the trailer in that sort of form.
And are you happy with the aero development that you've done with the car?
I don't think I'm going fast enough yet with the aero to work. I think I need to step it up a bit for it to work. But yeah, I mean the car feels very different to when I bought it and when I took it on the track. It's definitely got a lot more front end grip now, which is obviously the biggest problem with the GTRs. But yeah, I feel push it up the hill.
Awesome stuff. Good luck. Thanks for chatting.
Sure. Thanks, Colin.
Lovely stuff. Now we have another herd of racing drivers here. Let's just quickly move along here. And we've got a Skrabanti.
Yes, how are you, Colin?
I'm well, and you, Sylvia?
I'm very well, man. Yeah,
so you've got a herd of, what do you call is it a tribe of Lamborghinis?
Yeah, look, we got two. My brother's got his GT3. I got mine, and unfortunately, my S4 Audi wasn't ready for the hill climb. Engine issues. But yeah, so I thought, well, I'm not going to miss out on such a great event. Let's come with a GT3 car and come and play, you know.
But it's still not play in terms of just having fun. You guys always get C for serious. And that competitive nature comes out. And you want to go quicker and beat somebody.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, it's, sorry, man, this thing's, yeah, it's in our blood. I mean, we race, obviously, to win. I mean, it's hard to say we settle for second, but it's not easy in the Scrivanti family. But yeah, we're gonna give it our all. I mean, second run up the hill really went a lot better than the first run, and we're gonna build slowly. You know, these are expensive cars, so we don't want to go do something stupid. Build it. The races that count is the qualifying races, so that's I'm building towards that, and hopefully in those 4 qualies later on this afternoon, we'll be able to show our best times.
Awesome, good luck, and thanks for chatting to us.
Pleasure, thank you, Colin.
Always a pleasure, great track racer as well. And let me tell you, he's also responsible for many, many smiles of many, many people. Thanks for the entertainment.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you.
Great guy. Right, so this is the dark horse of the field, new entry. But before we go there, come with me, Moeti, because here is we were talking about Richard Roots. Last year in a GTR, this year in a Coupe S.
And I'm having just as much fun.
And you here?
You know what? I've got more time to have fun because it's slightly slower.
You enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm loving it, man. Just to be here is amazing.
You know, you had an issue with the GTR that was hopefully going to go bang and put in a proper time for King of the Hill. But thankfully the guys at BB came to a rescue because we want to see you race because you're a character.
Yeah, thanks, man. I must say I owe to the BB guys. You know, they keep the passion alive. They keep my heart pumping. Yesterday I was watching the historics for the first time in all the years, and I was sitting in the bank there, and it was great to watch. But you know what? Today I don't want to be sitting there. I'd rather be here.
Just show me those gloves, because show me those gloves. They look magnificent.
Hey, I look like a rock star. All my Sparko stuff. Suit, gloves, boots, the whole lot, man.
Reggie, have fun up the hill. Good luck. Get that focus on.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Cheers. I'll tell you what a proper guy. Yes, we like Reggie because he's a friend. He has always been approachable. Really, really cool. Let's just talk to Justin. Justin, what are you doing to the Speedcross Suzuki?
We've got a bit of an oil leak, so just sorting that out, and she's struggling with the gears a bit, so I'm just going through all the linkages to make sure everything is okay. So that's kind of what we're doing now.
Is that when the second launch wasn't as good as the first one and it sounded like missed second?
That's exactly what happened, you know, so we just want to see what the problem is there, and hopefully we can get it fixed and out for the next round.
I'm sure you'll get it right.
I hope so. Colin.
Because it's WCT Engineering. They call them world-class team. Right, well, you can do your stuff, Justin. Megan, how was that?
Frustrating. A little bit frustrating.
Are you bleeding the clutch now?
I don't know what. I think that's what they're doing.
They just told you to pump the clutch.
Car, yes.
This thing rockets off the line.
Yeah, it's nice. I don't think I'm getting the top speed up the top of the hill, but yeah, the first section's very nice.
What is the top speed?
I just checked the phone, 151 only.
What were you hoping for?
180, somewhere there.
The need for speed.
Oh, thanks.
Magic. Good luck. Thanks. Once the competition starts, then things start getting hell of a very serious. And it's so much fun. Okay, they're waiting for the track to clear at the moment. I actually thought that we'd have a little bit more of a less of time to chat to the guys. Let's just come back down here. So that sprint up the hill. Now check at this. For our international readers, that says thank you to mommy and daddy and my wife for all the inspiration and all your inputs. How cool is that? We heard earlier that racing is a family sport. Rui Campos, really, really big on the family. Right, the white flat Hawker will take us away. So for some track action,
You don't want to listen to me. You want to listen to the cars. So we'll let the cars do the talking. Here is some on-track action. Simola 2021.
Thanks very much, Colin. And we've seen what the man calls a porker. I won't ever call a Porsche porker. The Porsche is on the way with Jared Yeo opening up P3. Then the Mini of Richard Roots.
Richard Roots in a Mini?
Yeah, can you believe it?
That's quite a change from its usual. And probably only one of the only front-wheel drive cars over the circuit as well.
From the John Cooper Works, and he's going nicely. That's a 2020 model, beautifully decked out.
They are quick. They really are quick. And lighter than your sort of, well, probably about the same weight as something like a GTI, Golf GTI. But in Richard's hands, I'm sure that'll be a very quick car.
No, look.
Oh, look at that.
A wheelbarrow is a quick car in Richard's hands. Let's be honest.
A Toyota Quantum.
Yeah.
Full send up the hill. That's good to watch that.
That was a pretty impressive run, that was.
Yep, sub 50.
48.9. Well, that is impressive.
Oh.
That's Francois Cowley. And he's in that Z4M Coupe BMW.
I do love these. That was my first car, I mean.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, little 3 Series.
Lovely.
And took me back and forth to varsity. Obviously, I put a big sound system in and a free flow exhaust because that's what you do when you're 18 years old.
But what a beautiful shape. Still, it still is an intriguing shape even now after all these years. That car dates back to where are we? 1989. I mean, that's scary.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That generation, I think, ran until 92.
Yeah.
Mine was a 92, so just after that one. And from the mid-80s, I think. And obviously now become very sought after, especially in the 325 IS form and in the 333i form that was only made for South Africa.
Yeah.
I actually got to drive a 333i recently.
Yeah.
One of only 210 made for the country. Big 7 Series engine in it. Beautiful thing.
It's a classic shape, that, let's be honest. It's gorgeous.
This is a V8 M3 cruising up the hill now. The only V8 M3 they ever made. E92 model. I'm not great with my model codes, but beautiful 4-liter naturally aspirated V8.
You're right. It's the E92. It's the M3. That was Martin Witt.
Very nice. So how fast does an M3 get up to the hill? Let's see. His time hasn't come through yet. Oh no, he has gone second. 51.1.
So still Richard Roots leading at that 48.9. And then Witt 51.193 into the second spot. But it's early days in practice 3.
Is that that's not the official safety car, is it? The safety car is yellow, but there is a silver Mustang with lights going up the hill.
There's 2 different safety cars.
Okay.
This is the second one. It's making its debut here today. That's interesting.
He stopped at the transponder beam, so maybe there's just a bit of a timing issue.
Looks like it.
Yeah, they'll probably just quickly reconfigure that. Just quickly reprogram the internet there, and we should be good to go soon. So, Arnie, I'll be glad to know I had Knysna oysters yesterday.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And were they as good as what you always say?
Well, I have a complaint to make.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
You're talking to the wrong person, but I'll hear your complaint in any case.
Well, if you're from Knysna and you run Knysna, it's a little bit upsetting that you can have Knysna oysters in Cape Town for cheaper than you can have Knysna oysters in Knysna.
Ah, okay. Okay, I hear your complaint and it's valid. We'll pass it on to the correct authorities.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Yeah.
But they were good, you say? Even
no,
at
they
the
were
price.
good. No, they
Even
were
at the
good.
price.
I'm a big fan, and every now and then treat myself to something like that. But yeah, the bill came, and I thought to myself, hang on, this doesn't seem right.
So surely they import them to Cape Town. They should be more expensive because of the trip. They should, it's not such a long trip.
That's my thinking. Yeah,
fair enough. Fair enough.
No, so a minor complaint, if I'm honest, because I sat on the waterfront in Knysna. I mean, if you're a tourist coming to this town from anywhere in the world, from anywhere in South Africa, I mean, that's got to be one of the prettiest places to have a meal in the whole world.
No doubt about it. I was waiting for a friend of mine at his place, and he's up on the mountain and overlooking the whole of the Heads. That view is just, you can get stuck on that view. You don't need to move. You actually don't need to move. You don't need to go anywhere. It is magnificent. So I think our transponder problems are over, and that's Jean-Pierre van der Walt. Oh, that GT3 Porsche makes an incredible racket as it leaves the line here. That was a good launch. He looked like he was very solidly in control of that. Thank you very much. And Jean-Pierre is off and running.
Those things get off the line remarkably quickly. And, you know, for a rear-wheel drive car, just the amount of traction that they managed to get just out of 2 tires and getting that power down into the tarmac, just brilliant engineering, really. We filmed one of these recently. In fact, Arnie, that was actually the first Porsche I ever drove, was that GT3 RS. And it just sort of recalibrated my idea of how good a car can be.
Yeah.
Superb car.
Look, they do make incredible vehicles. That was not a slow run at all. I think that was really, really quick. He did that remarkably quickly. So Jean-Pierre,
he's gone tops.
44.6. Wow, have you ever? Actually, 0.5. There it is. That is really impressive as well. So car number 70, Jean-Pierre van der Walt, nails down the quickest time for him so far in the day. And we're in P3. That's car number 68. That's Gordon Nicholson in that beautifully turned out Audi. This is a 5.2 10-cylinder vehicle. Thank you very much for coming.
So it shares a lot of its components with the Lamborghini Huracan, and sadly Audi have announced that they are discontinuing the R8. So this is one of the last R8s you'll see in action. Obviously they'll keep on going on the second-hand market as well, but you won't be able to buy one new anymore, unfortunately, and I think that's quite a pity. It's a lovely car.
It is a beaut. Well, the wonderful thing is for owners, now you're going to hold on to something that's going to become a classic, no doubt.
Indeed, and that really good quattro drive system there, enabling the driver to get the best out of it through the corners.
So Nicholson pops into second spot. That's a 48.2, but there's lots of daylight between him and van der Walt at the top there with that 44.5 of his.
Thundering Mustang off the line there. A couple of Mustangs in the field, I noticed, down in the pits.
Absolutely, and good ones too. This is Jonathan Needham in that Super Snake, they call this particular car. It's the Shelby Ford 5 liters.
So I actually, as I turned onto the Simola Road, this Mustang turned on just behind me. So I mean, you know, this car drove to the track and now it's racing up the hill. I quite like that. Yeah. I quite like the idea of driving your race car to the race.
It's a nice way to warm up the tires.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah.
I think has he abandoned this run?
That does look quite like slow.
I think he's pulled the handbrake on this one. Something has just gone a little awry here, and he's decided not to push that hard. Yeah, there we go. You can tell.
This that does not sound like a stock Audi.
No. No, there's no way. We were talking about it earlier. I said to Colin, they can call that stock if they like, but I don't think that's X stock.
Yeah. No, that exhaust, I'm pretty sure you don't get that from an Audi dealership, but we'll let it slide, I think, because it sounds very nice.
Very impressive. First time that we see that. That's Reino Skeppers in the Mazda Rotary. That's an F1000. Well, what a noise that makes as it goes off the line. Look at this little thing go.
I need to go ask him why it says wasabi on the side. Maybe, I suppose it's green and hot.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you touch that, you'll burn your fingers.
That's one of the coolest decals I've seen on the track. That looks like quite a handful, that car. It's not terribly low to the ground, so, you know, he'll be bouncing around a little bit in there. And but I'm sure having a blast, having the time of his life. So we can feel something burning out next to us. Can't see it just yet.
Sure we will in a second. So the wasabi goes. One more of the Beamers.
That's a very tripped out, zooped up E46 M3 that.
So that's Paul Munro in his 3.26 cylinder M3 CSL. There's the roughest and rumbliest part of the course. Very uneven there, so cars thrown around just a little. That can throw you off for that next line if you're not careful. Oh, got a little twitch there.
Oh, Arnie, you know how much these cars are worth now? M3 CSLs, goodness me, if you can find one.
If you can find one.
People hang on to them for dear life. And you know, if you had just bought a normal E46 M3 2 years ago, you would have doubled them.
Oh, my word.
That's how fast they're appreciated.
Don't talk to me about that. I had one of the first M3s in the country.
Really?
That my dad sourced for me, and I absolutely loved that car. It was ice white, and I was Mr. Cool. Trust me.
That's a dream car for me. It really is. Here's another one.
This is Johan de Bruin, and this is a car that's 11 years old. It's the M3 3.6.
Very traditional BMW racing colors there.
Beautiful. Absolutely
Nice
beautifully
to see.
turned out.
Yeah, nice decals. And that straight six sound is pretty distinctive.
It's music. No,
Yeah.
it's music.
Yeah.
And it's not Buddha Orkest music either. It's the real deal.
Have you by any chance been to BMW Classic in Munich?
No, I wish.
Oh my word, that will be a pilgrimage for you.
Yeah.
That will be, you know, you've got to make it there. You just sit there having a coffee and, you know, M1 art cars just arrive and go past you. It's a phenomenal place.
Yeah. The Bavarian Motorworks has produced some incredible vehicles in its time, and it continues to do so. Unfortunately, as one gets older and things change, you change the vehicle that you drive to something that is slightly more practical. So the days of sports cars are over. But gee, they were fun. Owen Bridger in the Honda. That's the Type R.
So one of the front-wheel drive competitors, you know, it's tricky getting a front-wheel drive car off the line because as you accelerate, the weight of the car shifts to the back of the vehicle, and then you don't have as much weight pushing down the nose, and so you lose a little bit of traction on the front. So, for instance, front-wheel drive cars just don't make good drag cars at all. It's so hard to get them off the line. So he will lose a little bit of time off the line there, but once he gets going, he'll be as quick as everyone else.
But again, in this particular type of motorsport, a fraction of a second is all it needs, and we've seen that all along throughout Classic Car Friday yesterday and also today already. But a lot of these guys come up here to come and have fun. They know they're not going to end up in the top 10 necessarily, but they want to go as quickly as what they possibly can. Some guys come here and they say, all my life I wanted to just break 50 seconds up this thing. Today I'm going to do it. And that's what it's all about. Shane Naidu in the Mitsubishi. It's the Evo 9.
Oh, Shane. He's part of the car club that I'm in. He's that thing I think is pushing around 900 horsepower actually.
It's not a lift club, it's a car club, eh?
Yeah. No, that's a beast, that Evo 9. Absolutely lovely thing. So rare as well, and very difficult to find clean ones because they tend to just be so highly modified. So if you do buy one, you're sort of taking on someone else's problems, really, but they're still so sought after. Very, very quick as well.
It's doing a nice job here.
So for a while, Arnie, they sold versions of these called VFQs, which I'm not getting stood for very quick.
I worked that out before you'd even said it, to be honest, which is really a reflection on where I grew up. So I think that is the Sirocco.
If I'm not mistaken, is that not maybe the Gold?
No, that's the little Gold.
Yeah,
I beg your pardon. That's the Gold. That's Bobby Ferroli. And the Gold that comes from Brazil with an Audi Quattro engine in it.
Gosh, look at that spoiler touching on the braking zone over those bumps.
Yeah, it's right on the edge. That's as low as it can possibly be without collecting pebbles.
Yeah. He's leaving some of that spoiler on the track.
Yeah.
As he goes up. But it's such a quick car, and as we were saying yesterday, power to weight ratio is where it's at. It's where the difference is made up the hill, and that must be very, very light.
Well, Colin keeps saying that. Colin Chapman always used to say, lighter makes faster.
Yeah. Gordon Murray as well. His, I think one of his sayings is add lightness.
Yeah, yeah. And he's not talking about the headlights either. Oh boy, you've got to love this thing. This is just such a beautifully decked out vehicle.
It's stunning to see a Lamborghini race car in action, and wonderful noise as well. And if I'm not mistaken, that is a rear-wheel drive Huracan, which did become available. They were usually all-wheel drive, but that I think is the rear-wheel drive version.
Franco Di Matteo goes off the line. He laid down a bit of rubber there way before the line already.
This thing is a monster, a real crowd favorite over the years at Simola, and usually in the top 5, if not top 3.
The Jaguar with the Ford 6-litre engine in it. V8 supercar, it's a beaut.
I'm fully expecting him to top the timesheets here, Arnie, when he gets to the top.
It still is Jean-Pierre van der Walt who leads with that sub-45 clocking of his. Let's have a look. Yeah, there it is, van der Walt. And then there's an interesting one, because look at that. Charles Arangis with a Lamborghini has just slotted into second spot. There it is. You're right, Di Matteo. You called it, and so help me. There it is. Sub-44 for the man in that beautifully decked out car.
And the thing is, oh, I love this Toyota MR2. For Di Matteo, I think that'll probably just be a shakedown, because if I'm not mistaken, that's the first time he's run today.
Yeah, yeah. Here's Peter Zeely.
Oh, touched the pool noodle there, and the debris in the track, unfortunately. So I think we will probably have to send out the safety car.
Yeah, got it. They've got it. They've held back starter number 40, Stian Krill, in that backdraft Lexus. So...
no, they're sending him. Okay. Maybe
right.
Well, maybe they haven't deemed the debris to be dangerous, because it is just soft foam.
They may have got a marshal just to clear that very quickly. There's marshals all the way up the route as well, so someone jumped up there and got it fairly quickly. Krill with that backdraft Lexus of his, the AC Cobra Roadster from 1964. So, Peter Zeely, look at that, 42.594. How is that?
You know, you can do that Cobra experience in Cape Town when you rent a Cobra.
I've heard so.
Yeah,
I've heard so.
The whole day. Yeah,
Yeah.
Don't do it.
No.
No, you just come home with sunburn and you're dead. Basically.
Which is very much what happens here, actually.
But I think he has gone top, and he was Peter Zeely in the Cobra.
Peter Zeely's gone top of the class.
Yeah.
42.5. That's so very impressive.
Oh no, sorry. It was the MR2. Apologies, got that one wrong. Competitor 37 in the MR2. That's just gone top.
There you go.
So I think as the cars come up the bottom of the pit lane, if you're new, if you're just joining us on the live stream and you're new to Simola, generally as we go up the pits, the cars get faster and faster and faster until you get to the single seaters at the top of the pit. So the times do drop as the day goes on, as the run goes on.
And the single seaters are inevitably the faster ones, because that's what they were designed for. Although they were not designed to climb the hill, that is for sure.
Oh, Arnie, I must tell you about this car. We've had it on our Cars.co channel, this M2. So that is a diesel M2.
Yes.
Triple turbo with 1,000 Newton meters of torque.
Triple turbo.
Yeah, and built for this hill climb. It's been built to compete here.
This is Gary Martins. Look at the smoke coming out that diesel. He is lashing that thing with everything he's got. It's the M250 diesel.
Yeah, stole the engine out of an X5. And went crazy on the turbochargers and ended up with a monster.
So I hate to interrupt our viewing here because we're getting into a really fun part of practice 3, but we've developed a little bit of a technical problem, so we're going to down power here for just a second or two. And if you're watching, please don't go away too far. We'll be back within the next few minutes or so. A gun. Okay. Our apologies about that break in transmission. Things had to be powered down as far as our outside broadcast unit was concerned, and we are up and running again. And as we wait here for Byron Mitchell, and his Reynard goes off the line with an immense racket. And a new leader for us, Devin Robertson, who's clocked in the low 42s. And now it's Mitchell, as the man in the hot seat has stayed with me, luckily. Chero, thank you for hanging around even throughout the power down. And here's some really impressive riding. This man has been very quick early on today.
I'm regretting it, Arnie. I should have gone and got us coffee.
I agree. I agree.
Actually, apparently Formula GTI back in the day was a really good South African race series. Lots of privateers.
I was saying so to Colin earlier. It's actually a tragedy that it didn't continue going. It really is. So Robertson is there.
That was Louis, if I'm not mistaken, Louis van der Merwe.
42.8, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Next starter off the line. And that's
car number 2.
Yeah, that's Volk. Volk is on the way in that A1 GP Ferrari.
Yeah, these cars. These cars sound so good. I sometimes feel I don't even want to talk over them.
No, you're right. No, I've had that several times where I just actually want to keep quiet and listen to it as it goes. And you heard the racket there right in the middle of that run of Robbie Volk. That Andre Besaidnout is en route and he's gone as well.
So Volk is normally in that stunning black single-seater with the InvestChem branding. So he's changed, jumped into a different car this year, it seems.
Right, here we go. Here we go. Now we've got more coming.
This is Besaidnout in the Hillclimb special, and he will need to challenge Volk, who's just gone top.
39.0.
So this car literally built for hill climbing, definitely running the softest compound tire on the grid. They only take the cling wrap off when he is in the burnout zone, because those tires will pick up stones even when they're cold.
Yeah.
Look at that.
He is absolutely flying. This is one of those runs where he wants to try and go as hard as he possibly can and see what else.
Fast.
Yeah, it was ultra fast.
36.
36.0. Oh my word, he's not too far away from the record of 35.5 set up in 2018. That is quick. It's ultra quick. And I still think that Andre will tell you that there may be one or two things that he can do better, but that is as fast as what we've seen the whole weekend long so far, and just 0.5 of a second away from the record set up 3 years ago in 2018. Andre Besaidnout, you beauty.
That was an incredible run. It just looked absolutely perfect, for at least from where we were sitting. And he'll be chuffed with that to go that quick on the Saturday. And Arnie, I think the track conditions actually not as good as yesterday. It's a little bit cooler out there. The tarmac temperature is probably a little bit lower as well, so they can't lean on the tires as much. But to already be knocking on the door of 35, I mean 36.002, that was quick.
It really was, and he looked like he took some very aggressive lines as well. And the breeze, of course, you mentioned the temperature, the ambient temperature, and that would be affected by this breeze as well. This is the first time in a while that we see the breeze that much, and that obviously also affects things, although we are edging up towards the middle of the day. So practice 3 is done and dusted.
I'm quite glad it's a little cooler today, Arnie, because yesterday in this commentary box, in the steel commentary box, it was pretty warm.
Yeah, they always use the old saying, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen, but it's true for commentary booths as well. They get hot.
Well, I mean, the guys could have left their tires in here yesterday with us, actually.
Yeah. We've been able to hot them up for them. You're right. You're right.
So there we go. End of practice 3. We're getting a replay here of Franco Di Matteo's Jag. If memory serves, no, it was the Citroen that clipped the pool noodle.
I think so.
Wasn't Franco.
Yeah.
But I think maybe his run was affected. Maybe that's why we're seeing the replay now. Gosh, that's quick.
So this is just a replay from earlier, and you've got to love how this thing absolutely hugs the road. It almost squats on the tarmac, and the harder he goes, the more it squats.
You know, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Franco's Jag is not as powerful as some of the Nissans out here, and he does have a bit of a power deficit, I think. I'm not sure about the weight, not sure how heavy that car is, but I think it just shows you how much driver skill is really involved here. Franco really knows what he's doing. Obviously been up the hill many times, but he is a formidable competitor out there.
The amazing thing for me is that this is such an interesting call on the amount of power and road holding that your car can produce here, because that's one of the secrets too, is how much you get out of the road and how your vehicle holds on to the road. And then that marriage with driver skill, because this is a particularly interesting skill set. I think you could get Formula One drivers here who wouldn't have the first idea of how to tackle this thing, with great respect. And then you get guys who are they know instinctively how to make their way up the hill as quickly as possible.
The combination of mechanical grip and the downforce which the drivers will be relying on, mechanical grip largely down to the compound of the tire and the quality of the tire as well. I suppose depending how deep your pockets are, you can get yourself loads of good soft compound tires, which will definitely help you up. But the downforce aspect is critical, and that's why you see such incredibly large spoilers on the front and on the back of the car. And on the front of the car, most noticeably, of course, on Franco Scribante's Nissan. What was the nickname for that Nissan?
The Kraken. The Kraken, or as I like to call it, the Hammerhead.
Yeah, the Hammerhead's good.
Yeah, it looks like it'll eat you for breakfast and it won't even know. Here is organizer Ian Shrewsbury. That was him working his way up the hill, and wait until I get him in this commentary booth. I'm going to say to you, listen, I can't believe that you could lie to someone as influential in this business as me. Really, seriously. He said he was just going to have a little trundle up the hill. He was going to go fast and just produced a quiet little 45 in his Skyline. Someone needs her. Thank you for coming.
45, that puts him. Let's take a quick look down the runs here for this practice. I'll see if I can spot him. Where is Ian sitting?
I don't know if he actually completed a run now in P3, but he produced in P2. He jotted down a little, and in fact, no, the first run he got himself, I think it was a 45.02, which is right up there. And I thought, yeah.
He's a sneaky old Ian.
He is.
A bit of a ninja.
And let me tell you, he could drive. In his day, there was not a car that never came across under his hands that he couldn't really pilot along. He was quick. Schroz was always quick and very reliable as well. Very rarely put it in the dirt or very rarely broke the car. He was a very reliable driver.
That's really interesting to learn. I actually only know him as the organizer of this event, been working with him for a long time. So it's very, very cool to hear that he has a race history.
A brilliant race history too, and on top of it all, one of the real nice guys of South African motorsport.
So now we know why the Simola Hillclimb exists, because he thought, well, I'd like to drive up that hill fast. So I'll just shut down the whole of Knysna and invite 17,000 people to watch me.
Come to my party.
You know, these Lotuses that are out here today, Arnie, they're nuts. I'm not sure which one it is, because there's a grey one and there's a white one. But the grey one, I think, is running a highly tuned Nissan Skyline GTR motor.
I think that's Craig Zank's car.
That's correct.
Which is the Lotus Nissan motor. And then Davy Hubert, that's him here. And that's a Lotus with a Ferrari engine.
Okay, so the grey one's running the GTR, and this is running a Ferrari engine.
Quite right.
Goodness me. Those are some Frankensteins, but the best kind of Frankenstein, just borrowing the best bits from all different manufacturers around the world. And I mean, the Lotus already a quick car. Funnily enough, those come out stock with a Toyota engine.
Ah, yes. So the one that you just saw there, that's the Ferrari Exige engine. And that's, believe it or not, that car is 20 years old. It's amazing.
Yeah, those are quick. Lotus, I think, just retired that car only last year, actually.
Yes,
that shape, so...
Wade van Zimmeren from earlier, and stepped into his old man's seat. Martin, oh, hello. There's some trouble.
That was quite strange, because it looked like it was coming off the back left.
It did. At first it looked like it was exhaust, and then you saw it peeling off from the... I wonder if he picked up something. There's something going on with those rear tires. Now it looked like the right one was smoking.
I wonder if the bodywork is rubbing on the tires, because it generally happens when you get a bit of a puff of it when he goes through a corner.
There you go. Yeah, you're quite right. Spot on. Beautifully spotted.
Yeah.
Every time there's a change in the angle of the body as compared to the tire. Yeah, that was definitely what was going on there. Yeah. That can get rather dramatic.
So I wonder if he's changed the toe or the camber on the tires a bit to get a bit more speed out of them and a bit more purchase on the road, and it's resulted in the bodywork rubbing on the rubber.
Quite possibly. Here's that absolutely stock standard not Audi. Brendan Robson Parsons with a Audi TTRS. Well, a beautiful looking vehicle though. God, it's pretty. It's really, really pretty looking.
These are quick, probably one of the most legendary engines ever. It's an inline 5. from Audi, a 2.5 litre. If I'm not mistaken, in standard guys, it'll be twin turbo. Stand to be corrected on that. But yeah, very tunable. I know guys in Cape Town getting 400 kilowatts out of these engines. Yeah, so very tunable car. And, you know, just with some remapping, a couple of bits and pieces, you can get some good power out of these.
Well, I'm not wearing one, but I doff my cap to our editing lads who put together the highlights package here from our replay from earlier so that you wouldn't have missed anything during our power down. Congratulations, lads. Well done. Proud of you.
And here's another Lambo going up from earlier. Lovely to see such dramatic supercars looking even more dramatic in full race trim.
So another one of the Scribanti boys.
Look how it's jumping all over that braking zone.
Well, that area there, so every time when you get over those, I won't call them cobbles because I don't think that's fair, but it's a fairly uneven piece of tar, and of course the car is thrown around, so it affects your next line in to your next corner, to that little left-right combination, and you've got to be so careful that you've got to stick to your guns.
It reminds me a bit of the back straight at Killarney, because if you can picture the back straight,
yeah,
they've got those big eucalyptus trees.
Quite right, yeah.
And the roots are pushing up the tarmac a little bit. So if you're not careful and you get on the brakes and you're on the extreme left of the track, you can actually get in a bit of trouble there.
Yeah.
Bumpy roads under braking is makes you know, put your hair on fire.
It makes for interesting thought processes, because you've got your mind on one thing, and it's probably the last thing you're expecting is for the car to want to go on its own.
Yeah, and these cars are so stiffly sprung, so
Yeah.
and under braking, the compression on the front springs will be extreme, and that'll make it bounce even more, and that'll result in some really tricky braking. And I think sometimes when we see the cars getting a little bit, the back end's getting a little loose under braking, it's most likely thanks to those little bumps in the road. But this is a public road.
Yeah. It's part of the deal. And as I always say to just about anyone who wants to moan in a sporting context, hey, it's the same for everyone.
Yes, that is a very good point. It is the same for everyone, and everyone knows it, and everyone expects it. So, well, unless it's your first time up the hill at speed, then you probably get a little bit of a fright, but most of the competitors will know that the braking zone there is bumpy. And they're probably the top speed competitors, or the fastest competitors, probably touching 300 there at the braking zone.
It really is a matter of build a bridge, you know.
And there is actually normally a bridge over there when the pedestrians, rather, the spectators return, there will be a pedestrian bridge over turn 3, which makes turn 3 even scarier. So
You said yesterday, for those folks who weren't listening to us, so Chero did race up this hill 3 years ago. You said turn 3 was the scariest for you because you can't see the apex and your way through the corner properly.
It is tricky. I mean, I'm no professional driver. I've done a fair amount of track work over the years, mostly for filming purposes. But usually on a track, you can see the entry of the corner, the apex, and the exit. On turn 3 of Simola, you can't see the apex really if you apex late, and you can't see the exit. It's totally blind.
Yeah.
So you're going in, you're hammering on the brakes, getting off, braking in a straight line, getting off, pitching it in, and then just sort of, you know, holding thumbs that you've got your line right and you're not going to drift too far off and start picking up dirt on the outside of the track. If you catch understeer going through turn 3, you're in actually quite a bit of trouble because the corner tightens on you slightly, and then you can really find yourself in quite a bit of trouble.
It's the car from Port Elizabeth, beautifully turned out. So unfortunately, there was a bit of a scramble with this vehicle this morning. They had fitted safety belts that were not accepted by the stewards, the race stewards here, not the belts with the right standard. So they were scrambling up and down and looking for someone with classic car belts that they could perhaps take off and then fit it in here. Luckily, that was done in time, and no harm done in the greater scheme of things. Well, we're looking at replays from earlier today, and this is from practice number 3. But Colin is standing by in the pits to talk with us one more time. Mr. Husty, all yours.
It's been quite an interesting little session over there. The guys are starting to dial things in. Robbie Walker's just got out of the car and he's been talking to Stuart. Robbie, this thing looks a little bit like a bucking bronco beast up the hill.
It's a little bit wild at the moment. Obviously, we're trying to tame it. So Stuart's working on the front end. It's really, yeah, it's quite active over the bumps. So, yeah, I think we've got some ideas what to try.
And you're slowly chipping away at the time, but this thing next to you is, it's going to be very, very difficult to catch that.
Yeah, I think we pretty much know where he's going to get to, sort of mid-35s as usual. So, yeah, I mean, we were 36.5 last time we were here. Obviously, new life system. We're trying to get it running, get the launch control right. Yeah, today's just about bedding it down. I mean, it hasn't actually rolled the wheel in 2.5 years. I haven't touched it either, so yeah, to be back in it and just finding my feet and obviously getting ourselves up to speed. It's a bit of work to do still.
It's quite remarkable how you can take a car that's been standing for so long, and these are finicky little beasts, and get them sorted out so quickly.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it so quickly. It's been a solid week of effort by the team, so yeah, all credit to them. So yeah, it's running well. Hopefully we can get it better.
Relatively quickly.
Yeah, relatively, yeah.
And okay, so tell the viewers what it's like when this thing starts going over the bumps, and as a driver, what you got to do to stay alive.
I think just build up confidence as you go up the hill, obviously. I mean, every time we're going out, we're finding 2 seconds a time. So, yeah, it's really just a confidence thing. I think with the fact it's so stiff and it's so heavy compared to the actual hill climb cars, we're just trying to dial out some of that stiffness in the front especially. You know, it's built for a circuit, extremely bumpy around here. So, yeah, a lot of work to do on the front end. So if we could just get that stability on the front, it just, yeah, I think with the confidence really, we'll be able to pitch into the corner a bit better.
I'm glad you said that. I was just watching Stewie there attack the, what's he working on, the third?
So, yeah, basically just going to disconnect it. I mean, it's trying to get as soft as we can.
Nothing about subtle changes here, just go large.
Yeah, well, that's phase one. Next thing we disconnect the roll bar as well. So we'll wait and see what works.
It's fascinating to watch the process of both driver dialing themselves in and proper mechanicians dialing the car in and delivering the feeling that you want out of the car.
Yeah, it's always something to change. I mean, we've obviously run it before, but yeah, just trying to fine-tune it. And I think it's got bumpier as well, the circuit, so it makes it a bit more difficult in this car particularly, I think. So, yeah, a bit more to do.
But driving a Ferrari and delivering the sound to us, especially off the line, it's absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic, don't they? So once we get the launch right, hopefully it sounds a bit better.
Awesome. Robbie, thanks a lot for chatting. Good luck, and let's keep track of those changes.
Yeah, look forward to it. Thanks.
Awesome. Right, so Advocate, I mean, Robbie's always nice and approachable. Stuart runs him in the GTC Championship as well. So a little bit of a change this from the GTC. Let's see if we can talk to Advocate Bezuidenhout here, Andre Bezuidenhout. You'll see they've got the cling wrap back on it, just talking about, and the reason this is just to try and keep the tires off the car. And let's see if we can get him to put his mask on and he will talk to us, because I'm sure he will. So the fastest cling wrap machine in the world. You'll see these tires over here. These are the little stones, and yes, they do stick in. So there's a little bit of work to try and get rid of all of those tires. That's why you need gloves and get them super nice and clean. Andre's busy with some stuff at the back, but he started to dip into he's gone quicker this run than he did last year. So let's see where he's going to get to. Mid-35 is what Robbie Walker is talking about. And let's see if we can come and talk to him. We'll go over here. I've just used that worldwide signal of can we talk to you? And he's busy getting a mask, putting his overalls on. Let's just while he's busy doing that, have a look at some of the aero here. So you've got the wing, and clearly we know what the wing does. But this turning vane over here moves the air around the side of the car, so that from the air that comes in the middle can actually do the work with the diffuser sitting at the back. You'll also notice, he's here. Andre, that was quicker than you managed last year. You getting this thing dialed in properly.
The car's great. It's early days. I mean, the times are very promising. We're 0.3 away from the record. So there's some time in the car, but you know, this is the first morning.
What sort of changes would you like to see out of the behavior of the car? What's it doing that you'd like to change?
So we've got bumps at the moment where the car's bottoming out. So the team lifted the car by 3 millimeters. It made a difference. I think it's now tolerable that the car's not going to jump off the road. So the choice at the moment is whether going up to which we call the bridge, which is turn 3, whether you approach it on the left-hand side because there's less bumps, or whether we go on the right-hand side. I now did it on the right-hand side. It felt okay. I had to lift off a little bit. Ideally, you want to be flat. There's time there to be made up, and then, you know, all the way to the top, but promising times.
And if you approach it on the left-hand side, it effectively makes it into a tighter corner.
It does. You need to change the direction then twice. You come from the left to the right, and it's a left-hand drive, a left corner. So that's not ideal. The better one will be to be on the right, but I'm testing out whether there's a bump or not.
An interesting approach as you go onto it. And I see the guys are putting, the tire gets in the sun, and because you've got such super soft compound, it kind of, tires don't like it.
Yeah, these tires, I mean, the guy that I acquired the car from in the UK said, do not let the car stand in the sun. Even sometimes you have to cool the tires down with a wet towel. And it's really true. So these tires do not like, because they're uncured. You know, so they work from, I mean, it's amazing. The first time I drove the car, they said it works from the first corner. I mean, we coming from track racing, me and you, when you get to the first corner, you know, you feel everything out. This thing is first corner, on it, and it just stops.
It's quite amazing, because up and down the pit lane, guys are saying, how do we warm the tires out there? And you on the soft side of it, the joys of having purpose-designed equipment.
I had a very funny story about 3 years ago with the first run of the car. A guy came up to me and he said, what is this plastic that you put on? I said, I want to give you a tip. I said, it's Glad Wrap, which I get from my wife from Cortland. If you put it on, it makes a little film over it, and that gives it go. He says, Jesus, I'm put, and he turned around. I stopped him and said, whoa, 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 it's just a joke. So it's just to keep the stones off, because they embed on the inside.
That's how really, really soft
That's how soft they are. No, it's, I mean, the compound, they prescribe for 14 runs. So you can run them 14 times. They say after 8, they go down. But they're just fantastic.
So the question is, have you got a new set for Top 10 Shootout tomorrow?
Have I got a what?
A new set of these tires for the Top 10.
We've got a brand new set. It's in the corner there. It's not been used. They come from last year, 2020. So we ordered them last year. We didn't use them. We've still got them. So this is the set that I ran the record run on. So it's 2.5 years old. So we've got a new set.
Awesome stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Andre. The little attention to detail is absolutely magnificent. So let's go back here and talk to Reggie. That was quite a quick run, and quite interesting. Some of the more, how shall we say, supposed to be faster cars, you were quicker than.
Yeah, it wasn't bad run, Colin. I don't know how much more there is in it. I was wringing this Mini's neck up there. I was having a jaw. So it's now chasing 10. So I think the second brackets are gone now. Now we're going to chase a little bit. It's a little bit.
But that's what it's about, isn't it?
100%. Always a little bit more.
Do I sense that the air conditioner is on?
No, it's not. That's why the window's open.
And here it says something over there. It says, contact the Mini...
We got tunes, man.
You got tunes, you styling. So why driver restraints? Oh, you took the seatbelt off and it's not working.
Yeah, there's no seatbelt.
And you disconnected the AVS?
No, it's working.
And the airbags?
It's working. I don't want to test them, but I should be working.
Because it's supposed to be a standard car.
It's a dead standard car. Even the tire pressures are standard. Oh my.
Reggie, is it your standard or Mini standard?
It's Durban standard.
Which part of Durban?
The North Coast.
My butt. Right. Go and pin it.
Lekker. Thanks, man.
Thanks. Ellie's fun to chat to over here. I want to tell you a story about this car. This is a tribute car. We're going to get into it later. We want to go and talk to the guys in the car, because a lot of sports are done in tribute for people. And let's talk to Faraz. Faraz, M4, you happy so far?
So far, yeah. This is just the warm-up so far, so I'm still getting into it. Second warm-up, I've missed 1 or 2 because so we're preparing for quali. Hopefully, quali will be good.
So it's both to warm the car and the driver up.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I can see under your helmet you've got a massive smile on.
I'm quite happy. Yeah, we're always happy to be here. I've raced this event 5 times in 4 different cars. I'm quite happy.
Awesome. Good luck, eh? Right, so they've got to get going. Let's have one quick word here. We love a BMW with the motorsport stripes. Move forward, we'll walk with you.
So Remax decided to sponsor the car for this weekend, and I think it came out fantastic. It looks great, brings out the whole shape of the car, and yeah, the car feels great as well. So let's see how it does.
Awesome, you better go up in the queue. M3 with powers. Now, a Porsche, because apparently they don't like it when I call it a Porker. But let's have a look. The sounds this thing delivers is absolutely magnificent.
Glad you're enjoying it.
And are you enjoying
it? Full acrobatic on it.
Cool. And you sorted the car out and you happy with your time so far?
Yeah, I think there's obviously still a little bit of time to make up. First time doing the Simola Hillclimb, amazing event, so yeah.
Good luck. You better get up in the queue.
Thank you.
So the one cool thing about interviewing drivers in the cars while you're here is you get to look at the dashboard. And I can tell you from a weather point of view, you'll notice that earlier on we had all sorts of clothing on. It's 19 degrees centigrade, according to Porsche's finest little Japanese guy inside the dashboard who puts the time up. From a tire point of view, it's not 19. It feels a little, let me feel, I think it's 18.3 if you just use the Colin Hasty hand method. It's not hot, but it's warming up. And as it warms up, the track develops more grip. More and more rubber is going down there. So we'll see. There's one thing I want to show you. Walk with me as we go past this Alpha Giulia. Justin, what happened to Megan in the speed thing?
I actually don't know, Colin. We'll see when it comes back and then assess it and go from there.
Okay, thanks a lot. Right, we're going to go to watch some action on the track with my favorite Porsche. Okay, so the Giulia, we were going to go to the Giulia. Now we're going to watch him as he goes up the hill. Check out on the Alpha Giulia, that little guy at the back with a little chock. We call him handbrake because effectively he does the job of the handbrake. It's a little chock, so the car, it can't roll back. So we're here, and there's like at the sharp end, and there you go. Cheers, Arnie.
So now that Practice 4 is on the way, we thought we'd let you enjoy the vehicles and the incredible sounds that they make. Sit back and relax and watch this. Just imagine what it would be like if you're in there in that car. But have some fun with it, whatever the case may be. So troubles here as Marshall stands by there, and he's obviously going to get on the blower virtually immediately. This is that beautifully turned out Mercedes. Unfortunately, it's run into a spot of bother here. Peter Zeely still right at the top there with that 41.613 of his. It's a good run. And De Matteo 42.389, and Aranjis in the Lambo 43.8. A little bit of sweeping being done, some of the rubber, loose rubber being swept away there at the start line. Impressively enough, race car 70 there in fourth place. That's still Jean-Pierre van der Walt. Also had such a good run in P3 in that Porsche of his, the GTR 3 RS, a 991 generation 1 car. And then in the fifth place with a very good run as well, Adrian Dalton in the BMW M3. So the flatbed on the way to come and do the rescue work. This is highlights from a little earlier today. Or a low light it would possibly be for the Merc as well, if you think of it that way. This is the 2021 edition of Simola Hillclimb.
wat opgeneem. Maar we zullen maar randje, hè?
Number 4 here at just about 1:45, so lunchtime coming up for cars, drivers, and hopefully machines as well at the same time. And the name Van Zimmeren right there at the top one more time. It is remarkable what the Van Zimmerens have been able to do. They've got 3 of them, well, 2 of them racing here. There should have been 3, but unfortunately Martin had to call it a day, and he's not here. But Wade van Zimmeren leads at 40.996, although that is going to be deposed in the next few seconds, because we just saw that beautiful car of Robert Volks going up the hill, and away goes Andre Besaidnout as well at the same time. And he is away and going nicely. Had a wonderful 36.00 in at the end of practice 3. A little bit of puff of smoke there. I don't know if that is going to please the man from Cape Town. Let's see how he goes. So now he's decided to stay as far left as he can over the bumpy bits in that part of the course, stretching the line there and then going over and under steer. And there's some beautiful work being done in the S's there as well. Here's car number 22. That's Owen Steenkamp, who also gets another run. There must have been something that influenced him going at this part of the field. Let's see and watch the clock as Volk goes 38.257, and now we'll find out whether Besaidnout can top that. He has his work cut out for him, because it looked like it wasn't exactly clean all the way through. So Robbie Volk 38.257, and Peter Zili there in 3rd place at the moment with his 41. There we go, Besaidnout 35.566. Ha ha! It's not even racing time yet. It's still the practice, and he goes exactly what he rode in 2018. That just about ties the old record. That is remarkable. Joining us, Peter Viljoen, who's in the studio with me. Peter, that is very, very quick. I'll just give you an idea very quickly. That's an average of 186 k's an hour up the hill. How quick is that?
That is very, very quick. You know, Arnold, one of the things that I want to say is we've been spending most of our time out on the track. And you can really, really feel the speed of these vehicles. Unfortunately, it gets a little bit lost on the TV screen.
Yeah.
But the sounds of these cars coming up, and you see them squirming as they're coming up the hill, trying to put their power down. And the drivers are really, really working hard. The suspensions are working hard, so you can feel it and experience it. So that's big speed.
Just for our viewers, also, unfortunately, another factor that television does is it flattens out your picture. So you really don't understand how much 158 meters up is over just 1.9 k's. It's steep.
It's very steep, and I think that's the ultimate test of a hill climb. Is it's all about the horsepower. It's all about getting that traction down onto the tarmac. And, you know, the undulations and the bumps, you also don't necessarily pick up on camera. But when you're standing in front of these cars, we're at turn 2, and the cars are coming straight towards you, and you can see them bouncing around as the guys are putting their brakes on, they're bottoming out. So really, really dynamic stuff. The experience is great. It's such a pity that we don't have spectators here.
It is. That is one of the tragedies. I beg your pardon, I can just tell our viewers that this piece of road is a normal piece of day driving road that people drive to and from work every other day, other than for these 3 days when it's closed to any other traffic and just the really fast traffic is on it. And that's why it's just another road surface. It's not specially tarred for this, nothing of the sort.
Yeah, I don't even think the tarmac's in that great condition, considering it's so old.
Yeah.
I was looking at the start, and one of the things that I noticed was just how difficult it was for the cars to get off the start. Even though they've been putting down rubber for the last 2 days, they're still, kind of sideways
squirming
into turn 2 type of thing, or into the first turn there. Yeah, it's incredible. So it's very smooth still out on the tarmac in terms of the friction, but bumpy. Yeah.
So the vehicles again follows exactly the same procession. So sort of from about the last, maybe 15, 20 odd cars that are all very, very low to the ground. The low slung cars all make a U-turn at the top. Most of the other vehicles use the service road because they go over a speed bump right at the top there once they've started slowing down, and then they make their way down service road and back to the back end and drive into the back of the pits. these lads and lasses with their vehicles that are this low cannot get over that speed up. That's how low that is, and they stand to damage their vehicles. So they make a U-turn at the top and then pop down the same road. And I said it yesterday to my co-commentator, then Chiro, that the wonderful thing about this is, so I come from a running background, and if you run a cross-country race, you often, before the time, warm up on it the other way around, so that you can see the ins and outs to the corner far better. And often the drivers are saying to us, and this has happened a few times, that it helps so much driving it down this way because you get a different perspective and it changes your perspective on which line to take in and out coming back up.
That's so true, Arnold. You know, I used to do the Tarmac Challenge, the circuit races versus the track races. And one of the stages, you run swap box backwards.
Yeah.
And you cannot understand how different it makes that track.
Totally.
But the advantage they've got going down, of course, is that they're going a lot slower, so they can start actually having a look at the track conditions to see where some dirt has been kicked onto the track. Just now we had a number plate line there on one of the minis. So, you know, all these kind of things they can have a good sight of.
There is Mr. Scribanti himself. Well, there's three of them here, but Franco, of course, the double winner from 2019, and again won by what I guess some would say rather fortuitous yesterday, in that it ended up being a win by default, if you like. And I know that that's not the way that he would have liked it to have happened, and I understand completely that the scenario yesterday where the driver who led and finally nailed down the quickest time of the day, Andrew Ian, of course, was rather unhappy with the fact that he then had to give away his win because he hit one of those swimming pool policemen. But that's how things go. So the Kraken makes its way down. Here's one or two more of the cars are all just, that's the other thing that impresses me year after year here, how beautifully the cars have been turned out.
They are absolutely stunning. And again, I had a walk through the pits earlier on today when I first arrived here, and it was just absolutely sublime looking at the machinery, but also the work that's gone into it. If you think about it, it's a short little sprint of what?
Yeah, 1.9 Ks.
1.9 kilometers, and all that work goes into that. But it's so worth it.
40 seconds of glory. That's basically it, give or take. If your name is Andre Besaidnout, 35, I don't know, 5.5 seconds of glory. But it's a little bit like the 100-meter sprint at the Olympic Games. It is just so prestigious, and it's over before you blink. Peter, so you were at turn 3.
Turn 2.
Turn 2.
Yeah.
So turn 3, according to most of the drivers, is the hardest. Could you spot it from where you were quite comfortably?
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts there? Because most of the guys are saying that you can't see the entry and the apex and the exit all in one. So it's difficult to pick your line and believe.
It is. And I think the other thing, just having a look, and I haven't driven the track, but just standing there, it looks like turn 2 is a bit of a double corner. So there are different lines that the drivers are taking through. So you can see they're all still feeling their way. And by the way, different cars take different lines as well. So if the more downforce you've got, the guys are turning in a little bit earlier, versus the more road-oriented cars are turning in a little bit later.
You've hit fourth gear by the time you get there, haven't you?
Yeah.
At the very least.
You're going very, very fast up until that corner. So the guys are well over 200 k's an hour at that point.
It is incredible. And like we were saying, so turn 3 for you from your vantage point, looking at it from the back. Would you call it the most difficult corner out there?
I think so, because like you say, it is a bit of a blind corner. You've got to have a bit of faith. You're not seeing what the conditions of the road are either, which has got to be playing on the drivers' minds as they go through there.
Yeah.
So no, it's daunting, very daunting.
And Peter, you're part of Race Day and part of our production team here throughout. And what do you guys do? Tell us more about Race Day TV and what you guys normally do. I was lucky enough to be a guest on your show, and it was an absolute blast. Talk us through that.
Yeah, so, I mean, Henk and the boys set up Race Day TV. Obviously, they in their own rights are huge fans of racing. I think everybody's got a normal day job pretty much in the organization, so a lot of this is done for passion. But yeah, I mean, in today's, this weekend's perspective, we obviously have come down to arrange the whole streaming.
So the live stream.
The whole live stream. Yeah, I mean, I think Henk and Fritz overspent a little bit on cameras because there's 1 million cameras going up the course. So there's lots of cabling. So we here basically mixing and doing whatever we can to assist everybody. So yeah,
It is fantastic. The live stream just gives us such an incredible amount of ability. So we're going to look at some of what we shot before we actually got underway. And this is shots from the classic cars. If you happen to have missed that, there is the very well-spoken Fritz and our director Peter. They do a wonderful job as well, and they work under extreme conditions sometimes to get this right. That's where I am situated for my 3 days worth of, and no champagne, no caviar so far, which I'm really disappointed with, but hey, it's a job. Peter, I know that you were talking about daytime job, but your daytime job is something completely different. You're involved in training.
Yeah, so I have an automotive organizational development business. So we do training, we do recruitment, we do consulting, the whole trip. So we are passionate about the motor industry. I think I'm one of the luckier people out there that I do what my passion is, for sure.
And what sort of training do you do? I know you mentioned a few there, but this is classroom training, this is on-the-floor training. What does that all mean?
Yeah, so we do predominantly dealer training,
okay.
But we do both face-to-face, we do e-learning development. We also, with the studio now, have the benefit of being able to do live studio-based training. And we've managed to crack a few customers in Australia, believe it or not.
No.
Yes.
They have good service in Australia? Well, they do now.
They do now. we just obviously so much more affordable for the guys. But
okay,
yeah.
Brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. Peter, too, what I'm really interested to hear from you is the motor trade always ready for training? Because I come from a line of car salesman, a second-hand car, and I think if I had to get my dad and I happen to have done some training as well, and I mean presented, if I had to ask my dad to go to a classroom, he would have said, "You're absolutely mad, not if you drag me with 14 wild horses."
It's so difficult, but you know, there's obviously a lot of pressure from the manufacturer's side on their retail networks to be ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
It's service is the name of the game. The motor industry is a surprisingly complex industry. I think a lot of people underestimate how
That's
complex
very
it
true,
is.
because there's so many different facets to it.
100%. Yeah. And so, you know, if you want to remain competitive and you want to, and it's a very tough industry out there as well. There's a lot of competition. So I tell you what I've noticed, Arnold, is with the pandemic and the lockdowns that we've had. In the past, you might find the guys would moan a little bit about training. You know, it would almost be a grudge purchase.
Yeah.
They are so hungry for it now. It is fantastic. I've got to say.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome. It's good news because I think if you're not training people, you're losing ground. There is no doubt in my mind now that it so much changes bottom line, and that's where it really shows and happens in the end, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because there is a lot of change, but at the same time, things haven't changed. I mean, some of the sales processes have been around since, you know.
And sales techniques. Yeah.
But
True.
You know, with the dawn of the internet and the digital age, and the psychology of the customers changed so much as well. And that's actually what everybody's got to keep up with.
Let's change focus. Let's get back to what we're doing here. I must say, and we've mentioned the fact that there are no spectators, and I think that kind of, I don't want to say it pulls it down, because I don't think that's what it achieves, but you can feel that the buzz is not there from a spectator point of view. So let's leave that there for the meantime. Let's park that for a second, if you'll pardon the pun. But isn't it just incredible to have it back?
You know, last year we announced on our show that the Hillclimb was back on, and we were so excited about it. And we were then very disappointed when obviously it couldn't happen. So I agree with you. It is absolutely brilliant. I've got to say kudos to the organizers.
Yeah.
It must have been extremely difficult to convince the authorities to put an event on like this. I've got to tell you, the discipline has been fantastic.
Off the scale, actually.
Off the scale.
Yeah.
And that's what we need, because then the authorities will be more willing to let these kind of things happen. So, yeah, I mean, the fact that we don't have spectators, fine, but we've got the streaming, and we've got the competitors, we've got the noise, and it's just been brilliant so
G
far.
for go. It's awesome. It really has been awesome. You do mention the fact that it's COVID-19 regulations, etc., etc. So it does make it slightly more difficult, because you've had to fill in a form every day. The whole gedoente, you have to have underpants size in there and all the rest of it, and then obviously temperature is taken. But at least we're on the go, and I think it is obviously going to knock down a few more doors for a few more events to start happening.
I hope so, and I think that it's also important to keep this going because, Simola has actually, the hill climbers built up a fierce reputation worldwide, and you don't want to lose that momentum. I mean, I've been actually quite stunned by the number of views, for example, on YouTube.
I need more horsepower.
You know, you don't want to win that way, but a win is a win and we'll take it home again.
I can remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10 and Suzuki just launched Vitara.
Anything Vitara. And it was like it was a different person.
It was still our little Danielle, just better.
Yeah.
The ears, but my goodness, it's absolutely fantastic.
Hi, I'm Daniel. And yeah, welcome to my crib. I've been around since a long time. I can remember it like it was yesterday. It was the 13th of April, 1988. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched its first ever compact SUV. Vitara.
That's when this whole thing started. Since then, it has just been Vitara, Vitara, Vitara.
He used to be a bit of a shy boy, but after that day, life changed.
Anything Vitara. And it was like, it was a different person. The Daniel experience, we called it.
It was still our little Danielle, just better.
Yeah.
get what you say. Yes? Okay. Yeah.
That goes without saying. There needs to be that communication. No, for sure. And I appreciate it is a positive way of me improving myself. I know I am by no means the finished product, and that's what anything that you see that I feel I can change, I welcome it completely. And I'm not going to planning me to music. For me, And again, this also comes down to manpower and I think that in itself, I mean, if you were present here today or this weekend, I think you would acknowledge and state the fact that this is not different angles. So we've got an angle from behind, we've got an angle from the front, we've got an angle in green from these guys as well. So how do you feel going around the track? So there is a lot of work that goes into it, and we will never complain about it. But it's just acknowledgement that listen, resources. So for argument's sake, you know, for resources, if you have 2 cameras, you know, miking 2 people up with 2 different cameras is a lot easier. And of course now, you know, miking 2 people up with 1 camera and
Hello everyone and welcome. Good to have your company back again as we start with the first of 3 qualifyings as far as day 2 is concerned of the 2021, the 11th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. Good to have your company wherever you may be. I'm Arnold Gertz and it is my pleasure to host you for the rest of the afternoon. So qualifying number 1 has just got underway. We had 1 or 2 cars off the line already. And literally, the record is, we believe, going to fall this afternoon of 35.5, held by Andre Besaidnout, and the very same Besaidnout got very, very close to it earlier today. Let's go live to our man in the pits. His name is Colin Hastie. Colin, what have you got down there in those bustling pits areas for us, my friend?
Thank you very much, Arnie. Let me tell you, that stuff is about to, well, it has just got serious. This morning was about warm-ups, it was about practice, it was about dialing the car in and making sure that you are able to start qualifying. There's 6 qualifying sessions, 3 today and 3 tomorrow. And it's a time in any one of those qualifying sessions that will take you through to the top 3 shootout in the class, and ultimately into the top 10. So if the weather turns tomorrow or something happens to the track, it's good to get a banker in today to make sure that you qualify and get in. It's not going to hurt the guys who are right at the top end of their class, but the midfield close dices, and there's a whole lot of them, that's where it's really going to be. So for a lot of people, there's some guys who've come not too seriously, they just want to compete. For them, it's another run. But for the C for serious guys, this is real. And one of them is the 70 Porsche. It is absolutely beautiful. We love Porsches. So there's lots of focus. We're not going to talk too much to the drivers here, but we're going to walk down until we get a little bit Alpha Julia. Are you ready for these qualifying?
I beg yours, I didn't hear that. How did you ask?
Are you ready for the qualifying?
I am, yes, thanks. I gotta be ready.
You focused. You see, good luck. The guys are properly focused. We're very lucky today to have with us, and we'll go a little bit further back here, and hopefully we'll be able to talk to them here. Everybody loves a Mustang. You making huge amounts of smoke and having fun up the hill.
Yeah, enjoying it, trying to keep it in a straight line, which, as you said, is quite difficult in a Mustang. But yeah, let's hope we can do the same here.
Awesome. You got the air conditioner on?
No, that's just the wind.
Lucky guy. Cheers. Lots of horsepowers, Jonty Needham. And here's Peter Lindenberg also going on here. Let's have a quick word. Peter, how much horsepower has this thing got?
It's somewhere between 750 and 800.
And are you going to give us a nice burn out there so we can catch some smoke before you go and qualify?
Thinking about it, yeah.
Lovely. Thanks, Peter. Very, very focused. And talking about wild things, I mean, have a look at this. Peter Lindenberg's daughter. It's so nice not to have to bend down. It's almost got to stand up so that we can talk to you. Qualifying. What's your plan?
Just to keep it on the black stuff, have some fun and try control this beast. I drove it for the first time this morning, so it's been a check.
Because this thing sounds absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it just handles like a bit of a boat, so it's going to be an interesting game, but it's good fun.
Not bad for a truck.
No, it's tough, but it's cool.
Good luck. Paige Lindenberg. I mean, it's a truck, but listen to this. It is absolutely... And of course, because aerodynamics is important, and we'll talk later about aerodynamics on all sorts of cars, got the tailgate down. Now, you haven't seen a Toyota like this. Hey, Paul, look at that. That is so cool. What is under the bonnet?
It's a 1GZ 5-liter V12, twin turbo. Yeah.
V12 Toyota.
Yes.
Now you and Paige have got a fat dice. Toyota versus Ford. What's going to happen?
It's a normal fight that goes on. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Good luck, eh? Just give us another rev.
Thanks.
V12 horsepowers. These bits on the front, intercoolers, you've got to absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. The real good news is that we've got more action going up, of cars going up the hill, which is absolutely fantastic. But hopefully he'll give us a bit of a wheel spin. Right, Peter Lindenberg up the hill. Arnie, will you talk us through it?
Thanks, Colin. We will indeed. And we also have Chiro Nisiera, who's joined us, rejoined us again. And we've had our lunch. We're all ready to rock and roll. Poured a very strong Americano down the hatch. And now we really are ready. A cup of ambition and off we go. Chiro, lovely conditions now. Just there's a cool little breeze, but I would assume that now conditions are very, very good to go quickly.
Temp is up because the sun's been out the whole day, but the slightly cooler air is better, especially for the naturally aspirated engines. They like that denser air, and so we should see some very nice times here. And with Andre Bezedeno's already knocking on the door of his all-time record, yeah, the track looks fast today.
So here's young Lindenberg having just completed her run, and it's really, really interesting to see these massive trucks make their way up there, because these things are big and they are cumbersome, not easy to handle. And she's only but a brick and a ticky high. She's really not a very big lass, and she handles that thing with absolute aplomb in the end. So young Paige Lindenberg up there, and she goes on her way. Again, the shadows now getting slightly longer, and that may affect things a little bit as well as we go along.
So that Hilux, Arnie, that we're seeing on our screens right now, bit of a debate as to whether it's a V8 or a V12, but pretty sure it's a V8, and it's got 2 turbochargers, twin turbocharged, and they only actually got it on the dyno yesterday, and it's here running today.
That is amazing.
So probably one of the silliest Hiluxes you'll ever see, but also one of the most awesome, I think.
I can just imagine what that's like to try and keep in a straight line.
Yeah, no, that looks fun. And the thing is, with without much weight on the back wheels, that'll be pretty slidey.
The Audi is en route again, and this is the first of the qualifiers. And there is something you have with your sushi.
That thing's anti-lag kicked in when I was standing down watching it launch, and I did get a fright. Jumped out of my skin a little bit.
Look at Wasabi go. Well, I know that as this truck makes its way up, we have some wasabi of our own, wasabi of the linguistic kind. Colin.
We're here with Cole Paulson. Cole, we spoke to you yesterday. You've now had a couple of runs. You're getting ready to go out for your first qualifying. What do you think of it?
I'm in heaven, man. I'm driving race cars in South Africa. I can't ask much more than that, right? So.
Where we are, Knysna, a little bit different from your home state of Utah.
Yeah, quite a bit different, actually. So, but it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a lot different than home, but I'm driving race cars, climbing mountains. That's what I do best.
Your Citroen Zara, rear-wheel drive, 2.7, 2.8 litre V6. A little bit different to the cars you drive up Pikes Peak.
Yeah, you know what I say is beggars can't be choosers. So I'm just fortunate to be here driving anything. I'll race anything, mid-engine, front engine, rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, doesn't really matter to me. So I'm finding my way around this one pretty good. It is just a rear-wheel drive car, but it's got a good 5-speed sequential in it. And it's a pleasure to drive. It really is fun. So I finally, on that last run, got a little bit better feel of the limits of the car, so settling in nicely.
You've been working on your launch and the settings on the car and strategy for launch. Last run, you seem to have that nailed. Have you made any changes to this first qualifying run?
Nope, haven't changed anything for quali. I feel like I could get off the line with a little bit stronger throttle and just reduce that time until the turbo really ramps in. So, yeah, I think we're in a good spot with it.
Cole, good luck. Thanks for chatting to us. Right, we are going to go while we weasel our way out of here. we're going to go back to Arnie, who's going to talk to us about stuff.
Stuff. I don't know whether if I'm even qualified to talk about stuff, but Colin, I'll try my level best. I know that Chiro also spent some time with the drivers. You had a good time in the pits at lunchtime chatting to one or two of the pilots.
I had such a fascinating chat with Cole Powelson, who's our American guest today, and he just finished second in the Mount Washington Hill Climb. He's also just done Pikes Peak as well in a Nissan GTR and R35. He only came second to Travis Pastrana in a mad 800 horsepower Subaru, so he was having a good race. And he told me some seriously, let's let this beamer go so you can hear me. He told me some seriously interesting stuff, Arnie. So Pikes Peak is not a standing start, it's a rolling start. And so they're crossing the start beam at quite high speed. And the other thing that he said is that they have to here in South Africa, he's so impressed because our drivers have to engineer their cars to launch and take corners, whereas at Pikes Peak they only worry about corners. So it's fascinating to chat to him. So
that obviously affects car setup as well then, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, he said to me, with the way his Skyline is built, if he tried to launch it on slicks off the line, he says the drivetrain would explode. And he is so impressed by how us South African builders have managed to strengthen the cars, especially the four-wheel drive cars, to not explode off the line and literally destroy themselves.
That is absolutely amazing. So our next car's on the line. We're also awaiting the South African Broadcast Corporation, and they're joining our live feed as well. And there's some wonderful racers out there who are now really tying one on. This is Owen Bridger in that lovely little Honda. That's the Type R. He's on his way.
Yeah, one of our few front-wheel drive competitors here this weekend.
SABC side of things, really good to have you with us. I'm Arnold Getz, and I'm joined in the hot seat by the man from cars.co.za, Chiro de Sierra. Chiro, thank you for your time. Good to have you with us as well. I hope you're going to stay right where you are, because this is the 11th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. It is awesome motoring. If you're a petrol head, you stay right where you are, because there are 70 plus cars charging their way up the hill today. This is qualifying one. We've had 4 practice sessions already, and we're right in the middle of Q1 as these cars now try to set up a time altogether. 3 qualifying sessions today and 3 tomorrow, and then eventually we crown the king of the hill, the top 3 in each one of the classes, and the top 10 then race it up for that prestigious 11th title in the Simola Hillclimb, and to call yourself the king of the hill. Chiro, if you take a look at what we've seen so far today, already Andre Besaidnout, the record holder, who almost equaled his record time earlier today of 35.5 for the 1,900 meters and 158 meters of climb.
Yeah, yesterday we thought we saw some big guns with the 1989 Minardi Cosworth F1 car, and today we are seeing the really big stuff. And Andre Besaidnout not playing around. He's here in a British Gould Special, a Hill Climb Special. It's the current all-time track record holder here, and he's already knocking on the door of his record, and we haven't even started racing yet.
No,
we're still in
not.
qualifying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, precisely that. Oh, this car is just so absolutely beautiful. Look at that thing. The horses are coming out the exhaust pipe.
Another great car yesterday that our viewers might have missed on Classic Car Friday was Franco Scribante's Chevron B26 with its V8 Suzuki Hayabusa engine, built in South Africa, and that ran the Minardi really close. So yesterday the winning time was, I think, a 39.5 if memory serves, right. And today we are already in the 35, so much faster today.
Pierre Bester in the Merc, the A45. He really, I love how he handles this car, because I don't think that's the easiest on this course to handle, and he's gone and taken some really interesting lines here. Got to stay away from the very knobbly bits right in that second corner where there's a little bit of tar rimpling, if you like, and he's working this car beautifully. The A45 going over the line now. That looked like it was quite a quick run.
At one point, that was the most powerful 2-liter 4-cylinder engine in the world, in the production world at least, in that car. I imagine that one's not stock.
Definitely not.
That would be my guess, judging by the sound of it. But here we go, Franco Di Matteo.
He's in the Jaguar V8 supercar, 6-liter, 8 cylinders. Listen to this thing. That is something else. I feel like he battled a little getting off the line there. That was maybe a little bit of a labor leaving the line as he did. And there we go. So Aranji's in that beautiful car of his, 43.4. Car number 43, and that happens to be that gorgeous Lamborghini that we spoke about, 5.2 liters, 10 cylinders. Oh, look at that.
Big moment there for Franco Di Matteo while you were chatting, Arnie. He slid big time out of turn 3. Lots of oversteer, which he managed to correct. I wonder if that'll affect his time. I think he managed to be able to put... No,
there's trouble.
Marshall running.
There's trouble.
Oh dear. Franco did not appear around that next corner.
There is trouble. He was in trouble early on. You picked it up. He was almost lost it, and now I think he may have. Marshall grabbed his fire cylinder and started sprinting. So that's not a good sign. Let's hope that all is well.
No, you never really want to see a sprinting Marshall, and we do hope that Franco is totally fine in there. I mean, that car will be built properly. It'll have a proper roll cage, and he'll have proper safety belts, proper racing seats in there, and of course a great helmet on. So enough to protect himself from the dangers of motorsport, but of course things do go wrong.
Yeah, and in a lot of cases you are right on the edge here in any case. And Colin raised a very interesting point just before we came on air about the fact that you've got 6 qualifying sessions, 3 today, 3 tomorrow. But if you set a fast time today and the weather turns bad, that means that you could be in the top 10 from a time from today. So you want to post one early, what he called a banker. You want to get a banker in there, which is going to stand the test of time and a bit of scrutiny.
And that's another reason why I hope Franco's okay and his car's okay, because he's usually sort of top 5 in the overall competition, or at least top 10 in the big King of the Hill shootout. So I really hope that we didn't actually see what happened on camera, unfortunately. No. We might get a replay in a little bit, but hopefully he can get back down to the pits on his own without needing the flatbed. And that would be a good sign if that would be the case.
So Franco finished 3rd in 2019, the last time when this was held before COVID really did its damage. 40.349 was his finish time. So good finish by Franco. And like you say, he's a perennial top 5er, and he makes it interesting. He really does. And that Jag is such a beautiful car.
And from what I understand, I stand to be corrected, but I think that Jag's a bit down on power compared to some of the more radical Nissan GTRs that we have here. For instance, the one campaigned by Scribante and Wilhelm Bart. So Franco's a really fantastic driver. He gets the most out of that Jag, and he's always a crowd favorite as well, and to watch him go up the hill. So we'll wait for a confirmation on what's happened there.
Let's hope that he's okay. By the way, those of you who did watch us earlier today when we had that rather big off by Johannes Janse van Rensburg, we managed to speak to someone who was one of the first responders to go and help him, and he said it was difficult to see how the accident actually happened. And then secondly, it looked like it may have been a concussion of some sort. No major injuries, nothing major that was bleeding, etc., but it looked like it was the right thing to do, to take him off to hospital and as a precautionary measure do all the tests for a concussion, which is obviously the right thing.
It did seem like a high G impact that he did suffer. So, you know, even though your safety belt will keep you safe, it might unfortunately actually damage your ribs, for instance. And if the medics get there and they assess that perhaps you're having problem breathing or you're having pain while you're breathing, then it's definitely a great idea to just go for a precautionary checkup at the hospital. And that's what we saw this morning.
Yeah, very much so. And I do think that the safety precautions here are incredible. What Ian Shrewsbury and his team have done here is absolutely amazing as far as that's concerned too.
I have full confidence in the team and the setup, and I think that they have made the stretch of road as safe as it could ever be. Obviously, there are risks, and the drivers understand that. Everyone understands that. But there is an enormous amount of effort and planning that goes into preparing this hill for this race.
Well, our man in the pits, Colin Hastie, spoke to Andre Besaidnout earlier, and he was saying, you know, with the spectre of death hanging over everyone who gets in behind a steering wheel of one of these cars, this is probably even more so because there isn't half as much protection here as what there is on a racetrack. And there are one or two spots where if you're off, you're a long way off. It's not just an off, it's off and down.
Yeah, I think this hill climb is more analogous to rallying than to circuit driving. With circuit driving, enormous gravel traps and runoff areas to slow the car down before you hit anything solid. Rallying, yeah, you're dealing with the elements. You're dealing with the trees and rocks and all the rest of the natural components of the landscape. So that's a little bit similar to what we have here. And I do see the flatbed is out, so Franco probably won't be driving back down the hill.
Doubt that very much. If that flatbed has made its way down there, then you absolutely know that it's not in one piece. Let's hope that he is. Let's hope that the Mateo is okay.
Arnie, I don't see an ambulance there, which is a good sign, unless that Bucky in the foreground maybe.
That's the emergency personnel. Yeah,
okay.
That's the medics who are in there.
So while we await some feedback from the marshals as to Franco's condition, perhaps we do a little bit of a recap of what we've seen so far this morning.
Well, Colin has got someone in the pits that he's going to chat to about safety, which is exactly what this is all about. Cole.
Thanks, Arnie. I've got Eugene from Master Drive with me, and Master Drive run the safety cars and the response cars. Eugene, just explain when you send a car up and what they look for when they get to the scene of an incident.
Okay, look, the first thing is we must be able to respond very quickly. So the cars we use are not just ambulances. They get somebody from the marshals with them, and they at the scene of the incident or the crash in order to render first response. And it's not medical, but for the marshals to assess the situation. And of course, because they're pretty good drivers out there, that's what we do. We train people to drive properly. They are out there very quickly, very responsive. And what's nice about this is it's not all about COVID, all right? We're also paying attention to the safety of individuals who are participating in an exciting sport.
And we've had a couple of incidents, and you were just saying before we went on camera that luckily nothing has been serious.
Well, absolutely, and I think we have to give credit to the organisers. Firstly, it's a safe event. Secondly, to the participants, because they realise that they're running on the edge. Their cars, their machines are in good condition. They are obviously equipped very well from a safety point of view, harnesses and things like that. So they can participate freely in an exciting sport, but know that their safety is placed as paramount of importance by the organisers. And Ian and his team do a really superb job. And that's why we can be associated with it, because people find things like this exciting. And, you know, after COVID, when individuals were locked down, to be able to do something like this was absolutely phenomenal. Being a bit of a petrol head, it also makes sense for me to be here.
So your guys get to the scene of a situation. They then make an assessment. That's your first level of response. Then I suppose there are another two, ambulance and fire. They make that.
Your marshals that determine it. Our responsibility is to get him there as quickly as possible. So that's why we have two cars on standby. If need to, you can respond with both vehicles. The marshal there does the initial assessment. But look, depending on what was seen, the ambulance or the paramedics would have been dispatched in any case, because you can't wait until you're there and say there's a problem. We can make sure that the road's closed off with the vehicle parked across, so we keep that environment relatively safe. And here's one of the.
So he's back now. He's made the assessment and all the rest of it, and he's brought the driver back. Franco, have you got a mask and we can talk? Okay. If you just stand there, I'll stick the microphone out. What happened?
Colin, up on one of the turns up at the top there's got a little bit of a bump, and when I went through the bump, the steering snapped. So there was no control of the car, so the car just went straight. I didn't take the corner, it just went straight through.
Can you repair the car and be back?
No chance, it's scrap.
Damn it, that's not cool. But he will be back. Right, so now we've just heard not the horse's mouth, from Franco's mouth, what's happened. Okay, so you're...
He's safe, all right. So
Yeah.
we brought the guy back, and he will live to race another day.
So your response car's back.
Yeah, the other one is still up there attending to whatever is needed. The marshals do a brilliant job, and I'm sure that the paramedics and the response team, based on this morning's incident, responded timeously, and as a result, the driver's in hospital undergoing observation, and he'll probably be fine.
Good stuff. Thank you very much for talking to us. I want to quickly talk to Cole before he does a run up now. Walk with us as we spoke at the beginning of the show about our American visitor, and we've got him here in the car. Cole Pelson, always not so nice when there's a delay in proceedings. How do you reset yourself now?
I'm just going to pull forward and then go back and do it all over again.
You seem pretty calm and laid back.
After doing Pikes Peak and Mount Washington most recently, this is a pleasure. I'm not running a team. I've got a well-prepared car. Everybody's been so nice to take care of me here, and so there's no pressure. And so it's kind of refreshing to be here. And it is a challenging course. It is dangerous, as we just saw, but it's totally different mindset for me this go around. So I'll get more competitive in the future, and I'll be stressed out later. But for right now, I'm on holiday.
So first impressions of South Africa as an American, and down. You've been to the Western Cape. You're now in the Eastern Cape. What's South Africa like from an American perspective?
Attractive. Very attractive, man. It's just absolutely beautiful. My wife and I were joking about looking for property here. So if it didn't take us, a full 24 hours of flights to get here, it'd certainly be on our radar. So I'm planning to come back in December and get around at that 9-hour endurance race, and certainly looking to get back here for the hill climb again.
Absolutely fantastic. Cole, good luck, have fun, and be fast.
Yeah, will do. Thank you.
American visitors, we absolutely love them. One of our other favorite cars, while we're waiting for all the stuff to be cleared and given the go-ahead, Steon Creel has brought his backdraft. Steon, you normally run this car in the endurance series. You've now changed some tires, and you've actually surprised a whole lot of people at how quick this car is.
Yeah, I think it's quite fun. It's difficult with how the classes are structured, because it's racing car V8 and above. So I ended up with Hurricane GT3s that's generally about 10 seconds a lap around Swartkops quicker than us. And now we're sitting about 3 seconds behind them up the hill. So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm stupid, brave, or just pushing my luck.
Some of your competitors say a combination of all three and a damn good driver. But it is amazing that a car like this you're ahead of one of the Lamborghinis.
Yeah, and we're quite close to the other two Hurricanes. It's difficult to keep up with that amount of horsepower. If you think, I think they're probably in the region of 600 to 700 horsepower. He's also in our class, he's over 700 horsepower. The amount of downforce those cars have, and this is a production backdraft. This car is road legal, and I just put a set of slicks on it with tire warmers, and off we go. 300 horsepower capped as per the backdraft enduro rules, and yeah, we just have fun. It takes a lot of input from the driver, as you know. This is manual gearbox, normal brakes. It's a handful up here, but it's a lot of fun. It makes you laugh inside your helmet when you get off the throttle. I'm not sure if it's about relief or if it was fun. I'm not sure, but yes, it's a lot of fun.
You spoke about tire warmers. You got to get going. You spoke about tire warmers. You worried about your tires getting colder now that you've had the break?
Yeah, it will obviously make an effect, but there's 6 qualifying runs, so I don't want to end up with going into the bushes. So I'll just take a rest of this one, and then the next one I'll prepare again.
Awesome, Steele. Thanks for chatting. Good luck.
Thank you.
And with that, we're about to start some track action again with the red Citroen Zara of Cole Pelson from America, number 39. Arnie, in the booth, please, will you talk us through Cole Pelson's run?
Thanks, Colin. Some really good insight there, and great to see Franco de Matteo all in one piece. That is our American visitor. He's off and running. Let's see how he goes. He, like we said, he is a very impressive driver, and just back from Pikes Peak, where he took the runners-up spot. So some really good stuff on the road there at the moment. So Franco de Matteo's steering column broke. That is just at the worst possible time, isn't it?
That must be terrifying, and it just highlights that what motor racing is a combination of human and machine. And the human's got to work perfectly and the machine's got to work perfectly. And unfortunately, sometimes something can go wrong with either. Yesterday, we saw a competitor didn't clip in the steering wheel. That's a human problem. And today, unfortunately, Franco with a machine problem, but he's fine.
So Charles Arangis is the man who has set the fastest time so far in practice 1. And that's 43 point, I beg your pardon, qualifying 1, 43.4. Here is Peter Zili.
I love this Toyota MR2. What a machine that thing is.
It's the MR2 that is absolutely piling it on at the moment. That is incredible to watch as that thing comes off the line.
Competitor 38, R32 Skyline, I believe, but far from stock, far from as it left the factory, that's for sure.
Paulson has ended up clocking a time that slots him into the third place at this stage, 46.43.
So I think it is, if you've just joined us and you're not familiar with Simola Hillclimb, rather, the field is split into categories. So they're divided up according to their sort of horsepower and characteristics and drivetrain. But the ultimate king of the hill tomorrow, which you absolutely must join us for, is literally just the fastest 10 cars up the hill. That's it.
This is the organizer of the event, Ian Shrewsbury, a fine racer in his own right over very many different categories of motorsport, and he clocked 45 seconds earlier today. That is the Nissan Skyline GTS. Let's have a look, as this man knows this route intimately.
I'm pretty sure Ian could do this track with his eyes closed, actually. Yeah. But that doesn't look too quick. I'm not sure he's on it full for this run. Doesn't look like his quickest, but perhaps something a little bit wrong with the car, or he might have missed a gear change or two and just decided not to push the rest of the run.
Peter Zili slots into the second place, 44.237, and still Arangis with that 43.4 who leads.
And we've got a competitor being pushed away from the start, maybe having a little bit of an issue there, one of the BMW M3s, and that's letting the Noble M400 roll up to the start.
Butak Krauser is on the line and away in the Noble Ford V6. That's the M400. It's a 15-year-old car, but it sure as heck doesn't perform like it.
Goodness me, you know, Arnie, there's one of those for sale at the moment in Cape Town.
Oh, boy.
And if I had 1.2 million rand to blow on a Noble,
yep, come on, that's your salary for the week.
I wish it would be on my driveway already. That is an epic car built in South Africa for a British car baron by the name of Lee Noble, and using a twin turbocharged Ford Mondeo V6. And very, very quick car indeed.
This is also massive. That's the Lotus Ferrari of Davy Hubert. Now Davy with that Exige engine in there. And he also produced a very quick time earlier today. He was right up there.
So Arnie, while we were off air, I went and had a chat with a couple of the guys in the pits. So we've got 3 Lotuses here today. They're running some really interesting engines. One's got a Ferrari engine from a 488. One's got a Nissan V6 twin turbocharged, and one's got the Skyline R34 motor as well. It's a little bit of pick and mix as to which one's which. If I'm not mistaken, this has the Ferrari engine in it. And then we'll see the other ones coming up the hill soon. Here we go. This, I believe, is the V6 Nissan motor.
We wait to see Davy Hubert and that car of his. That's number 32. That's Craig Zank in the Nissan-driven Lotus. That's a 3.8 litre 6-cylinder car.
Yeah, that is Craig Zank's car is the R34 GTR. And the one thing I didn't ask, and I really should have, is whether they're just running it rear-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, because obviously the drivetrain from an R34 would have been an all-wheel drive drivetrain. But I don't even know if you can fit an all-wheel drive drivetrain into a Lotus. So if they've done it, it would be very impressive. But he wouldn't necessarily need it. I mean, that's a fantastic handling car, that.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is indeed Gary Martin's in the BMW diesel engine. That's the 50D, and it's a beautiful looking car. He's chosen the far right-hand lane there.
So had a quick chat to Gary as well. What a lovely guy. He built that car, and he's racing it. Triple turbo X5 motor in there. The only diesel on the grid as far as I'm aware. And 1,000 Newton meters of torque out of that BMW 2 Series.
Amazing. Triple turbo. I don't know where you find space for it.
And he's got a little trick up his sleeve as well, which he says if he gets confident, he'll use it as well. So,
okay. I don't want to know. Thank you very much. Charles Hubert in the Lotus Honda-driven Elise. That's a 2005 model car. Gorgeous looking vehicle as well.
There we go. That is the Honda-driven Lotus. Forgive me, I was wrong. There's the Nissan-powered one and the Honda one with a Ferrari engine. So
right.
Here's the Honda one. Something monstrous just took off next to us, Arnie.
I'm afraid so. That was Wade van Zimmeren in the Nissan that you heard in the background. He is gone. And Davy Hubert is top of the class with his run there of 43.040. That is a phenomenal run. So, going well. Here is van Zimmeren. There are the times. Hubert, 43.040, and then Aranji's 43.435, and then Peter Zili, 44.237. Let's see what van Zimmeren can do. He's in his old man's car. Old man couldn't make it in the end. Oh, he's right on the limits here. He's throwing that around. That looks like an eel looking for a piece of fish in shallow water, that was. Brendan Robson Parsons in the Audi. That's the TTRS, and he's on his way as well. There it is. Van Zimmeren, 41.148.
Yeah, that looked fast, and it was fast. He throwing that Skyline around. Yep. That car's got the most vicious anti-lag, and when it blows, you can feel it in your chest. You really, really can.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, it's right below us. When that thing took off just now, our whole booth here shook. It was rock and roll all over.
Yeah, the tire warming booth that we're presenting from.
Here he is. Here's Franco Scrivanti. The defending champion, the hill champion, the king of the hill, and he's off. Let's see how he goes. Right, there we are.
That's very... that looks something.
Something's not right. No, he's abandoned this run. He's definitely abandoned this one.
I'm sure he's going to wish he could just turn it around and come back down.
Yeah.
Because now he's got to go all the way to the top and sit there, because he's a flatty and can't get over the speed bumps. He'll have to wait until the rest of the field comes down the hill.
He's decided to tap off on this one straight away. Maybe he just didn't get the start he wanted, or something was amiss somewhere.
I hope that car has not got anything terminal wrong with it. He seems to be picking up speed a bit there, but it's so fantastic to see it on the grid, and I really I hope they don't have to park it. It doesn't look too bad.
No, it doesn't.
Should recover it.
The interesting thing is he hasn't posted a time yet today. You know, even in practice early on, he was very cagey, and he's not gone fast. He's not gone full out as of yet. I love the branding on this car. This is Alwyn Steenkamp in the GTR Nissan.
This thing looks fantastic as well.
Gorgeous.
If you're a fan of Nissan GTRs, this place is nirvana for you. Some of the most impressive GTRs anywhere in the world. And I have had that confirmed by a Pikes Peak racer. So
there you go.
These are some phenomenal Nissans. They really are.
That looked like it was going to take off there for a second. I honestly thought you were going to see the flaps coming down, and off she goes. That was off the ground there for a second. My word. Steenkamp had a good start.
So he'll come into the bumpy section here. You can see the chassis just lifting off the ground on the way up to the braking zone. And he's neatly around there.
unfortunately, with everything as our next driver leaves there, that's car number 41 is on the way, slightly out of sequence that was, but what the heck, Silvio Scribanti in the first of 3 Lamborghinis, that's the 5.2. And as I was saying, with good news, there comes bad news as well often. So Franco Di Matteo, unfortunately, has taken out our last 3 cameras at the last 3 points that we can show you the finish line. He took out their cabling when he had his accident. So the boys are running up and down the hill. That's our technical crew with cables like crazy. And we're trying to establish those cameras again for you. Unfortunately, the cables will not live to see another day.
Yeah, I think that just shows you some of the limitations and some of the tricky logistical aspects that the team are working around here. You know, if you're on a purpose-built racetrack, you can lay your cables just about anywhere you want within safety, whereas out here they've got to work with the natural environment. They also don't have a lot of time because this is a public road. It's open until the day before the competition starts. That's only the road is literally only closed to the public on the morning of the Classic Car Friday, so they don't have a long time to run the cables, and there's obviously, this road was not built with a hill climb in mind, so there's nowhere to really put the cables, and that is an unfortunate incident. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the first time that's ever happened, actually. So we will, I'm sure Arnie, I'm sure the live stream crew, they're brilliant. They must be working on this really hard to get those cameras back up and running.
They are indeed, and unfortunately that's some of the pressure that we work and live under, and the lads often are completely fried by the end of the day. And it's interesting, people don't often understand the technical requirements of this type of thing in live television in general, or live streaming in this particular case. But on Wednesday, was it Wednesday? Thursday, I beg your pardon, Thursday, we were all here until 12:20 in the morning. It was a long day, and still everything wasn't quite tied down yet. Like you say, we only come in the day before, 2 days before. It makes it tough. And the lads get 3 or 4 hours sleep, and then it's G for go again. And they have to concentrate the whole day long. I really admire the technical crews who do this, because they do this hard.
Yeah.
And they work extremely hard to make sure that we get really good pictures. So they're used to doing things like this under pressure, but boy, oh boy, it's not an easy life, always.
When my younger brother had his first child, actually, he just had this look on his face, like sleep was just this distant, wonderful idea.
Over there.
You know? And the live stream guys look like that.
Yeah.
They have the same look. You know?
Yeah. It's
3 hours sleep.
We're here, but we're not here.
Yeah.
Let's go to Colin, who's also got that look, but for other reasons altogether.
That's Wilhelm Bart, his first run of this weekend. He missed all of this morning with some fuel pressure problems, and it was absolutely brilliant to see that they've got the car going and they're getting it out. Now, he's got another 2 runs after this one today and 3 tomorrow to get things sorted out. The slight delay that we had in the pits was because Sparky over here was very quick, and he spotted some oil that was coming out of the bottom of the Skyline. And if you look at this oil over here, it's very sticky. You can see how sticky it is, but it looks like he's going to get out, and if you look at it, it's kind of pinkish. I'm smelling it. I don't know actually what it is. Probably power steering. Let's ask one of the team, and you can see it's spilling its guts all over the place here, which is not so lucky. Is it power steering fluid?
Yeah, power steering.
Power steering fluid. There you go. So I'll just wipe my hands on my pants. And look at this beautiful. Notice, for you bikers out there, Hayabusa is normally a bike engine, but if you weld 2 of them together, you end up with a V8. And that's what that thing's got in it. You'll see the marshal standing here because, right, there we go, clean up in the pit lane. But, Arnie, go back. Let's check out action on the track. Cheers.
Thanks very much. That is a real look at exactly how things end up working down there in pit lane. It is amazing that a car can spill its guts, as to use Colin's terms, and off they go again, and they're going to try and fix that and get it going. Can confirm for you that Wilhelm Bart is into second place slotted with his 42.557 second clocking, and Wade van Zimmerman still leading at 41.148.
Can I just say that I'm super impressed Colin can detect what fluid's on the ground just by smelling it.
I must say that was impressive. That is Detective Hasty is on the track.
CSI Colin
Well,
down
he
in the
was saying
pits.
it's pinkish and he thinks it's steering. Oh, there we go. Got it. Yeah, it is. Has it confirmed by the mechanic, and he is spot on right. Van Zimmeren still at the top then, 41.148. And then Willem Bosch in second place. And Silvio Scribanti is in third. There's the little Suzuki.
I love these Suzuki powered buggies, and as soon as I saw it I thought I have to drive that, so we went and have a word with them, and we're actually going to be filming these soon. I have to get behind the wheel of that thing. Look at it. Never seen anything like it.
It is remarkable. Megan Verloc in the steering wheel, behind the steering wheel there. And it's just a 600cc Suzuki. There's the second one. This is Terry Smith. He had some drama with his in qualifying earlier, but I think they've been able to sort that out.
So quite interestingly, that driver, if I'm not mistaken, is actually here in a wheelchair. He doesn't use his feet to control the car. He's got a hand throttle and a hand brake. So quite incredible to see that car going up the hill, and that driver doing such a great job as well, just by steering, changing gear, throttle and brakes with his hands. That's very impressive.
So Terry is the first driver of this class to race here like that, and is remarkable, and really nice to have him here with us. It's there's an abject lesson there for all of us. So these extreme karts, cross karts, are they produced in Industrias in La Hoz in Spain, and then they are prepared in Cape Town by rally driver Ashley Haig Smith. So here's a problem again for him. I think he's ended up with a problem yet again, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks like he's aborted this run, and I wonder if this driver is going to get waved yellows, because that buggy is not moving quickly, and this car really is.
It is absolutely flying.
If I'm not mistaken, that's Andrew Rackstraw in the Reynard, and that is a quick car.
He's battling to keep it in line. He really is. That is.
Oh dear, yeah. Why are they?
Oops. Hello. And unfortunately, from here, obviously our cameras are okay, but their cables are not. So Rackstraw completes his run in 42.008 seconds, so he goes into second spot. That is Louis van der Merwe in the Swift Volkswagen.
Little shout out to Louis. We used to work with his son, Peter. I hope you're watching maybe from Amsterdam. Big wave from me down in Knysna.
This is the GTI racer. Some of the heydays and some of the best drivers in South Africa came through this particular formula.
I would have loved to have seen this.
Oh, they were spectacular.
When it was on.
Spectacular racing. And let me tell you, a whole bunch of guys ended up with wheels right next to the next wheel, mirrors off, wings off. There was not a spare inch of track given. Not a spare inch. In fact, not a square millimeter given. These lads really raced hard.
Love to have seen that. I wonder if there's some archive footage on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Might be able to find.
Very much so.
So I was watching archive footage of the old Group N racing. Remember that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Great to watch.
Standing Group N racing. That's what it was. So Van der Merwe is off. Confirming the top 10 there for you. So 2 Scribantis, but not either one of what some people would say the right ones yet, because Franco Scribanti still hasn't tested a time that has left him feeling happy, and he had to abort his earlier run here in qualifying 1. Oh, spectacular sounding vehicle again.
So Andre's car, Arnie the Gould, British hill climb special, one of the most successful hill climb cars ever. Yep. The GR55. The company Gould makes F1 components. That's one of their money spinners. But they're very famous for these purpose-built hill climbs, which is the fastest car ever up Simola. Running a 3.3-litre naturally aspirated McLaren engine, V8, and that's why it sounds so good. And incredibly lightweight, which makes it so fast.
That's the younger one of the Schofields. That's Andrew Schofield in the Mygirl Ford Duratec Also naturally aspirated 1.6 litre car.
So far, no one has been able to displace Wade van Zimmeren at the top. He's still hanging on to top spot right now in that yellow Nissan Skyline that scares everyone to death when it pulls off.
So Byron Mitchell, 41.968, second spot now, and Rackstraw in third. Then it's Wilhelm Bart, Silvio Scribanti, Davy Hubert, Charles Arangis, Michael Verrier, Peter Zili and Charles Hubert. I bet you that Zili will be a little bit disappointed to be down there in 9th place early on.
So I think another issue that Andre has in the Gould is his tyres are so soft that he can't do too many runs on them. So I wonder if we'll see him in every session.
He said that he is going to race his tyres to the finish today because he's got a new set waiting. Here's Robert Fogg. Oh, the A1 GP Ferrari is on the way. Wow, that is impressive sounding. So there we go. He's off the line. And now we wait to see what Andrew Ian Schofield can do as well.
That A1 GP by Ferrari, so those cars were all the same. They were built the same to make the competition as fair as possible. And that Ferrari, that car and that Ferrari engine, there's more horsepower than kilograms in that car.
Word.
Yeah, 540 horsepower and about 450 kgs. So that is just a phenomenal piece of machinery. And he's wrestling it up the hill particularly well. That looked fast. I have a feeling he's about to display it, Wade, and he has.
Yes, there you go. He goes top of the standings at 40.178. But now, there we go. Right to the top he goes. And qualifying one.
Unfortunately, as fast as Volk was with a 40, he won't be too happy about that. He's a good 5 seconds off the best time here today.
Yeah. So here is Besaidnout now. Let's watch this run by Besaidnout. Let's see how fast he can get off. That's a good start. He looked like he had that nicely under control. Great line through this right-hander, sweeping long right-hander.
Not as powerful as the A1 Ferrari we just saw go up the hill, but just incredibly lightweight and with very, very sticky tires. Incredible mechanical grip as well as downforce, so he can just, well, he barely has to brake for the corners, really. Just throw it in and hang on.
So he stayed on the right-hand side on the bumpy part of the track there, which is the opposite of what he said he'd done earlier. He whips it through there now, and of course, it's going to be very interesting to see. There it is, Andre Badenhorst, 35.449, and I think that is a brand new record. Thank you very much for coming. How is that? 35.449, that is remarkably quick, and I still think there's more there for him.
That is incredible. We haven't even started racing yet, Andre. What are you going to do tomorrow if you're already setting
it's one of those.
records?
Here's the sand. There's the line. Come, bring it.
35.449. What do your cheat notes say there?
35.5.
So we're definitely fastest track record.
35.5 is the record. So 35.528 was the record from 2018. I knew that straight off the bat. So an incredible performance from Andre Badenhorst. That is very, very impressive indeed. The man from Cape Town really throwing down the gauntlet and proving that he is the man to beat this time.
35.449. Maths was not my strong suit at school, but I did some calculations based on his previous track record. Average speed of 198 kilometers an hour up the hill. Average speed, not top speed, and he's just beaten it.
Unbelievable. So he had a really good run. Let's catch up with Colin again. I think he's got Wilhelm Bart with him this time, who should be smiling, actually.
Bart, I can see there's a smile under that face. Relief at your first run. You missed out on this morning, and you just go and bang in a 42.
Yeah, look, I'm way off where it is now. The talent, talent is like the car's fine. There's small. We had a fuel pump issue earlier today, and now we have not the ideal story there. We have small pumps in there, so our fuel flow is not as what we want. So not making power that we will need later on, I think. But we've got a plan for that for tomorrow. Today, now, next is just to get myself, what can I say, you know the story, get the lines right, get the story right, because I'm so far off doing the right thing. So that was just
Kind of got 3 and a bit seconds to find. Get into a 39.
Yeah, it's possible. Eh?
Yeah, of course it's possible. You are the great Wilhelm, Wicked Willie, Bob.
Yeah, it's possible. Don't worry. We have lots to do still. So yeah, as I said, lots more power to come and new tyres and stuff like that. But I mean, above that, first and foremost, I need to get my lines right and get my head around where to brake and where to turn and where to accelerate. So that run was my first run now. So just a banker, and yeah, I need more bankers now.
Good luck. A banker. He always talks about a whole lot of what that goes on his head. In his head, and that what is getting things sorted out. Team runners of the A1 that Robbie Walk just drove up here, that black car. Stuart, Bob, you guys seem to, he gave it full send and launch.
Yeah, we're still working on it, Colin, and Bob's chipping away, trying to make it better and better, and it's, you know, in a way it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So we'll see what Robbie says, but certainly the time would indicate that we went the wrong way. Without knowing the full picture, of course.
And Bob, what are you adjusting when you fiddling on your computer in the car?
Yeah, we after every run we extract the data out the car and we overlay it to the previous run and we see if there's any improvements that we can sort of decipher from the data, and yeah, that's what we sort of base it on, and more probably in the data than just visually, you know.
And now you'll wait for your baby to come back, plug in the umbilical cord, and it will spill its guts and you'll interpret it.
Hopefully all the answers are there for us.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for chatting. Good luck, guys. Thanks, man. Cheers. Somebody else who was really quick was Megan Verlack, and we just saw her running, walking past. Silvio Scribanti in the Lamborghini is back, and we want to try and get hold of Franco Scribanti, who had that problem. He's still in the car. And a lot of the cars come down the hill this way because they like low riders, almost like a Golf GDI, and they have to go over the bumps if they go around the other way. We'll get to talk to Quirvis, who's over here, and he'll let us know exactly what happened. Quirvis, do you know what happened with the car yet?
Yeah, we had an overstroke of a throttle body problem.
And you run the head of technical here, so you say it's an overstroke of a throttle body.
So you got your pedal position and your throttle position. If they don't sync with each other, if the one's higher than the other one, it gives a default. So it goes back to the normal setting and it bombs out.
Is it fixable?
Yeah, we're going to recalibrate it now.
Get to work. So electronics. We've got to get out of here because as another Lamborghini comes down, this is high power stuff. The energy is absolutely magnificent as everybody brings the cars back. There's fettling and fiddling, and we're going to go back up here, Moeti, because we want to talk with himself, Advocate Andre Verzadenhout, who's just broken the lap record for the circuit. That 35.4 is, I find, absolutely spectacular. Louis van der Merwe in the blue car has been racing this thing since the 80s. Formula GTR, this built in South Africa, by the way. How cool is that? Andrew Schofield, Formula Ford up the hill, 106 odd horsepower, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, a hell of a lot of fun. The car and the track brings the best out of the car. And yeah, it's something new. It's my first year here, first time here, so I'm having a lot of fun.
Awesome. Good luck. Right, another one, Byron Mitchell. He did so well. And right at the back here, Ian Schofield, that's man's daddy. Ian, was that a good run for you?
It's definitely an improvement, definitely going in the right direction.
And that's what it's about, chipping away and getting there.
Chipping away and going quicker and quicker and learning from each run and trying to put it into action on the next run.
Well done.
Thank you.
And himself, congratulations, Advocate Verzadenhout. That's a new track record. How do you feel?
Well, same as before. You know, there's always a little bit more. It wasn't the perfect run. I didn't get a good start. So I think there's more to go, and the 34 is on, no doubt in my mind.
34 is on. Go for it.
That's it.
34. Who would have thought? I mean, track record at the moment, 35.5. Now he's talking 34. And just for, do the percentages. Let's just leave it at that. I mean, we can do the maths. This thing is F for fast. 34.4 is on. Arnie, back to you.
Yeah, if Andre Besaidnout says he's looking for a sub 35, he thinks he can clock 34, then you must know it's pretty close. And the interesting thing about it is he said the start wasn't that great. It looked okay from our vantage point, didn't it, Jero?
Jeez, if a 34 is on for today, then we're looking at a track record which is going to be very difficult to beat.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what other machinery you could actually bring here to beat that, besides maybe a modern Formula One car, actually.
Yeah.
These Gould GR55s, these hill climb specials, they really are purpose-built for this kind of racing, and incredible to watch him go up the hill in that thing.
It was. Absolutely incredible. And like I said, when he crossed the line, well, they all do it. They all say, well, there's more. I can get more out of it. And that's the perfectionist's curse, isn't it? So, yeah, unfortunately or fortunately, that's the way it is. They always want to go faster and faster and faster.
But you know, Arnie, my gut feel was that what we're calling the pool noodles, or I think the track, the marshals call them the policemen, I just had a feeling that they would affect the racers' lines a fair bit, and Franco Scribante's head mechanic confirmed that for us yesterday, that he said that it is actually slowing Franco down a little bit, staying away from the pool noodles. And so I wonder what Andre could be achieving right now if those policemen weren't there.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. Although, like we were saying, the biggest thing is they want to try and keep it as safe as possible, and also not to get any debris on the track for other people, because often that happens, and that causes trouble for everyone. I mean, particularly a guy like Besaidnout, who's got those really soft compound tires, that just gobbles up dust and pebbles and rock. So it makes it very difficult.
No, that's a very good point. And in previous years, I suppose the tactic was to have tires lying down to demarcate the inside of the corner. Problem with that, of course, is that if you drag a rear wheel over a lying down tire and it pops you up, you can be in a lot of trouble. So, it's definitely an improvement, and it's nice to see that the records are still tumbling with those orange policemen in place. And I have a feeling, I mean, if we're only on day one here, well, day 2 of the competition, but day 1 of King of the Hill, I have a feeling we are going to see the 34s. And then who's going to beat that? Probably Andre next year, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, Scribante's had his problems, and it continues. It seems like the Nissan GTR is really giving the pit crew a bit of a runaround. Let's just take you back to highlights from yesterday when it was Classic Car Friday.
And the winner, as we thought, is Franco Scribante in the Chevron, powered by Suzuki.
juffrou? Wie het vandaag? Hoe is het? Oké. Oké. Ja, nee. Oh, nice. Oh, lekker. Oké, en is iemand happy dan?
I'm ready when you are. Who's about to begin. We've seen a new track record, Andre Bezuidenhout in the Gould 35, very low 35, and he says that a 34 is on. I'm also excited because have been friends of the show, are driving again. Richard Rutz, are you wringing the neck out of your Mini?
I'm also excited because I'm here and you here.
He's always excited. He's about to get going. John Cooper works Mini. Now I want to tell you just a little bit about this car, and I've got to go to my notes because out of respect, I don't want to mess things up here. And Eugene Bowers died last year, and his brother's driving this car out of pure respect for him and as a tribute to him, and as a family our thoughts are with them. It's never nice losing somebody in the racing family, and the fact that they are prepared to do this speaks absolute wonders. One of the other cars that these cars here are in the, shall we say, the slower of the cars. They under 2-litre rear-wheel drive cars, apart from Reggie, who's in clearly we know a Mini in a front-wheel drive car. Mike Verrier, his Shelby. Mike, don't run away. Tell us, first of all, how do you fit all of this greatness that you've got inside a tiny car like that?
Because it was designed and built in America, and Americans are big.
There you go. And how is it going up the hill, this qualifying one? What you're going to change and what you're going to do for qualifying two?
We're just trying to tweak things. The car's mechanically all good, so it's just me launching and driving and braking and turning and just trying to improve those things. But the car's behaving and doing very nicely, so I've just got to get up to speed and build confidence with each run.
Good stuff. Got to tune the driver up.
Absolutely.
Good luck. Right, one of the other reasons I'm excited is that Wicked Willie Wilhelm Bart is back with his GTR. This thing is modified to pieces. They had a whole lot of fuel pump issues. They've got 4 at the moment, and still it's not delivering enough fuel to make all the horsepowers that they need to make. You'll see all of the sticky stuff over here. This is all sorts of oil that's been mopped up. It was super sticky earlier on, but now it's been mopped up. This was from the other GTR from PE that ended up with broken, the power steering fluid was just spilling its guts all over the place. So that's why the two reasons I'm excited is lap record, Willie's back, there's a huge fight on the go. A car that is missing, was missing, is the Sheriff. We'll go back by its official name. The most wicked aerodynamic car done by Franco Scrivanti Racing. They've worked on every single piece of this car. It's been apart and put back together with absolute loving care. We heard earlier there was an issue between the throttle, the sensor on the throttle and the sensor on the butterfly, a mismatch. But they'll get it get it sorted. There's some very, very clever people here, very dedicated, and they absolutely love their car. Car 70 is one that we need to watch. Just walking and talking before the action starts. The Van Zimmeren GTR is absolutely magnificent. Wait, point on it. This yellow GTR Skyline is absolutely magnificent. The yellow one here, Moeti, check out all the air. It's got an exhaust pipe of note. It is the most violent car as it gets off the line. And let me tell you, Wade, where's Wade? Is he? Oh, he's way out the back here. Wastegate that comes off here, it is magnificent. Pulled out a time in qualifying one that's woken up a couple of people here. And the Oaks are getting a little bit panicky about how quick this thing is going to go. The other Van Zimmeren car is parked in the parking lot, sadly. We hate to see that. And Dad is unfortunately not able to get here. So this is the pride and joy of the border area. They've come to conquer. Let's see what happens, because it's very, very nice. We're going to find Wade, and we're going to talk to him. We spoke about and you've heard about the Lotuses, the low tires, with all their engines. This one here is Davy Joubert with a Ferrari motor in it, 488 Ferrari. Freddie tells me and assures me that the only thing it's got is a little bit of tweaking and a whole lot of an exhaust pipe. Otherwise, the inside of the motor is standard. But we'll go with that. The one in the back there is Craig Zank's Nissan GTR powered two-wheel drive car. We're about to get some action on the track, and Arnie, take it away as that Boxster 718 goes up the hill.
Thanks very much, Colin. It is indeed the 718S Cayman. Jared Yeo at the wheel, and he's been very solid with that car. I love how he keeps this straight line, and then slowly eases it in. This is almost stately driving, if you like. It's so impressive. And look at it, it's far over on the left-hand side. Here is Richard Roots in the Mini. That's that John Cooper Works Mini. And a 2-liter 4-cylinder car. And Rootsy makes any car look good, but that also does make him look good because it's pretty.
That Porsche Cayman chassis is so good. I've been really lucky to drive the new 4-liter naturally aspirated flat 6 that they've put in there. And with a manual gearbox and an NA engine, one of the best driving cars you can buy right now.
So Jared Yeo went 51 seconds. Did he get a bit sideways there? Yeah, he did.
Picked up a little bit of dirt on the exit there, Richard Roots, but I'm sure he had it all under control.
Maybe not.
Full send in that Mini. Oversteered almost into the trench there, Richard Roots. That's maybe just a little over the limit, but he got a sub 50, which is probably what he was chasing. So he'll be happy with that, but my word, was that close.
This is Jacques Bauer in the Ford Escort from 1977. This should have been lining up in the classic cars. This is a beauty. Remember, everyone on the East Rand and their uncle and their dog had one of those. That's Francois Cowley in the BMW. That's the 3 Series E30.
I actually cannot believe how close Richard was pushed that nearly had that.
Yeah.
That was really, really close. And I'm glad he's made it to the top in one piece, but it's
he pushes.
That's the sign of a driver going absolutely on the limit.
49.0 for Roots, a really good ride. BMW is going nicely too.
Yeah, I think that sub 50 is probably a psychological barrier, Arnie, and I'm pretty sure that's what he was gunning for there. He wanted to go home with the sub 50. So.
Absolutely, I agree. Next cars are off.
That's the Cayman's competition, I'd imagine, the Z4. Reminiscent of the Gulf oil colors there, actually.
Very much so, very much. You're looking for Steve McQueen to come out of that one, if you like.
So Rechard and his Mini currently sitting on top of the table.
Jared Yeo clocked 51.1, and that's a very solid ride from him. I think that may be his fastest of the day.
And just shows you the speed difference between the top of the field and someone like Rechard's in the Mini. I mean, Rechard's pushing. He's got everything. He's got giving it absolutely everything he's got and getting the most out of the car. And, you know, he can run down to the shops and buy a pie at the garage. Andre can't do that in his Gould Hillclimb Special. but Andre is a good 15 seconds faster.
Martin fit in his BMW, that beautiful natural racing colors. There it is in the BMW Motorsport colors. And that's him going. He's also pushing hard.
A little bit of oversteer out of the exit of turn 3 there, and as you can see on your screen right now, turn 3 kind of tightens on you. So if you're in an oversteer or an understeer situation coming out of there, the edge of the tarmac starts to come up very, very quickly on you, and that's when you've probably got to lift off to get the car right, and that's where you lose time, unfortunately.
There you go. Yeah, you're on the edge, aren't you? And 3 tests you tough. 3 really gives you a big test.
Yeah. The sweeps toward the end of the track, you're almost flat out, really. You may be lifting off, you're not on the brakes, but turn 3 is really challenging.
Here's that beautiful Alpha, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Yep, it is. It's the Alpha, the Quadrofoglia from Piet Potgieter, 67.
That 4-leaf clover is a sign of good luck. It was used on the old Alfa Romeo racing cars, and it has stuck through to this day, and it finds its way onto the modern Alfa Romeos.
That Golf, I beg your pardon, that Porsche rather, from Jean-Pierre van der Walt has gone straight to the top of the class at 45.336. He's been very consistent, JP has, in the Porsche 991 Generation 1 GTR3 RS.
These Audi R8s are just lovely cars. They really are. I've had the pleasure of driving a few of them, and this is the last generation. Audi have announced that they are discontinuing the R8, unfortunately. And if you want a Lamborghini and you got half the budget, well, you can get most of a Lamborghini in an R8. So pick up yourself a nice V10 supercar and hang on to it. Maybe a future classic.
Gordon Nicholson going nicely there. That's Peter Lindenberg who leaves the line, and the big guy, one of South Africa's most celebrated speed junkies. He's done just about all of it on tar and on water. Also a Formula One powerboating champion, and twice almost lost his life in the water and has fought back every single time. This is one tough guy. So Peter Lindenberg in the Shelby Ford 5-litre 8-cylinder Terlingua, that's called. What a beast that thing is.
Yeah, those supercharged V8s are fantastic. Very torquey, very linear power delivery, but very thirsty. I'm surprised he actually doesn't have to stop for petrol halfway up the run.
It's still Van der Walt who leads at 45.336, but that's going to plummet. So the slower cars start first, and then you work your way down to the faster ones all the time. JP Van der Walt, 45.336.
Another stand going up the hill here. That's such a classic design, that, for a modern car. I think they captured the essence of the 60s cars, which we saw yesterday in the Classic Car Friday, really well. Some of the middle Mustangs in the 80s, meh, but the new ones,
yeah, got it
very
right.
nice.
That's Paige Lindenberg, Peter's young daughter. She is in the Ranger RTR Savage 660. I don't have to tell you why it's called Savage. It speaks for itself. Look at it.
Paige really chooses her cars. I mean, yesterday she was in that gigantic Ford, that probably the biggest and heaviest car on the track, and today she's in a Bucky. So she certainly has an interesting array of race cars.
Look at the suspension on that thing. It's sort of sofaing its way up the hill. Look at it go.
That's really brave. I mean, that thing compared to a race car is cornering on its door handles, and you've got to just hang on.
Francois Fritz in his Toyota Hilux, and this, I think they don't have enough cylinders in this car.
Yeah.
I think they're missing a few.
Only 12.
Only 12 of them.
And 2 turbos. I saw a picture of that engine, and I've never seen something so crazy in my life, really. A V12 in a bakkie. But South Africa's a bakkie mad nation, and we like mad bakkies, and here it is.
Man, I would pay big money to drop this off at Oom Jan van der Bloem's plaas in Botawil and say, Oom, vat hierdie ene for a spin and see what he does. That would be very funny.
I don't think, unfortunately, that it is running at full tilt. I was told that they only got it on the dyno yesterday and started mapping it yesterday. So I'm not sure it was 100% finished for the race. But you know what? He's driving a V12 Hilux up the hill having fun.
Absolutely. This is Francois Fritz. And again, let's just apologize. We can't show you our last 3 cameras out on the course. If you've perhaps just joined us, Franco de Matteo didn't take out our cameras, but he took out the cables that lead to our cameras. So Fritz clocking 63.926, and that's not a bad run for that vehicle at all.
Couple of sounds like a war zone outside our commentary box here, Arnie. This RSQ3, interestingly, same motor as the TTRS. It's the 2.5 Audi motor, 5-cylinder. And very tunable, and that one is very tuned, in my opinion.
Here's Rado Skeppers in that beautifully turned out car, and have a look at it. If you can see it, if you can see the branding, see if you can see what it says. If you love sushi, you will.
Yeah. It's hot and it's green. And it's not avocado.
No, it's not ever. Don't make that mistake. Ever, 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 ever. Paul Munro in the naturally aspirated M3 CSL. That car is 18 years old this year. Wasabi, off she goes.
One of my favorite cars of all time. The
No doubt.
M3 CSL.
Yeah,
Really
no doubt.
a highlight from the BMW stable. Lovely to see one going up the track. Very stiffly sprung. Look at it bouncing over the main straight bumps.
You've got to love those wheels and the way that they've made them stand out. The car is built around the 4 wheels. You can clearly see it.
Yeah, that's a super car. That, if you've got one, hang on to it. Oh, Mazda RX-7.
Karel Stolz with the Mazda Rotary. And I remember as a kid when the rotary engines came out, my dad, who sold them together with the Fiat and the Fiat agency in Brakpan, couldn't get over the fact that this is a rotary engine. This is revolutionary. All the engines are going to be like this, my boy, he said.
So invented by Professor Felix Wankel. He actually didn't have enough money to finish the project. Mazda helped him finish it. And what's incredible about them is their displacement to power ratio. So the standard Mazda RX-7, the displacement of that engine is 1.3 liters. That's it. But you can get hundreds of kilowatts out of it.
Yeah.
They're brilliant engines. They really are.
And long-lasting in the end as well.
Yeah, if the seals used to be a bit of an issue, you had to, and they do chow through oil. But apparently a quick, well, not quick, but an engine rebuild replaced the seals, and those things just go forever.
That's Bob Neal in his Ford Focus ST. I think that's one of the first times that we've seen him go off the line on our live feed.
You know, as we were saying earlier, Arnie, after my chat with Cole, our American visiting racer here this weekend, I'm just blown away, and I didn't know that Pikes Peak actually has a rolling start. And here at Simola, it's obviously a standing start, and so these cars really do have to serve 2 purposes. One is a drag race to the first corner, and then, as he said, they've got to sort out the rest of the corners on the way up.
And the braking. That's the other thing, of course.
Yep.
Johan de Bruin in his vehicle. De Bruin was quick early on. He really was. As Van der Walt, JP Van der Walt still leads at 45.336 and 18 runs completed.
Nice to see a Ford Focus RS out here. You know, Arnie, unfortunately, the RS and the ST brands are pretty much dead in South Africa, and Ford Global actually are giving up on them as well, as far as I'm aware, in the next few years. So big fans of the RS and the ST badges have reached out to me, and they're just really, really sad that they can't buy the new ones anymore in South Africa.
It is very much so. There's the bumpy part of the track, and whoa, that car was all over the show. Really, really battled with that one.
That was Claire Vale in her Subaru BRZ, and she was absolutely flying up the main straight, but she did look like she'd slowed down a little bit after turn 3, so I hope nothing's gone wrong for her.
Well, the brain goes into the second place with that 46.8 clocking of his.
Jean-Pierre van der Walt sat at the top for a couple of runs there now.
Yeah, he did. He's still there, and he's done well. Has done very well indeed.
That naturally aspirated GT3 RS right now, and in the hands of Jean-Pierre van der Walt, is still sitting at the top of the table with a 45.336.
Coming off the line, and that is a big pull away as well. That's Robbie Ferroli in that goal, which comes from Brazil. All right, no, I beg your pardon. Beg your pardon, that's Shane Naidu in the Mitsubishi.
Shane's a hell of a nice guy, and absolutely loves this car. I think he's got that car up to about 900 horsepower now. Really quick.
That's the Evo 9.
Those are so sought after now. Just one of the best sedan, high-performance sedan, all-wheel drive sedans ever built, really. And we can't buy them in South Africa anymore. Unfortunately, Mitsubishi don't sell them here.
That's the little Mercedes.
That A45, as we were saying earlier, extremely high-powered 2-liter 4-cylinder turbo, but very tunable as well. Although a highly stressed engine, not too sure how far you can push them, but that one does sound like it has had a bit of a reworking.
A little bit of work done. Pierre Bester in the A45, that's 2 liters. And a very interesting looking car. Love the livery on it.
I absolutely love the sound of that Lamborghini. So good to see race cars of that caliber out here.
So Bester has got that on a string. He really, really does.
I suspect Jean-Pierre van der Walt is going to lose his top spot now to this Lamborghini Huracan.
So this is the Riccardo Giannaccaro Lamborghini that's on the way, and that is Charles Arangi's. He was very quick in Q1.
Yeah, he's on it. He's pushing.
He is definitely on it. I love that expression because I think that is exactly what it was. This is Cole Powelson. And Arangi's goes top of the class. There it is, 43.0.
But he's being chased up the hill by his fellow Lamborghinis, and will they be able to unseat him immediately? We're about to find out.
Riccardo Giannaccaro, again a name that you know so well, the Giannaccaro name, synonymous with so much really good South African motorsport performances over the years.
No, Charles Arangi's has held it, so he's still in the top spot.
Arangi's 43.0.
Yeah, he'll be chuffed with that time. That's a really good time.
Giannaccaro stopping the clock on 47.8 and slips into the 7th place. Let's see what our American visitor can do here. Cole Powelson in that Citroen. It's got an Audi Cosworth 2.7 litre engine in it. That's the Exara Sport WRC. Citroën, as they would say over in France.
I think that might be the only French car in the grid.
I figure so, yeah.
They do have
that was coming in sideways there for a second.
Yeah, Cobras are a handful, and this Toyota MR2 is absolutely flying up the main straight into turn 3.
So many beautifully turned out cars. Here we go. Ian Shrewsbury, organizer of the event, and Shroz has been quick with this Nissan of his Skyline GTS. That's a 1996 model. Have you ever?
So if you're unfamiliar with the Simola Hillclimb, Ian Shrewsbury on your screens right now in the Silver Skyline is Mr. Simola Hillclimb.
Amen.
He is the man who has put this all together, of course with the help of his wonderful team, but this was his vision.
Peter Zeele gets into 2nd place, 43.296. That's a very solid run by him. and only 0.02 of a second difference between him and Arunji's at the top there right now.
Go, Ian, I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, go, 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 boss man, go.
Up into the S's. He's looking pretty good. I think he had to abort his previous run, if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves, but he's on it now.
Stays clear of his invention, those policemen. Let's see what his line is like here. And again, let me just apologize. We don't unfortunately have our camera connections made as of yet. Oh, that is so beautiful. You've got to love that vehicle. It looks stunning. We're waiting for the timing to come up for Ian Shrewsbury. There we go. Did they just update there? No, not yet.
We'll update you at the end's time as soon as we get it. Not popping up just yet.
One day it looked like it may be that we just saw one shot where he was perhaps not piling it on. Arunji's still in the lead with that 43.096. Oh, hello. There you go. Car number 31 has just upset the apple cart. Davy Hubert in that beautiful Lotus Ferrari of his. The Exige engine has gone 41.730.
That is quick. And this is Craig Sank's Lotus going up the hill now, if I'm not mistaken. This grey Lotus, that is fast.
That's Charles Hubert and his Lotus. That's the Elise.
Running a 3.5 litre Honda motor in that particular Lotus.
Yep.
Ah, Gary Martin's in the diesel M2, the only diesel car in the field, if I'm not mistaken.
There goes Van Zimmeren. I listened to it underneath me and I knew they were going to cut to a car all yellow, canary yellow, and full of horses, full of them.
I wonder if Van Zimmeren can go sub 40 if he gets the perfect race here.
Wade van Zimmeren using all of the road that time. Now he's picked a very interesting line here, very, very tight, up the right-hand side and then into the left-hander. That is good driving. He's working it for everything that he's worth. Look at this line here. Again, wide, 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 and then in. He's making this car dance here now.
Yeah, he wants a sub 40. He is giving that thing everything it's got. Squirreling there, losing the front end a little bit. That's when you know he's absolutely on it, and he has taken it.
41.196 van Zimmeren. Oh, there we go. Don't shoot, we'll come out with friendly fire instead. This is incredible. Van Zimmeren, 41.196, and he elevates himself right to the top of the class.
Yeah, in that category, that's going to be pretty hard to beat.
Yep.
Not the sub 40 I was predicting, but I think he'll be happy.
Now, can Franco Scribanti finally put together a decent run? That looked like a good start. The electronics has not let him down again. There we go. This time he's going hard, going like the clappers here now.
So our winner yesterday after Ian Schofield was unfortunately disqualified due to leaving the track limits, and Franco Scribante taking a trophy home yesterday, and he'll be wanting to take a trophy home tomorrow.
Well, the defending champion in that lovely car of his, that Nissan R35 GTR. Let's see what he can deliver here. The Kraken is out there devouring more tar.
Yeah, that's a good run. That looks like a sub 40 to me.
There it is, 39.5. Well done. 39.5 and Scribanti races to the top.
I just got interrupted by a Lamborghini there.
That's Silvio Scribanti in the Lamborghini 5.2 litre 10-cylinder Huracan GT3 EVO.
Arnie, correct me if I'm wrong, with Franco in the 39s, is he faster than his winning time from 2019?
So winning time from 2019, 39.342, and this one is 39.581, so 0.02 of a second away from the time that gave him victory 2 years ago.
Yeah, so he's close. He's almost on his own personal best. And I have no doubt that he'll beat his personal best tomorrow. If that was his, pretty much like you say, his first qualifying run really that he's had all day, he'll be happy with that.
Very much so, and why not? That's Wilhelm Bart in the Knysna. That's the GTR R35. He's off and running.
Previous winner as well, Wilhelm. He's a big Skyline fanatic. He builds really, really good ones. He really does, and he'll be in with a shout today as well.
So Bart was the man who finished second overall last year. And in the King of the Hill results, or not, I keep saying last year, of course, 2 years ago.
Here's a Radical going up the hill now. I love these things. They're so flat, so low to the ground. There's a really purpose-built race car that, although you can make them road legal, but you probably don't want to.
Wilhelm Bart has nipped into second place, 41.1. That's gorgeous driving as well. He really did do a good job there. So good stuff from Wilhelm Bart. That's a good one. So Van Zimmeren has been pushed down to third place, and Hubert into fourth. Aranji's in 5, then Peter Zili in the 6th place. There's some real hard work going on there at the moment.
Wilhelm, though, unfortunately, what's that, about 1.6 seconds off of Franco's time. So I'm not sure he's going to be able to make that up as the course of the weekend runs on, but still a phenomenal time there from a saloon car.
Rui Campos, this also is just the most stunning looking vehicle. It is absolutely gorgeous. Are they having trouble with that or not? This is the Shelby Ford, the Can-Am.
Did look like it was retreating there, unfortunately. Yeah. Maybe a quick issue that they can solve, and then he can get up the hill. 31
years old that car is this year. Here is James Forbes in the ADR Suzuki powered 1.3 MCE3.
You know what I love about this event? The action just never stops.
No. If you look away for a second, you've missed something.
And that year I was racing, you know, you get back to the pits, you park and you get out, you take your suit off because you're so hot, and get a glass of water, and then the next thing the marshal's shouting at you,
"Get ready!
Are you going?" So yeah,
now look at that.
Not much time to even smash a burger in your face.
No.
Get back behind the wheel and off you go.
And off you go again. Tell me about the adrenaline. Is it more before the time or afterwards?
For me, the toughest part of the race is leading up to the start line. That's where the nerves are the highest, and the sort of, it's where you really got to dig deep and pull in some self-confidence, because once that guy drops the flag, the start man, and you're off, you're so focused that you actually just forget about everything else.
Megan Verloc in the Speed Car Extreme, this little Suzuki with the motorbike engine in it, and she's off and running. Let's also hope that Terry Smith can do the business.
So no one's been able to unseat Franco in the Kraken. Arnie's nickname for that crazy GTR.
No, I can't take credit for that. That's Colin. No,
okay.
That's Colin.
Is that Colin?
The Kraken. I call it the Hammerhead because it just looks like a very hungry hammerhead looking for something to eat.
I love these buggies. I can't wait to get behind the wheel of one. Motorbike engine, I believe.
Yeah, 600cc. That's all it is. But boy, oh boy, there's almost no frame to that thing, and it absolutely chuck wagons up the hill.
That looks like something you might actually buy at Toys R Us, sort of thing. I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but it's so small, it's so compact.
Yeah, you've almost put it in your briefcase.
Yeah. So 600 cc's will be plenty in there. Good power to weight ratio in that car. The driver didn't look particularly on it there. Maybe not the best run. Maybe missed a gear change or two and just decided to crawl to the top of the hill.
Lovely start as Andrew Rackstraw goes in the Reynard.
This thing is so quick. And I think I caught a glimpse of Mr. Rackstraw. Not entirely sure he's even started shaving yet, but he's a fantastic driver. And I suppose you don't need to be of legal age to compete here. It's not a public road for the next few days, so I'm almost certain he's the youngest driver on the grid.
Rackstraw going nicely. He's really using a lot of the road and doing it well. Let's watch him through this S's complex. And off he goes. That was really nicely done.
You know, you look at Formula One these days, and it's the really, really young guys that are at the top of the field.
Rackstraw goes into 5th place with a 41.7 clocking. And now we get to the really, really fast cars. So it'll be Byron Mitchell and Adrian Schofield, and then Robert Volk and Andre Besaynote.
It just shows you how fast the tin top saloon.
Whoa! There's trouble.
Oh dear.
Hold on. I think he's going to be okay.
It looked like the back left corner of the car took most of the impact.
Yeah. I think he hit one of the policemen, because there was 2 down there, if I'm not mistaken, on that corner on the left-hand side. And the marshal is giving the signal there, red flag, slow down, please. Thank you very much. So this run will be aborted.
We'll just wait for confirmation for you of the driver's condition, but I suspect if the camera angle stays the same, we will see him climb out there. It was quite a high speed off.
But I think he probably didn't have too much trouble. By the time that he was into the 3rd of the pirouettes, it looked like he was going to slow down, that he was slowing down already. Here goes our track master safety car. Photographer, faithful as he is. Funny enough, I've been watching him a few times as the cars come through there, and he's going to have whiplash by the end of today, because the cars come through there and he follows it with his camera and he does a whole 360 all the way through. But now the red flags are out and we'll have a hold up here of sorts.
So racing has stopped for qualifying too, while the marshals assess the damage, of course assess the condition of the driver. Arnie, I actually missed who went off there.
I didn't actually see either, I must be honest. It could very well have been Byron Mitchell in the Reynard. We'll confirm that for you.
If I'm not mistaken, Rackstraw was the last person to set
That's
at
right.
time.
But they're not going this year for the first time, because there's been so many hold-ups. And by the way, Rackstraw did go into 5th place. I think I mentioned that to you at 41.7. That they're not actually going in numerical order. They're fitting them in as they get them to the line and letting them go. So there's the safety car. That's out.
And as I was saying, just when the driver went off there, it just shows you how fast those tin top cars are that belong to Scribante and Willem Bart. Rackstraw in that single seater posting a 41.7. Good 2.2 seconds off Scribante.
Yep.
But Scribante had to go through extreme lengths to make that GTR as fast as it is.
Well, that's especially built. Here we go. Now we can have a look at it. Once he gets through this corner. We're trying to replay that for you. Here we go. It's already spinning here. Wheel has come off, so he hit that back rear wheel, right rear wheel. That is where the trouble came from.
I have a feeling he lost it at the corner before. Maybe dragged a rear tire over the dirt, hit one or two of the policemen, and in a light car like that, an obstruction like that would have just been enough to throw the tail out. And I think we saw so much spinning energy there, but it is better to spin like that. You're dissipating energy, you're losing momentum like that as
it slows you down.
Exactly, as the tires are gripping into the tarmac. So if it's going to go wrong, that's one of the better ways for it to go wrong up the hill.
Yep. No, very much so. You're right.
And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we have. I wonder if the Di Matteo accident affected this camera angle.
So that's Louis van der Merwe in the Swift Volkswagen. Yeah, that's one of the most horrible feelings. I know you're saying the energy is dissipated and you're slowing down and all that lovely stuff, but that is, you're out of control. There is absolutely nothing that you can do in that scenario.
No, it's terrible. I've been there actually on the launch of the BMW M5 about 10 years ago on a very wet Aldo Scribante. yeah.
Lost
went
one.
Straight to the scene of the accident.
Lovely. You got there first, huh?
Me, yeah. No, it was a horrible feeling. And you know, because it was so wet, I think I lost it just after the S's at Scribante. And it was so wet that I was full on the brakes. But when I hit the grass, it was like hitting ice. No traction.
Yeah.
And I was very lucky.
What's horrible about that is the sound.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay on the tar, but on the grass, it's far worse.
Yeah.
It's far worse.
No, being out of control of a car is a terrible feeling. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. I think if you are a seasoned racing driver, you've probably been through something like that, so you won't be as panicked as a normal driver or an inexperienced driver, but it's still not a nice feeling at all.
No. Luckily, the safety soles in the vehicles these days, and particularly the single-seaters, it's just absolutely exceptional how safe it is. If you think, like we were saying yesterday, if you think of one or two of the offs we've seen in Formula One, and even here, we've seen 3 or 4, which you think to yourself, that looks pretty serious. And all our drivers so far, bar one, which as a precautionary measure, they sent him to hospital for observation, all of them have walked away.
Yeah, and I think that's testimony to not only the quality of the field, who are almost for the most part hand-picked by Ian Shrosby and his team, but also testimony to how much thought and preparation goes into preparing the hill to be as safe as possible. Motorsport, at the end of the day, is a dangerous endeavor, and the drivers understand that, we understand that, the spectators understand that, but every measure is taken to make sure that it's as safe as possible. And I think that, I mean, this event pretty much has a clean sheet. So.
Very much so, yeah. Yeah, we've had one or two. I do recall an accident in 2018, which really took my breath away. When it happened, I feared the worst. Although then it's high speed, and that's why it probably looks far more, I hesitate to use the word, I don't think anything else comes to mind, spectacular than what it really is impact-wise. And luckily, we've, over all the years, the record here is good. Record is good.
When you... not sure if you've been to an F1 race, Arnie.
Yeah.
So when you buy your ticket and they give you that lanyard and it's got your access and all the rest of it, and then it's got a disclaimer sort of underneath your seat number and all the rest of it, and just in capital letters, the very first sentence on your F1 ticket just says, "Motorsport is dangerous." That's it.
No,
That's the one thing they want you to understand going into...
Point number one.
Yeah, going into being a spectator at an F1 race. So, but at the same time, that, I suppose, is what creates the thrill.
Totally. No, totally. It is. And let's be honest, it is... that the danger is part of the appeal of it. And no one wants to see an accident, but we all realize, and here I think drivers are so very close to the edge here. In fact, some of them peek right over the edge. They got like 10 toes and 10 fingers right over the edge sometimes.
I'm thinking, Arnie, what might be affecting the drivers at this late stage of the day, I mean, it's now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the contours of the land around the track, it's quite hilly. And I wonder if the sections of the track that are in the shade are significantly cooler than the sections in the sun. And as they're going in, they're maybe just losing a fraction of traction in those shaded areas.
Very interesting point. I guess that does make sense. I also said earlier, when we started seeing shadows from about 2:30 onwards, I thought to myself, and I said it earlier on in the day, that your sight is affected because you're in and out of the shadows. And often the iris of the eye contracts so quickly that for a nanosecond you're unsighted, and that could also cause you trouble. So yeah, it's a whole lot of circumstantial things and natural scenarios that can cause trouble like this as well.
And that is another thing which differentiates hill climb from circuit racing. In circuit racing, the exposure of the light or the exposure that you're driving through doesn't change. The light is consistent, whereas right now, if you look at the shots on your screen right now, you can see the corner just where the car is in the sun, and then the next corner is in the shade. So fairly tricky out there for the drivers, but it is indeed what they signed up for. They love it. That's why they're here. And unfortunately, we don't have confirmation yet on Louis' condition. Racing is still stopped.
I'd love to hear if Colin can chat with us from the pits, and let's just find out what the mood is there, because funny enough, in all both days that we've had so far, we've had one or two offs that were quite spectacular, and it is a rattle for the drivers. It's like a ripple that goes through the pits, and everyone goes, is our mate okay? Is he going to be fine? Because it impacts everyone, absolutely everyone.
I just noticed, Arnie, unless I missed it, but there is no ambulance on the scene.
I think it may be. I just think it may already be in there somewhere.
Maybe it's out of sight.
Okay, they've got the flatbed on the move there. Car on the back.
And there's the Formula GTI off to the workshop.
Let's chat to Colin. Let's hear what he has to say from the pits. Colin.
Well, I've got Robbie Walk, who's sat in the car. Robbie, it's a little bit frustrating getting out of here and then waiting.
Yeah, unfortunately, well, I suppose we had tyre warmers on, so it'll generate a little bit more heat in it. But it is getting a bit cooler out there, so I think this run will be okay, but the next one will be a little bit colder and I think more difficult. So, yeah, this run should still be fun, but hurry up and wait.
Warm tar is your friend, particularly with the harder tyres that you've got.
Yeah, the tyres are right, but obviously the car's stiff and we try to spring it right, but still struggling to get the balance. I mean, it's not made for this sort of event, so yeah, just trying to fine-tune it. Certainly didn't get it right the last run, but we've gone back, and yeah, let's see what we've got now.
Awesome, good luck. So I think there's like, come on, I want to get this thing done, and everybody came here to race. One of the guys who had an issue a little bit earlier was Rui Campos. Rui, we saw you getting ready to go up to the line, and then the engine didn't play ball. What went wrong?
The electronics were stuck on pit limiter.
Solve the pit limiter and off you go.
Good old Martin, you know. Martin sorted it out.
Martin's the cleverest boy in the world.
Thank God for him.
Martin Roots from Motec. Right, we've now finally got back action on the track. Off you go, Arnie. Talk it to it.
Thank you, Colin. I'll do my level best. I think all the debris has been cleared off, and off they go. They're racing again, and we're going to probably see the end of Q2 here now. Some hard racing up ahead. And there's the time, still led by Scribanti at 39.581.
I imagine we'll pretty much go straight into Q3 if we're to try and get it done before the track cools down too much and it gets too dark out there. But we're right at the top of the field now, a couple of cars left.
So, Andrew Ian Schofield in the Miguel Ford Duratec. He's on the way. Such bad luck yesterday in Classic Car Friday. Clipped one of those policemen and that negated his run. There's Robbie Volk on his way in the A1GP Ferrari powered vehicle.
So I think Volk told Colin earlier that he was aiming to get into the 36s.
He was. Yep.
So
there is, I beg your pardon, we called that a little earlier. That is Volk. Rui Campos gives a little bit of sideways there as well.
And Volk is pushing. Very, very brave to drive a single seat on a public road. They're just not built for this, and they have to raise the suspension a little bit to take into account of the bumps on the road, and that does slow the car down a little bit.
Yep, certainly does. Campos in the Shelby Ford 5-litre had some trouble with the engine and was on the line ready to go, but couldn't. Volk, top of the list, 39.420.
So he's just a 1/10 of a second ahead of Franco Scribante in the Nissan GTR.
So very, very close to the time that was set in 2019 as a winning time. 39.342 was the winning time.
And that is the sound of the Gould GR55 revving up. I'm not sure these are ideal conditions for Andre Bezuidenhout, but that's not going to stop him trying, is it?
No. Nothing stops him from trying. And now he's taking a very different line on the bumpy part of the track, and he's gone through again here now on the right through the left-hander and then into the right-hander. Let's have a look at how he lines this one up. Next up to go, 8 tight corners here. Turns that really test you through the S's.
There's a bit of foam on the track there, but that won't have slowed him down. And yeah,
35.863.
So not his quickest time of the day. But he will definitely lead qualifying too.
So beside notes, then Scribante, I am interested to see what has happened to Robbie Volk and that time of his, because Volk had what we had on our timing system here as a very quick time, 39.4, which would have put him ahead of Scribante.
Yeah, he did just go, I think, a 10th ahead of Scribante there. So that is curious that his time has just vanished from our screen. But if memory serves, it was a 39.4.
Yeah, that's what we had. So
that brings us to the end of qualifying 2, Arnie.
Yep, and we've still got qualifying 3 to go. I love the volunteer marshals here who immediately, when they heard that it's now all clear, the boys found a very soft place to rest weary cheeks.
It's a long day out there, isn't it?
It is. There's Campos. He's already turned around and he's on his way down.
I missed which car took out that pool noodle.
Let's take a very quick break. We'll be back with a lot more live from the Simola Hillclimb 2021, the 11th edition from Knysna.
Hi, I'm Daniel. And yeah, welcome to my crib. I've been around since a long time. I can remember it like it was yesterday. It was the 13th of April, 1988. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched its first ever compact SUV. Vitara.
That's when this whole thing started. Since then, it has just been Vitara, Vitara, Vitara.
He used to be a bit of a shy boy, but after that day, life changed.
Anything Vitara. And it was like he was a different person. The Daniel experience, we called it.
It was still our little Daniel, just better.
Yeah.
Right, the cars have just come back from up the top of the hill. We found Willem Bart. That was a little bit more respectable. Car going okay now?
Yeah, it's I'm slower than what the car is, so still cobwebs, and I made a big mistake in one, and unfortunately it carries you all the way through. But it's early days for me, so yeah, I'll see how it goes the next time. And as I said earlier, we're running small pumps, so we don't have the power that we want. But it's okay for now. So I need to drive it better, a hell of a lot better than what I'm doing at the moment. So.
But Wilhelm, you're effectively 3 runs short of everybody else.
I think 6 or 5 or whatever, it doesn't matter.
A lot of runs.
A lot of runs, but it is what it is. Eh? You must not cry in this game. If things go wrong, and then you must just work your way around it and go forward.
But it's also kind of cool. It puts pressure on you, and then when it comes right, it's a really great feeling.
Yeah. Of course, it's the whole team is under pressure, but yeah. When you get to the top and everything rolls together, and then as I said earlier, the base is good, so I can work with the base, and it gives me confidence, and I can attack from there. So that's good.
As long as the foundation's good, you can do it. Go, Willie.
Let's attack. Yeah, good.
Right, it's getting very busy down here. Mike Verrier's come in, and we're going to talk to him, wait for him to get out of the car. And Silvio Scribanti is in the Lamborghini. We'll try, first time the guys have had an opportunity to talk to him, we'll try and get a bit of a debrief. I'm really battling a little bit at the moment to find some of the, it's just so brand new. Let's go and get hold of. We just go for a walk and we'll see what we come up with. And let's find Mr. Van Zimmeren. Is he here?
Sitting in his bus again.
He's always in his bus. So talk us through this magnificent motor that you've got here.
What would you like to know?
So you just, everything. Powers.
I'll tell you everything.
How many horsepower? Lots.
I don't know. Oh, lots.
Okay. How much boost? Also lots.
Lots, yeah, I don't know.
How big is the turbo?
It's that big.
It's like huge. We know that it's got lots of spark plugs because we can see them there. How many spark plugs?
About 6.
And we got a straight answer. No, I know.
A lot of injectors, yeah.
And you can see by the size of the fuel rails that there's a whole lot of volume that goes here.
Only Mr. Van Zimmeren knows exactly what is going on inside there.
I reckon there's somebody who's, that launch, the lag and the banging at launch, I've just got to say, it's quite spectacular.
Just trying to get the grip onto it as well. I mean, it would be nice if we can get the grip down as well as it launches. But it's getting better. Every time we're going out, it seems to grip a little bit better. Now it's just to try and get the rest cleaned up a bit, and let's see what we can do.
So officially, we should call this an RB26.
That's right.
Or like RB26.
Yes, no, that's an RB26, yes, yeah, with a bit of boost.
Yeah, just a little. Love it. Thanks for chatting.
Pride of Eastern Cape.
Yeah, we love the Eastern Cape. PE and slummies.
Yeah, thank you.
Good stuff, man. Right, here's a Honda. While the engine covers are off, it's pretty cool. We can get to see on the inside here. Moedi, come here. Comes to eye, and let's have a look inside and get an idea of the engine. They've clearly got an issue that calibrating electronics. You can see V6 Honda engine. That's what the guys have been talking about. This thing here is the intercooler. Massive. Because why? Because boost. Because we need more and more boost. Right, let's get out of here and see. There's Davy. We're going to go straight to Davy and see if he can put a mask on. And we're going to... No, sit down. You've been working hard. Davy.
Yes.
Ferrari power in a Lotus. Some would say you a little bit mental. We know that it is very, very fast off the line. You say it's standard.
Yes, the engine is standard. But you must admit, or we must know that a standard 488 has got a lot of power anyway. So it's got 660 horsepower, I think, that it should come out with. And that's how we've got it. We're running it as it is. We've changed the bit that we've done our own ECU systems in it. But basically, that's how we got the engine.
And you're running at about 900 kilograms. So let's give you 700 horsepowers and 900 kilograms. That's a neat power to weight ratio.
Sure, but you need to get 1-to-1 though, eh? So we need to work a little bit on it, because 1-to-1 is a nice number to work. You'll see everybody wants to do a 1-to-1. So we're on 1,000 kilograms at the moment with me in it. So we need a little bit more horsepower.
The other thing is, it's not just a horsepower race. There are a couple of corners. It's very, very bumpy. You've got to get it handling properly.
Correct, sir. We are fortunate we've run these cars before, so we know what the handling should be. This one is still development phase because we've changed some of the suspension pickup points and so on. But it's getting there, so I'm getting more comfortable with the car all the time. So I'm happy as we are at the moment, so it's running nicely.
It's getting on in the afternoon, and in the shade it's getting a little bit cooler and all the rest of it. How much does the temperature, we know cool temperatures your engines love, just powers. But from a handling point of view, how much does the temperature affect you?
I think we're putting down a lot of rubber at the moment on the track, so I don't think it's going to make that much. We saw it in the heat of the afternoon that it actually was a little bit slower. Normally the track actually goes down in the afternoons, but you must know that all of us are getting a little bit more relaxed with the car, so we hope that the times will come down a bit as well.
One of the questions earlier on, or points that we raised, was intercoolers and drop in intake temperature of the air. Give us a rule of thumb for each degree centigrade you drop, how much more power are you going to get?
Yeah, it's not that much though. You need to drop about 10 degrees and you're going to gain very little, but the thing is that you have is the engine is happier. So that's the problem. You can put more timing in it, so it doesn't retard the timing with it. So it's not that there's a medium that you want to run in, and that medium is about 30 to 45 degrees. If you're within that range, you're happy. If you go over that, you must look for ways of cooling the temperatures down.
Awesome stuff, Darby. Thank you very much for sharing. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Get your, what's it, Philotus?
Furlough, Lotari, whatever.
Lotari, good luck. Darby Joubert, what a pleasure to talk to. Absolutely magnificent car. So, qualifying today, 3 runs. Round number 3 is coming up. You can see the sun is getting low. The sky is still blue. I'm told by Jeff Goddard that these high-flying clouds mean that it's not going to rain. The wind is going to carry on, and it'll just be a fantastic evening. So the lights will change from red to green. They'll flag the cars off. And Arnold, who's been doing an absolutely stunning job up in the booth, is going to talk to it. But let's just walk down behind the pit lane. That's the first of the minis and the mini. That's Richard Roots has gone off. Richard, Arnie, please talk. Take it away. Give me a break.
All right, here's your break, Colin. Take a seat. Let them offer you a cup of coffee over there and a sandwich, and you take some weight off those hard-working feet. That is Jacques Bauer in the Escort, and Q3, the last chapter of the day, is on the way. Gerard Gianna has stayed with us, and he's had as much of a fun time as what I have had being able to commentate here for you. Richard Roots throwing that thing through the corners. He's got it on a string as well today.
Anya, really a heartfelt thank you for having me. It's been enormous fun.
It has been a heck of a lot of fun, like it is every year. Francois Cowley in his BMW, that's the E30, the 3 Series.
Richard Roots took a good second off his previous best there.
Down into the high 48s, 48.8. That's lovely. He will be absolutely thrilled with that. He pushed as hard as he possibly could. Here's the little Escort, which dates from 1977.
I wonder why he wasn't campaigning in Classic Car Friday.
That is Feroz Ibrahim in the Z4M BMW Coupe.
Great cars those. They ran M3 engines actually, the Z4Ms. Lovely 6-cylinder motor. I'm not sure what he's done to his, but it would have been naturally aspirated coming out of the factory.
He's made it cross. That's what he's done with it. Martin Witt in his M3. Talk about M3s. That's the E92.
Yeah, that's the only V8 they ever made. M3 that is, and a lovely 4-litre High revving, naturally aspirated V8 in that M3. Great to drive.
Ferro's still going nicely. Lovely colouring on this vehicle. Absolutely love it. And he's driving that hard but gently, if you can imagine.
Yeah, I think there's a sort of a fine line to walk, because you want to keep the car, you know, in one piece for the next day, but at the same time you need to get the best time out of it. So it's a balancing act.
54.2 for Ibrahim as he goes across the line up at the top of Simola Hill.
And now this GT3 RS that's punching up the hill, this is going to drop the times dramatically. This car is quick.
Oh. Had a little twitch. There was one, there's two, there's three. Oh, my word. Oh, my seat just got a whole lot smaller and I'm not even in the car.
Well, back to the pits for a change of underpants.
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
That was really dramatic out of turn 3. He's still going for it, but that won't be a good time. He had to come right off the throttle there to get the car back in line.
He wiggled that in and wiggled it out and then wiggled it in and wiggled it back out again.
And the hazards coming on there under braking. That's a production car quirk, that under hard braking.
That's Gordon Nicholson in the Audi. We just saw Piet Potgieter in that Alfa Romeo of his, the Quadrifoglio. There she goes. JP van der Walt again setting an early and fast time at 46.184.
So he was a little slower after that big moment in turn 3. He still pushed though, credit to him, he didn't back off.
Roots just being overtaken with that 48.8 in the Chapman Mini. Peter Lindenberg gets the flag dropped on him.
Love seeing that R8 go up the hill. Fantastic looking car. V10 powered, naturally aspirated in its standard form. And I think the days of naturally aspirated V10s are coming to an end as the world goes electric.
Yep. Funny, the last time when we had this, there were 2 electric cars here, and that the BMW 8 just it was surreal to watch it leave from the line and nary a whisper, not a breath of air. You hear nothing, and compared to the rest of the cars, it was surreal to watch it go every time from the line.
Well, you know, I hope to be at Simola in 10 years' time, and I wonder how different this competition is going to sound.
Very much. Very much. I think that maybe, and let's be honest, that's one of the other appeals of this, is this massive wall of sound. If you're at the start line, it bowls you over.
I think, you know, to put the viewer in the picture, we're right next to the start line in the commentary box, a steel commentary box. And not only can we hear the cars, but we can actually feel them. You feel the shock waves of the sound, particularly that border towing Skyline when that anti-lag kicks in. And in the electric era, I think that's going to be missed. I really do.
Very much. Lindenberg in the 7th place at the moment, 52.8. And then Lindenberg Jr., young Paige Lindenberg in that beautiful Ford of hers, the Ranger RTR Savage, is on the road. I love how she pilots this thing through there. Oh, hit the dirt, but missed the policeman.
Yeah, that's some crafty driving.
Yeah, very much. This
Nice
is the
work.
Toyota Hilux with 12 cylinders. Look at the smoke pouring out of that thing at the top there. As the exhaust pipes do their job. Man, it is, you don't want him to come to a fire at your place. He'll start one, but you don't want him to come and help with a fire.
I need to know more about this car. Tomorrow morning when I'm having my coffee in the pits, I am going to go and have a chat with this owner. I want to know what it took to build a V12 Hilux.
And he's driving it nicely. He's going as quick as he possibly can, because I assume that cannot be easy to pilot up here.
No, not at all. I mean, they would have changed the suspension out, and it'll be on the low-profile tires. But no, Buckies are certainly, it's not in their nature to do hill climbs. Let's put it that way.
Yep.
To climb hills, maybe.
Yes, but not a hill climb.
Yep, there's that stock standard RSQ3.
Oh, stop lying like that. Udo de Berges in the Audi RSQ3. It's a 2-year-old vehicle, and I want to tell you, I saw it in the pits this morning. It is a beautiful looking car.
Same 2.5 litre 5-cylinder motor that you'll find in the TTRS, which is competing further up the field.
Okay, that's turn a wide berth, actually. He's making sure that he stays far away from those policemen. Here we go. Here's one of our favorites, that little Mazda 13B rotary. It's an F1000, just a 1300 motor in there. Reino Skeppers controlling it. That's Paul Munro again. One of your favorite cars out here, the M3.
Yeah, love it to bits. I think I'd still have an E30 though.
Yeah,
for,
I
for
hear
nostalgia.
You. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
For my
In
own
fact, I can
nostalgia.
identify.
So if you've just joined us, thank you so much for coming onto the Cars.coza live stream. If you're on Facebook as well, wherever you are in the world.
Carl Stolz in the Mazda 20B rotary. That is the RX-7. Yeah, I echo that. Thank you for watching. We really appreciate that. And please spread the word. Tomorrow is going to be a blockbuster of a show. We start at 9 o'clock, and there's the 3 qualies. And then, of course, there's the classes as they race off from the top 3. And then eventually we get down to the top 10 of the decider. Who will be the 11th King of the Hill? It is, I beg your pardon, it's still car number 70 that is at the top of the rankings with a clocking of 46.184, JP van der Walt. Here's that lovely Merc, turned out beautifully.
It's a pity we haven't seen the CLK DTM. Obviously some mechanical issues. That's that. If you've watched Simola before, it's the Mercedes with the crazy mirror finish.
Yep.
Silver mirror finish, and I think they might have run up the hill once today.
They did have one run,
but nothing since then, and none in the qualifying. So they'll have to hope to qualify tomorrow.
Bob Neal in the Merc. It didn't sound like it started particularly well, but there you go. Farhad Ibrahim is just slotted there into the 5th spot with his 50.069.
Couple of hot hatches in the field. This is one of them, Ford Focus RS, heavily modified, and the other is the Honda Civic Type R, which also does not look stock. That's coming up soon.
Johan de Bruin in BMW, that's the M3 3.6 litre engine, 6 cylinders, lovely looking car, beautifully turned out.
Yeah, a good clutch of BMWs going up the hill. The 3 Series seems to be the chassis to use, or the E46 3 Series, should I say. And it was a really well-balanced chassis that they've become pretty iconic cars. If you can find a manual, Arnie, buy one.
Yeah, absolutely. Claire Vale in the Subaru, if I'm not mistaken. It's the BRZ.
That car gets better and better every year. It really does. It gets faster and faster.
Yeah, if you speak to anyone who knows and loves BMW, they all rave about that E46 engine until the cars come home. It is an absolute classic, and if you look at how many other car companies have tried to copy that, and they just are not able to quite pull it off. Oh, dust everywhere else. That's unfortunate, because that's nicked that policeman, so this run will not count officially.
That's a pity for Claire.
Yeah. Ended up clocking 51.9.
Yeah, you can see the debris there. It's mostly off the track, so they won't stop the racing, but unfortunately Claire Vale's time won't count for exceeding the track limits.
Absolutely. Owen Bridger in that Honda, he knocks himself right into 5th place with a 47.7 clocking. That's a quick clocking for him and that car.
There's one of the 2 Evo 9s running up the hill this weekend. Yeah, he's on it there. Full send. Good to see.
So still at the top, JP van der Walt, and as things stand, that 46.184 has stood up to the scrutiny now for a while. More than 20 cars have completed qualifying run 3, but we're getting to the faster cars now, and it's happening quickly. The Merc, well, we thought that it sounded very funny when it went off the line. There was definitely something very funny going on with it. And now we know why. Charles Arangis in the Lamborghini, that Huracan 2019 model, off and running. This is really quick. He's produced a few very quick times so far and led the standings for a while. Let's see what he can produce this time. Lost his shape just a little bit there. Here's the next one. The next Lambo, Ricardo Giannicaro. He also went quick earlier. That's the Trofeo, the Super Trofeo, with its 10 cylinders. Arangis 43.047. That is mighty quick. So a really quick clocking for Arangis. It's happening fast and furiously at this stage. So JP van der Walt is knocked down to second spot, 46.1. Cole Powelson, our American visitor with his Audi Cosworth-driven Citroen, is out there. That's Theon Kriel with a backdraft Lexus. That's the AC Cobra Roadster. And that body first saw the light of day in 1964. Lovely driving style, smooth, no histrionics. He knows his way around. Finished second at Pikes Peak just a while ago. Arangis, and there's Powelson. Powelson has gone into second place, but it's a clocking of 45.7, and still Arangis leading by 43 seconds, comma 0. Oh, that was just a little slow, I think. That'll cost a little bit coming off the line. Somehow missed it. Missed the launch properly. Roadster all over the show. Look for Shrosby. This is the race organizer, Ian Shrosby, in that Skyline GTS of his with the 2.5 litre 6-cylinder Nissan engine. There's big grunt in this car, and Shros has made it work for himself. Let's see which line he takes. He keeps it far up the left-hand side here and then drifts it over. And it's a beautiful driving style. He seems so in control. Look at that. Successful for many years in his own right as a fine racing driver. Davy Hubert makes a big noise as he leaves the line in his Lotus Ferrari Exige.
I chatted to Gary Martins in that triple turbo diesel M2. He said he was battling to get off the line, and he actually started launching in second.
Oh my word.
Yeah, no, he was really struggling. So there's only so much torque that you can get through a pair of tires.
This is Craig Zank in his Lotus with a Nissan engine. This is also Exige.
Yeah, that's that R34 power plant in there. I'll have a chat with him tomorrow and see if it's all-wheel drive. I suspect it isn't, but still a Skyline motor in a Lotus.
Davy Hubert has now gone top of the standings, top of the pops with a 40.607 clocking. So Davy Hubert with race car number 31. That is a very, very good run. in the Lotus Ferrari. That's the fastest for him so far. Now, here we go. Listen to this. I'm not going to say a word. Chiro's not going to say a word. And, well, Colin is taking his life in his own hands, standing there on the left-hand side. Just listen to this, folks. Wade van Zimmeren. Even the car says it.
We're a little bit early with it. We're going to wait for Jabez to go, Arnie. And then here is the yellow beast, Wade van Zimmeren. Listen, this is unbelievable. He's going to do a launch. He's going to go up here. I'm going to go and I'm going to stand on the outside of the exhaust. I want you to check out the absolute violence. I know I'm being stupid, but what the hell? I'm in direct fire of this exhaust pipe. I want it in my face. It is the violence of this launch as he unleashes a bucket load of power.
Hasty, you are not well, my son. You
Unbelievable.
are not well. That is taking your life in your own hands. Van Zimmeren is off and running. He has launched that as hard as he can. Oh, he's battling there. That was really, he was holding on to that with both hands hard. White knuckle time.
So Andre Bezuidenhout was talking about taking the left of the main straight to avoid the worst of the bumps. And that's what Van Zimmeren tried there. He was over on the left, so he had to move onto the right to get into the braking zone, line himself up for turn 3. Bounced around on in the braking zone, and then even had his rear right tire hit the grass on the right there. So that's about as close as you want to get to leaving the tarmac, but he'll still post a very good time.
He has indeed. He's gone top with a 40.507. So Van Zimmeren, Wade van Zimmeren, giving some real bang for his buck.
Yeah, that's his fastest time of the day. I think that's a full second actually faster than his last time in Q2, so he'll be very pleased with that.
On the cusp of breaking the 40-second barrier. And you know what's beautiful about it, Chiro? Even the car goes, Van Zimmeren, Van Zimmeren, Van Zimmeren.
It also sounds like a moving war zone.
Yeah, it does. No, it does.
Terrifying car that you feel it and then you hear it.
Yeah. Right, here we go. Okay. This is what it's all come down to. Here's the defending champion, the king of the hill, with his time from 2 years ago, 39.342. The Kraken is on the road.
That did look like a good start, so he's off on a good run now. Now it's just about the perfect lines. Let's see which line he takes up the main straight. He's keeping it on the right. Oof, look at that bump.
Lost a lot of traction there. That would have cost him, and he held it in that line, though. That's impressive.
So we saw there, demonstrated by Scribante, how bad that bump is that Van Zimmeren was trying to avoid in these really, really low slung cars.
So he's off and away. And so is Alwyn Steenkamp in the Nissan GTR. There we go, Scribante, 40.123. He won't be pleased with that. I think that really cost him. I actually really think that the traction and the direction that he lost over those bumps, there's the same bumps, that really cost him. He just hit them badly.
Yeah, if he didn't, well, unfortunately we can't see the top of the track, so assuming he didn't lose any time at the top, I imagine when he hit that huge bump in the middle of the main straight, he probably had to tap off there, and he would have lost a few hundredths of a second.
Silvio Scribante in the Lamborghini, the Huracan GT3 EVO is also flying along.
Well, after this, I'll be getting into the cement business, Arnie, and hopefully see you next year in a Lambo.
I'm going to be calling you for some work. I'm very good with cement.
I'm hoping to cement my reputation.
There you go. I knew that was coming, actually. I knew it.
Sorry.
Aldo Scribante is also on the way in that beautiful Audi of his. That's the S4.
Sorry, I'll keep the dad jokes for...
No, keep them coming. Keep them coming. I need all the material I can get. Silvio Scribante into 5th place with a clocking of 43.2.
I love the look of this Audi, one of the more classic modern car shapes, and obviously reimagined for the Simola Hillclimb.
Pilot sideways pull for Helen Bart as he launches off the line in the Nissan GTR 35 3.8 litre engine.
So what I've noticed about Wilhelm's launch is he actually doesn't line up under the start arch straight.
Yeah.
He points the car slightly at the safety wall next to the media center. Now that probably shaves a bit of distance off.
Yep.
However, it also means that you're closer to disaster, and there he lost the back end a little bit under power, and that could have been an incident.
Michael Verrier, the Shelby Nissan from 1989, and Verrier has had one or two really good runs as well. This car just looks so fast.
I think with Scribante up in the 40s, I have a feeling Wilhelm Bart has a chance here of pipping him and out-qualifying him if he can put a perfect run together.
Rui Campos leaves the line as well. He's on the way too. So we're waiting for that time to come through. But Wilhelm Bart, no, there it is. He's only up in 4th place, 41.147. I think the temperature changes on the route now on the tarmac has definitely had an effect on things.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, if you look at the top stages of the race through the S's, we're almost completely in the shade now, almost from the exit of turn 3. On your screen right now, that second straight completely in the shade. So not as much traction out there as there would have been at midday.
No, definitely not. And it certainly does make a difference. As you were saying, it's such a counterproductive thought. You want the tires to be as hot as possible and the engines to be as cool as possible. Oh, that is as tight as that can be as well. Gone a little bit of off-road farming there. There goes a piece of the car too.
There was some smoke coming off his front left brake there, and he's had to abort.
He's had to call it.
Yeah, he's looking for a parking space, unfortunately. That looked like brake failure.
Right, we go back to the pits where Megan Verloc is in that number 10 car, the Speed Car Extreme Suzuki.
Unfortunately, that GTR is on the outside of the corner, so the marshals won't be able to let the next competitor up.
They're going to have to clear that before there's any drama there. That, by the way, is our second outside broadcast unit, that big white van that you see there. And they still are running around with cables trying to connect us with our cameras to the line.
If you missed it earlier in Q1, I believe, Arnie Franco Di Matteo in the black Jaguar, he had an off. He's totally fine. He walked away, but unfortunately his car dragged some cables, unplugged some cables for us. Here we go.
We're going to have another look at it here.
No, so that's him already off, completely off the boil. I noticed just the front left, a big puff of smoke. In the braking zone at the top of the main straight there, and he's obviously realized that his run's over.
In that replay, right here as he goes right past our camera, you still saw little pieces of debris coming off the car. So some of the fairing or some of the aero work at the back was definitely damaged when he went farming there.
It's a real pity. Mechanical failure is a terrible way not to finish your run, really. You just never hope that happens. But, you know, these guys are pushing these machines to the limit, and stuff does break. It's as simple as that, really.
Yep, when you're trying to get as much out of you and the car and the road. I love what the off-road drivers always used to say to us, because it was a time when I was very much involved with the off-road television stuff. And there we go. Now you can see there's the replay as he hits it really, really hard. The off-road boys have a saying that says, I went into the corner a little bit too fast and then I ran out of talent. I absolutely love that. There goes the debris. You can see it quite clearly. He's that left back hit something hard.
There's the smoke on it. You just see it coming off the front left. But maybe you're right. I think perhaps he lost some body work when he took on the sand, took on some dirt out of the exit of turn 1. So I think you're right. That was maybe a bit of a damaged car there.
There you go. Now watch the debris coming off just about there somewhere.
There it goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this car in particular, Colin showed us this morning, there was some very, very intricate and tricky work that they tried to do with creating more downforce with layers of graphite that they've got in their carbon. I mean, and they've did an incredible job. Now they're going to have to try and rebuild that as well overnight. That's not going to be easy, and it will change the feel of the car and its characteristics.
Yeah, there was a great example of that 2 or 3 years ago in F1 where Alonso was in a McLaren and he lost the floor of the car in an incident, and he managed to still get the car home, but he was lapping a lot slower. So downforce really does count for a lot. You do need it out here, as much of it as you can get, really, as demonstrated by Franco Scribante's extreme front wing. Downforce is good on hill climbs. So unfortunately, that driver missing some of his car now, but hopefully they can sort it out for tomorrow.
The interesting thing is, now that I start thinking about downforce, obviously your car is at a certain angle all the way, because you're climbing, as we were working out, virtually 10 meters for every 100 meters that you race. So the aerodynamic combination is a very different one to when you're driving on the flat, and that must make a big difference to how this all works out.
Yeah, they just need to maximize the mechanical grip, really. So you want the sort of effect of a couple of sumo wrestlers, really, sitting on the car. So you're pushing those tires into the ground and getting as much purchase on the tarmac as you can get. Interestingly, though, drag actually can slow you down, or rather downforce causes drag, which can slow you down. So it's a little bit of a balance, but usually what they go for here is they just add horsepower, really, to get past the increased drag.
So we're looking at a replay of earlier, and this is the Kraken, Franco Scribante, and that awesome looking vehicle of his. But look, it's not often that you see him throw it around that hard, but that is exactly what we were trying to show you, is that incredible downforce and the forces that are created by streaming the air in a clever and effective way in, over, around, and through the car.
Yeah, there's that old adage. I mean, it's never been proven because it sounds a little bit too dangerous to do in real life. But technically speaking, a Formula One car could drive on the roof of a tunnel. So it's creating more downforce than the car actually weighs. So it could overcome gravity and drive upside down. Obviously, no one's been wanting to test that really, but theoretically it's true. And I wonder if Franco's car could do the same.
Let's ask him, see if he's prepared to try.
Yeah, Franco, if you've got nothing to do next week Tuesday, let's see if we'll bring the cameras.
Pop down there to the Western Cape. They've got an ideal tunnel for that.
Yeah, it's true, the Paarl Tunnel, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, are we off?
Yeah, we're off again. We're off and racing. We're back and ready. Here we go. So 1 or 2 runs would have been aborted, and now they're back again.
I wonder who will be who will be able to go again. I didn't see. I think they would have let someone off just as that GTR was parking on turn 3.
Megan Verloc is on the way in her little Suzuki, that Speed Car Extreme. We hope that Terry Smith has been able to sort out his troubles.
Yeah, Terry, that incredible driver who does not use any pedals. He gets around the pits in a wheelchair, climbs into the car and controls the car entirely with his hands. Brakes, throttle, steering, gears, everything with his 2 hands. It's incredible to see.
I use the term very lightly, but only because it's accepted in society. Terry is supposed to be disabled, but I think he's more able than a lot of people out there. That is for sure.
Well, put me in that car and I would just look like a gorilla trying to play the drums, really. Pull a lever here, pull a lever there, see what happens.
Off you go. Darren Goodman's in the Nissan GTR. Haven't seen him yet.
That car does look fresh. Well, fresh to my eyes at least. I wonder if they've had technical challenges which they've managed to overcome. Car number 23.
Yeah, so this is Goodman's and that 2.66 litre Nissan R32. Looks good.
Interestingly, not as extreme.
No, he's pulled it off as well. He's aborted this run.
Shame, it's a tough day, and Arnie, that car actually reminds me of Mo Dangor.
Yeah, very much so.
Unfortunately lost his life. He campaigned one of these in a similar color, I think, actually. And may he rest in peace.
Amen.
Him and his dad are true motorsport legends in South Africa.
That's Byron Mitchell, and he's away in the Reynard. It's nicely done. Got away really quickly there.
Well, he is sending it for this final qualifying, leaving nothing out on the track. That's going to be a good time.
Yeah, so Andrew Rackstraw also going well.
And he's in fifth, only 41.2.
So Rackstraw with a 41.2. He's there in fifth place, but still being led by Scribante at 40.123.
Current car out on the track looks like he's coasting a little bit. Yeah. He's just off to the pub, really, because that is the last time he'll be going up the hill today.
He's also aborted, so unfortunately.
But next competitor sending it, having a good run so far. That's fast out of turn 3.
So that looked like Byron Mitchell who pulled the plug on his run. Oh, Andrew Ian Schofield sounded like he was battling to get that into first gear.
And you can see how shaded it is down in the pits now, Arnie. There's no sunshine left as the sun drops behind the beautiful Knysna hills.
Yeah, there's trouble here.
We are nearly at up. No, he's retreating.
So that Miguel Ford Duratec sounded like he could not get it into first gear. Is that a gearbox problem, or is it just something smaller than that?
And the burnout zone really cleverly designed to allow for a car with problems to just quickly be moved out of the way so that the next competitor can get to the start.
Right, so here's Robbie Volk in the A1 GP Ferrari.
He's been off pace, unfortunately, today. Yep. His aim is to get into the 36s. I think I've only seen him in the 40s, in the low 40s. So maybe the car not running as he would like it, and I'm sure his mechanics will be hard at work tonight trying to figure out why.
Look at all that bouncing. Those hobbles in the street there really made a difference to him. He was holding on. Oh, he's also collected a bit of dust going through there. Meanwhile, Devon Robertson in the Radical Hayabusa, the SR1 Club Sport, is coming through. Let's see how Volk goes here.
Your Volk would have kept the tyre warmers on as long as possible there.
There we go, 38.2. It's still not as quick as what we know he can go, but that is a good qualifier early on. He's posted a banker.
Yeah, that's his quickest time of the day. When I walked past his car last, they had the laptops plugged in everything, so maybe they were quickly tuning it up, fixing the map on the ECU, and they've squeezed an extra 2 seconds out of that car.
38.2. That is going to be absolutely valuable because now he has got a good time down there in the bank. He's called the bank manager and he said, I've got a deposit to make. Can I put it in the account? They said, yes, we'll accept. Scribante, 40.123. And then Van Zimmeren, 40.507. Car number 31 was in the very capable hands of Davy Hubert, the Lotus Ferrari, and he nips into 4th place. And then 5th place is car number 12, and that's Devon Robertson. So some good driving. Robertson really impressing right here at the end when it was very, very necessary. So that is qualifying 3 done for the day. Tomorrow, of course, there's 3 more qualifiers and 3 runs where they can test some more of the lines and make sure that they know exactly how to go about it. But to recap for you, Robert Volk then on 38.294. Franco Scribante there in 2nd place, 40.123. And Wade van Zimmeren, 40.507, rounding out the top 3. Gero, a very impressive day today, and it got progressively faster and faster and faster. The boys were ratcheting up the tension and the speed.
Yeah, this is a combination of the best of humans and the best of their machines. Unfortunately, some bad luck. Franco Di Matteo having a steering column snap, which must be one of the most terrifying things that can happen to you on a hill climb. Unfortunately, he's fine. Unfortunately, his car isn't. So he's out, unfortunately. We did see a few spills today. Louis van der Merwe as well, losing the rear corner of his Formula GTI, so he won't be back tomorrow, unfortunately. And I've just got word that Robert Volk's mechanic was actually playing solitaire on the laptop, and Robert Volk actually just had a great run up the hill. So congrats to him.
Glad we sorted that out.
And we won't see Andre Bezuidenhout coming out. He's obviously decided to save his tires, so Volk walks away from Q3 with the top time.
There you go. So, in the meantime, just to let you know, though, that Andre Bezuidenhout, with that 35.4 clocking of his, does lead the overall qualification for the day from the 3 runs by a long shot as well. And that was very, very impressive. Brand new record here at the Simola Hillclimb, the 11th edition. So, for Jero and for our whole crew, and also for those guys who are running up and down with cables, our technical guys, I'm Arnold Geert saying thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
I think I made my point.
Bye.